A mom in Florida was shot and killed by her 14-year-old brother as he argued with their 15-year-old brother over who got the most Christmas gifts. They were at their grandmother's house near Tampa on Christmas Eve when it happened. 23-year-old Abril Baldwin was holding her 11-month-old baby at the time. Her other brother then shot the first brother. He's hospitalized in stable condition. Investigators say both the guns used were stolen out of unlocked cars.
This is what happens when you got young delinquents that carry guns. They get upset. They don't know how to handle stuff, so they just take out their guns and start shooting each other, and one of them kills his sister.
The sheriff says the 14-year-old has had other run-ins with the law. He's now facing first murder charges. His brother is facing attempted murder charges.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in person. All that shit you kept and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect a gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find the righteous path between the two before I lose used to troll and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get decayed with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, y'all. Good Saturday morning. It's December 30th. It's New Year's Eve, right? Holy smokes. Man, we just turned around. It was January 2023, and now look at it. This year went by like, whew, just like that, whew, right? Oh, man, we had some ups, and then we had some downs, y'all, didn't we? Before I get into everything, man, let me take care of the business, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. Shout out to this brother, man. I got to get this brother back over here, man, interview him, man. He is blowing up, man, because if I keep letting time go by, man, this dude's channel is just blowing up, and the next thing you know, he's gonna be gone, man. He's gonna be gone. He's gonna be out there. I'm gonna tell y'all where I made that same mistake. I made that mistake. Well, I'm just sit back and let their career go, and then we'll get in touch with each other later. I made that mistake. With Brother Chadwick Boseman. I made that mistake with him. We were very close, and I made that mistake. I said to the brother, when the young man blew up, I said, I had his cell phone number. I could have called him, but I said, no, you know what? Let me. I don't want to, bring any bad attention to him, because maybe somebody would look at him funny because of my association with the Nation of Islam. Maybe they would try to, do something to his career based on that. So I left him alone. I said, but when he gets into a space where he feels he's more comfortable, then he'll contact me. He'll probably contact me. I made that mistake with Chadwick Boseman, and unfortunately, man, the brother lost his life. I had no idea he was in that situation because last time I saw him, man, he was like an ox. Y'all seen the videos of him hitting me, right? I mean, he is so hard sometimes. I tell him, I say, hey, man, I said, Chad, check this out, man. If you keep hitting me like that, man, I'm gonna hit you like that. Oh, Clarence, I'm sorry, man. Man, I don't even realize I'm strong. I said, I'm telling you strong. I'm telling you accurate. But he was a man, the young man was very, he was a very good young man, man. I mean, I would say he was one of those type of people you meet maybe once or twice in a lifetime, man. They're very genuine people. They don't want a lot of fanfare. He wasn't a guy that wanted a lot of fanfare. He wasn't a big, like, I need all these big cars and all that. He wasn't that type of dude, man. He was a very humble brother, man. Very humble brother, man. Very respectful brother, man. You know what I mean? He wasn't perfect. I ain't gonna say he was perfect, but he definitely, was a very humble brother, man. Type of brother you wanted to have, in your repertoire, people that you knew you could pick up the phone and call. And I did. I had his phone number, man. And then, these movies started coming out. And I was like, man, I should call the brother. I said, nah, but I don't want to affect his lifestyle, man. So, man, let me let him get to a point where he's comfortable and he'll get in touch with me. But that day never come, man. Just go to show you that Hollywood lifestyle, man. once they get on that track, man, it's hard to reach back, man. They got so many people telling them, no, go do this, no, go do that, go do this, go do that. But anyway, man, I ain't gonna let that happen with Brother Eric, man. So I'm gonna reach out to him real soon, man. But shout out to Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life, better known as Brother Chill. Did 24 years up here in California penal system, man. Shout out to him. He survived that. Then on top of that, he was supposed to do life, and he ended up getting parole. So shout out to him. It looks like everything's, he's doing good, man. So shout out to Brother Eric. Shout out to him, man. Thank you for letting us use this music, brother. We appreciate you. Go over to check out 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. Go check the brother out. All right, y'all. Let's get moving, man. Okay. Let's check everybody in, man. Let's get right to work, man. Y'all saw the story, man. Somebody who's gonna remain nameless, my sister who's gonna remain nameless, Patrice. She hit me this morning and said, "Hey, bro, we gotta do a story on this, man." Our executive producer has hit me and said, "Hey, man, we gotta do a story on this." And I said, "Yeah, I saw that a couple of days ago, but I have forgotten to do a story on it. But I think it's important." I was thinking the same thing when I saw the story, but I kind of let it go. But I'm glad Patrice hit me up this morning, man. She said, "Hey, bro, we got to do a story on this one." So I said, "Okay." I said, "She's right. She's right." Because what's really important? What's really important? Christmas gifts, a new car, right? Is Christmas Day a character building day for your children or any of us? Is it? We're gonna talk about it, y'all. We're gonna get into the story in just a minute. All right, but y'all got Patrice to thank for that one. And then after that, man, we're gonna talk about that for a little while. And then after that, we're gonna talk about how you can make your 2024 a stellar year. It's gonna be the best year you ever had. How do I know this? How do you know this, Clarence? You ain't never been here. You ain't never been. Risa gonna tell me you ain't never been to Arkansas, Clarence. How you gonna tell me? Risa, calm down. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show us how we can, or some things we could do if we want it to be a stellar year, and we have the discipline, and to do it. We can make things a stellar year for ourselves, man. Because I'm telling y'all, 2024 is the year of separation, man. It's gonna be a separation. In other words, if you want to do things productive, there's gonna see some people that's gonna try to stop you from doing that. They might even be family members that's gonna try to. What you gonna do that for? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do. So they're gonna say, why you want all that money anyway? What you want to do? See, they're gonna tell you, right? Or why do you want this type of job? Or why you want to have this type of house or whatever? Why you want to keep your house clean in this way? It's gonna be haters all the time, right? But 2024 is the year of separation. Now, what I mean by separation, I'm not talking about you ain't never gonna talk to them again. What I'm talking about is a separation in thinking, right? It's a separation in thinking. It's a what do they call that? What do you call that, Vaughn? Where one will be at the meal and one will be taken. What is that? What is that called? I forgot. You guys know the word I'm talking about, man. But there's gonna be a separation. There's gonna be a separation where if you want to go to heaven or a place where you have the maximum control over your daily life, then there's people that accept the foolishness and chicanery in their life. They accept it. They make a space for it in their lives. So if you get to the point where you don't want to make space for that, there's going to be conflict there. So the only answer to that conflict is going to be there has to be a separation, right? You guys know what word I'm looking for, man. Where there's going to be a separation, right? You might not be physical. It may, right? I'm getting a divorce, Claire. Okay, whatever. But it may be it may be physical, but it's definitely going to be a mental separation, a spiritual separation. Because you can't have the same spirit as a person that wants to be nasty and funky and dirty and poor and just don't want things to be a certain way that would reflect that God is involved in their life. You're not you can't be like, it's like I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs. but I can't hang with people that do drugs because it's going to be a conflict there. At a certain point, a person doing drugs heavy is going to allow their circumstances to get beyond reasonable. They're going to have trash here, trash there. Everything's going to be all over the place. Not to say even people that's not on drugs will get like that, but people on drugs, they'll go even farther, right? So this is what we got to do, y'all. We got to understand that this is the year 2024 is going to be a year of separation. You're going to see that more and more as you try to get closer and get a better grip on understanding what God's plan is for us and how we can help the people and try to bring him to the people, not us. I'm not trying to bring my interpretation of God to you. I'm bringing you just him. You go get your own interpretation, right? You see a father has many children, right? 6, 7 children. He does not have the same relationship with every child, right? Some children he will have to be a little harder on. Some children he don't have to be that hard. He can see they got it. There's no use wasting time on them. Let's go to deal with the people that actually need more hands-on work, right? These fathers have all kind of different relationships. Well, same thing, man. That's what God has all kind of, God is infinite enough to have relationships with all of us, and they will be unique to us all, right? The rapture, there you go, Patrice. That's what I was talking about. I told y'all Patrice is good for some stuff, man, right? That's what I was talking about. Thank you, Patrice. So yeah, the rapture, right? There's a rapture, right? Now the rapture talks about where, a physical separation. That might be it as well. But in 2024, I'm telling you, this is going to be the year of separation where people, as you try to get better and be a better person, there's other people that have accepted that they are the way they are. They don't want to change. And when they see you, they are going to look at you as even though you're not trying to judge them, they're going to feel like their insecurities are going to be ruffled by you trying to better yourself. They're going to consider that you judging them because they don't want to do that, and then they're going to have some type of hatred or vitriol towards you. It would develop in people you don't even think, right? Your children, your wife, your husband. This stuff will develop in anybody, right? So you have to have a separation in thinking. Now, the physical separation is your decision, what you're going to do, but you also have a decision. Hey, this is my understanding at this point, right? So those kind of people, what they're going to do is say, well, you was this way before. Why all of a sudden you changing, right? They say, you was stuck on stupid before, Clarence. Now, how come you trying to move from being stuck on stupid? When you were stuck on stupid, see, you didn't make me feel bad about not doing nothing when you were stuck on stupid with me. Now you trying to advance yourself, but I still want to be stuck on stupid. No. You say stuck on stupid with me so I don't feel bad. We can't do that no more. We can't do nothing no more. Especially us over here, man. We just can't do that, man. There's people out there. Our people are dying and suffering and starving out here in the streets for a lack of knowledge. They just don't know. And they don't know they don't know. Right? They don't know that they don't know that they don't know. Right? They don't even know they possessed. They don't even know they living in a wicked society. They don't even know that there's a God out here that can help them if they develop their own relationship with that God, right? They don't even know. Our job, if we choose to accept it, our job is to show them that there is a better way out here. They don't have to suffer. They don't have to. Now, if they choose to suffer, it's on them, but they don't have to suffer. but they suffering out here, man. They suffering. Our people are suffering. Not only our people, but I mean, all. When I say our people, I mean, usually I'm talking about black people that's in the hood, but I'm talking about the whole world is suffering, really. I just push black people to the front of the burner, the front burner. I think if we could get black people to do better, I think many people look at us for trends and everything. I think that we would set a trend on trying to be righteous. We're not perfect, but we would try to be righteous. I think we could get a lot of the world to see that. It would cause some conflict, but at least a lot of the people would say, hey man, you know what, it's possible. If they can do it, we might be able to do it, right? All right, y'all. So anyway, I don't know what's going on with the StreamYard, man. Keep interrupting the stream. Ay, ay, ay. All right, y'all. Before I get into all of that, though, man, let me check everybody in, and then we can get moving. Okay. First person up on the docket is our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Shout out to Risa Neal in the building. Risa Neal is a no nonsense person, right? Yeah, man. Especially when it comes to these trolls, man. So but you gotta, like I said, man, you gotta always have an enforcer. You gotta have somebody with the what do you call that? The trolls respect, and you gotta have somebody say, hey, look, man, I see Reese's there, nothing to be playing with, right? Shout out to Reese, man. And you're lucky if you get a what do you call that? A warning shot. You know what I'm saying? You lucky, man. I seen it go both ways. I seen when Risa was feeling good. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, don't do this in the chat no more, right? I seen those days where Risa feeling real good, right? Real merciful. Then I seen some of them other days, right? Somebody's in the chat, yeah, whoop, poof, gone, right? And I always get that email. Hey, somebody, one of your mods chat me. One of your mods tied me out. Right? But I tell y'all, man, you ain't gonna win with Risa, man. You're just not gonna win, man. Just listen to that. If you get timed out, just try to figure out what you did wrong, and when you come back, man, have some sense, and then you'll be all right. Our brother Vagoda's in the building, man. Shout out to Vagoda, man, over there in Israel, man. Shout out to Vagoda, man. I'm glad to see you still, up and running around, man. That's good, man. I'm glad to hear that, man. I have to, y'all have to do something with Vagoda, man. I got to do another Saturday show with Vagoda, man, because I can understand, man. Vagoda has a lot of issues that he wants to talk about, and I respect that. It's just that I got so much going on right now, man. It's hard to have that show in the middle of the week, and then on top of that, on Saturdays, I got a lot of stuff going on. So I won't be here next Saturday because I'm going to be. I got to go to my father-in-law, so I got to check on my father-in-law. But then we may do something that following Saturday. Vagoda, but shout out to Vagoda, man. A Jewish brother out there in Israel, man. Keep yourself safe, man. Keep yourself safe. No matter what you guys think about the situation over there, this is a human being, man, and he, he's in the middle of it, whatever his position is. But the thing is, we'd rather him to be alive to discuss it than them throwing, projectiles at each other. So, man, shout out to Vagoda, man. Keep doing what you're doing, whatever's keeping you safe, brother. Who else in the building? OG Patrice is in the building, man. OG Patrice is in the building. Shout out to OG Patrice, man. She's the one to hit me up. Hey, Claire, we need to talk about this. And I said, man, she's right. She's right. Well, Patrice is always right. Most of the time, right? So Patrice, they hit me up and said, hey, man, we need to talk about this. I said, you're right. That is because I was thinking the same thing when I saw Patrice. But I'm glad you reminded me, man. It was a good way to end the year off. Who else is in the building, man? Our brother Von Bryan. He said, greetings, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Shout out to Von Bryan, man. I seen Von Bryan. Von Bryan be out in them streets, man. Not really, man. I mean, I think I see Von mostly at places like here or Bolo TV. Have I seen Von any other places? Well, I don't go to many other places, so no, I haven't seen Vaughn, but I don't know, man. You know what? Vaughn be out there catting, man. As my mama used to say, you out there catting? Vaughn be out there catting, right, sometimes. So you never know, man. You never know. Shout out to Von Bryan. Who else in the building, man? Our administrator, man, Sister Eddie. Excuse me, Brother Clarence. Excuse me. You talk about the new year, I might be up there. Who knows? I might be putting this casserole together, but I might dip in there. You never know. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you. Who else is in the building, man? Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody who wants to get checked in. I think that's everybody who wants to get checked in, man. Oh, man. Who else? Vaughn said, Brother Clarence, what's going on with StreamYard? What are all those subliminal flashes about? Are they trying to program us somehow? I don't know, brother. I don't know. I'm thinking the same thing. Like, what is all that flashing? What is all that happening? I don't think it's too many people streaming today, so I don't know if it would be a server issue. I don't know. There's another one, man. I don't know, right? They try to tell us. You know what it is, Vaughn? They try to... every man must report to the slave quarters. The lesbian heaven has been enacted. Lesbian heaven has now been enacted. Von Bryant, since you do not want the job of the keeper of fates, we are now mobilizing against the resistance. We're mobilizing against the resistance. I'm gonna be a snitch, man. Yeah, Vaughn, Bolo, Rico, Yep, they's all in the resistance, boss. Lord Queen, your magistrate, justice of the peace. Now, can I get my biscuits at the back door? I'm here at the back door knocking. I'm at the back door, lesbian heaven knocking. Yeah, I already told on Vaughn. I already told on Rico. I already told on Bolo. They with the resistance. They're over there at the resistance over there, right? planning their attack, right? I already told on them. Can I get my biscuits? Can I get my biscuits, Princella? I'm at the back door, right? I'm a good house Negro. What's going on? I don't know, man. There's another one. See, there's another one, man. See, it's you guys, man. They know you guys are with the resistance, and that's why they're over here messing with us, because they know you guys will get out of the resistance, Vaughn. Come with me, man. Come with me and come have a pleasured life, right? Have a pleasured life being a house Negro, man. Be a house Negro like me, man. I'm gonna be a house Negro. I'm gonna have everything good, man. Everything going with me, man. You know, there's gonna be some gratuity in that alpha male job, right? I can't sell it to Vaughn. I can't sell it to Bolo. I can't sell it to Rico, man. They want to be with the resistance. All right, I'm gonna let them go be resistance. But this kind of stuff is gonna happen, man. We're gonna get shadow banned, stuff like that. They're gonna start putting what do you call that? Subliminal messages on us, right? Go buy Princella's book, 41 Shades of Black Men, right? Or 48 Shades of Men, right? Go find it. 41 Shades of Men that I picked on my own, and I found out that I can't pick men, right? Shout out to my sister Don Frank. Shout out to you. Good to see you, Don. Glad to have you to be able to assist. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on, Vaughn. Something's happening, but we'll see. All right, that's everybody wants to be checked in right now. Okay, y'all, let's go to the story of the day, man. Holy smokes, man. You guys can thank Patrice for this story, man. Let's look, man. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay. Yeah, let's make that bigger, Clarence. Let's do this. Let's do this. This is another way to do this. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, let's look at this story here.
Mother of two is dead after being shot by her own brother on Christmas Eve. Abriel Baldwin was trying to break up an argument between her siblings when one of them pulled out a gun. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank reports on what has the sheriff furious and the changes he is now calling for.
Photos Abrielle Baldwin
Shout out to
posted
Black
to
Man.
social media show her filled with joy.
She's just a woman going about life, doing her thing with her 2 kids, trying to make a living, trying to make it.
On Christmas Eve, while at her grandmother's home on 22nd Avenue in Largo, she'd had enough of her brothers bickering. DeMarcus and Darcus began pulling guns on one another.
Abrielle told DeMarcus, quote, "You all need to leave that stuff alone. Why are you trying to start it? It's Christmas."
Okay. All right, y'all. Let me catch y'all up. So, this family with the single mom and the kids went over to the grandmother's house. They went to the grandmother's house because they're going to open presents and everything. You know how you do. You go over to your grandmama's house or your auntie or uncle or whatever, right? You go over to that patriarch or that matriarch's house, and you go over there and you're going to, everybody's going to exchange gifts. You're going to eat a big dinner. Everybody's going to talk and laugh. You're going to have that drunk uncle, that drunk cousin, whatever, right? Somebody's going to get into it a little bit, pushing and shoving. You know how black people do it. Don, you know how we do it, Don. We nice and ugly like that, right? Don say, white people do it too, Claire. I know they do, right? But you know how you do. You go over there and you do, you know what I'm saying? You go over there to try to exchange gifts and do whatever, right? So this is what they went to do, right? So the lady brought her daughter, the daughter's newborn baby, and her 2 sons, 15 and 14-year-old sons, over to the grandmother's house to open up. Don said, "Yeah, we do it." So she brought the 15 and the 15 and the 14-year-old as well over to open gifts at the grandmother's house. In the process of getting out of the car and going into the house, in that process, in that time period, the 14 and the 15-year-old sons start arguing over who got more gifts from the mother. I know it's crazy. It is as crazy as hell, right? So they start arguing over, well, you got more gifts than me. I got more gifts than you. You got more. So the 14-year-old is upset that the 15-year-old got more gifts, or either way around. Not sure which one was madder. They ended up pulling pistols on each other. They ended up pulling pistols on each other. And of course, we're gonna go from there. So I just want to catch you guys up and give you the short version.
They both had been fighting over Christmas presents, with the 15-year-old Darcus jealous that their mom had spent more on gifts for 14-year-old DeMarcus. After Abrielle stepped in, DeMarcus pulled a gun and fired, killing her and sending her son and his nephew, an 11-month-old, falling to the ground. Then Darcus pulled his own gun and shot DeMarcus, leaving him badly injured.
This proliferation of guns on the
Okay. So now the 15-year-old is mad that the 14-year-old got more guns. More gifts than the 15-year-old. The 15-year-old starts going in. They pull weapons on each other. The sister comes over. The sister of both of them, with her baby in her arms. Baby's in a what do you call it? A carry-all, but the baby's in her arms. She comes over to break them up. Hey, no. The 14-year-old pulls a weapon out and shoots the sister, killing her instantly. The other brother that was in the altercation, pulls his weapon on the 14-year-old, shoots the 14-year-old in the stomach. Crazy. So we're gonna talk about this, y'all. We're gonna talk about this. Let's watch the more of the footage.
The streets and guns in this area and guns in the hands of these kids. This is the worst I've ever seen it. I don't think we've ever seen it this bad.
The sheriff says the area around 22nd Avenue in Largo has been subject to extra patrols lately, with 13 gun-related incidents since September. He says his office has gotten reports of 17 guns stolen from unlocked cars. He suspects the guns used in this shooting were obtained that way.
And people can't leave their car doors unlocked and leave their guns in their cars. It's got to stop.
Further, the sheriff says both juveniles have been let off the hook too easily by the juvenile justice system, particularly DeMarcus, who has a history of violence against school staff and law enforcement. The sheriff is calling for tougher laws.
They are not getting the consequences that they should get that keep them from doing it again and again and again.
Abrielle was only 23, and now her kids, an 11-month-old and a 6-year-old, will have to grow up without her. Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
DeMarcus has been charged with first-degree murder for shooting his sister. He's in the hospital and expected to recover. Darkus is charged with attempted first-degree murder and is in a mental health treatment facility.
Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being that mother? 3 of your children gone in one day. Poof, poof, gone. Daughter, you never gonna talk to her again. You could probably talk to the boys, but the daughter's never gonna, you're never gonna talk to her again. Shout out to Mr. He Said, by the way. Glad to have you, brother. If you happen to get a chance to go over to see Mr. He Said, check out that Cerebro Saturday, man. Check him out. You know what I mean? But man, golly, man. So why? So here's the question, y'all. What is Christmas really about? What is Christmas really about? Man. Yeah, right. Ms. D says that they think they're living in a Power episode, right? But see, here's now, thank you, Mr. He Said, because I wanted to get to that. What because it's going to lead us into the new year and how we should think in the new year, how we should be thinking going into the new year, right? But it shows how wicked this world is so wicked that a 14-year-old boy thought it was okay to pull a gun on his sister, a loaded pistol on his sister, and then pull the trigger. This is absolutely makes no sense. So let's get into why. Why did he think that was okay? First of all, what was the issue? The issue was that he got mad that the other brother got mad at him and was berating him for getting more gifts from the mother. It wasn't him. He didn't give himself the gifts. The mother gave him the gifts. If anybody that the oldest brother should be mad at was the mother, not him, not the one that was given the gifts. But that's how wicked this world is. The world is wicked. And they don't go after the guilty party. They go after whoever they designate as the person. So remember the picnic. We don't care which Negro it is. We just picking one and we're going to go out here and hang him, right? So this is the type of thing that this world has put in here, man. This world is wicked. I keep saying it, man, but it's going past everybody's head. Not everybody, excuse me. It's going past a lot of people's heads. I keep saying this world is wicked. It is inherently wicked. It's inherently to teach you to avoid the ways of God, to be accepted. We talking about T.D. Jakes. You're talking about P. Diddy and all of these different social orders that you got to get into to get what you want to get out of life, what you think you want to get out of life, because you think that's life. Life is connecting with people. Life is moving people and helping people move from one state to the next state. That's life. What good is your life? What good is all this money? You guys ever hear these ex-pimps talking? That I had all these cars, I had all this, but I wasn't happy. Or you hear these actors, I had all this money, I had all this, but I wasn't happy. I had all this stuff, but I wasn't happy. Why? Because you think that stuff's going to give you happiness. Because what you're really looking for is the acceptance of a wicked world. And once that world accept you, they only accept you to the level of your wickedness that you are willing to apply into being accepted. Man, y'all, that one went right past y'all too, right? Y'all to get that one about 3 or 5, for maybe 4 or 5 years, right? Because he says there's a daddy's presence. I think that probably would have done a lot of, that would have helped out a lot. We can't say for sure, as he said, that would have stopped it, but man, I think that would have had a heavy significance on whether this would have happened or not. I think it would have played a big role in that. I agree with you on that one. But he said, wait, I thought it depends on, we all are different, but we all got to be equal on Christmas. I think Mr. He said, yeah, we all are different, you know what I'm saying? But everybody trying to see, when I mean by I say this world is wicked, I mean this dispensation, this culture that we live in, that we are in. We are in this culture, but we should not be of this culture. We in it. So when other people look at us from their vantage point, they're looking at us from goggles that this culture gave them. So when they see you, they're going to see and they're going to judge you based on this culture, the goggles that they're looking through. That's what I mean when I say the world is wicked. This culture is wicked. So they're not going to judge you based on you and your personality and your works and your spirit. They're not going to judge you on it. They're going to judge you by how much money you got, how big your car is, and how many women you got. That's what they're going to judge you on, right? Samuel said it himself. He said, hey, you're only a high value man if other men think you a high value man. That's what he said. Please don't talk about Kevin Samuels. Don't talk about our God that Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it, rest in peace, but he said that. A lot of these guys on his YouTube took it, man. They took it and ran with it. Oh, I gotta fit in with these dudes over here. But that's the same thing. That's this culture. This is wicked culture, right? If I want to be in Hollywood, I gotta be accepted. Right? Big time producer called me over to his house, right? We just did the thing with Christian Keys, right? Big time producer called me to his house, or he come over to my house. Hey, I want to show you something. Step into this room over here, right? But see, we don't have no strength because we don't have God in our lives, right? Because we got God in our lives, we say, hey, man, whatever you need to show me, you can show me out here in front of all these people. Right? I don't want you to show me nothing unless I request it. If I want to see something, then I'll let you know. But I don't want to see nothing right that you need to show me behind closed doors. Show me right out here in front of everybody. But the wicked don't want you to show. They don't want everybody to see, right? Because they got to keep up an appearance, right? Remember the Godfather? We got to keep up appearances, right? Or not Godfather, but Goodfellas. We got to keep up appearances. We evil as hell, but we got to look like we're not evil. That's what we got to do. That's what we need to do. See, we evil. We are evil people, but we got to look like we're not evil people so that the people don't panic. Because if they realize how evil we are, they could panic, come together, and come against us, right? Mr. Issa said, no, people are wicked. The world just spins. I beg to differ with you, brother. I beg to differ with you, Mr. He said. Matter of fact, I'll put the link out in a little while. You can come up here and discuss it if you want to, man. But I mean, I'm just saying, I feel like the world is full of evil people. And they're evil because this world indoctrinates them into evilness. We are evil. We do evil things because we've been indoctrinated to be evil, and it's okay to do evil stuff, right? It's okay. It's okay to hit your wife. It's okay to, leave your children, not pay your child support. It's okay. It's okay that if a woman starts screaming at you in a restaurant, you can just ball your fists up and sock her in the mouth. That is okay. She had it coming. Right? Or a little kid. He had it coming, right? There's no code of conduct for righteous people no more, man. Because if you be yourself righteous, this world will come and attack you. If you start saying, "Hey, look, I want to live a godly life," they'll attack you. You ain't no Christian, right? They go, first thing they're gonna do is try to find where you contradict yourself, or you try to where you cross the message is crossed by your behavior and your message cross and intersect. That's where they're gonna try to find you right there. See, look, Clarence, you said you was Muslim, but see, look at you did this. You did this. I thought you was trying to live a godly life. I am. Well, then how could you do something wrong? See, when you're a godly person, you don't do wrong stuff. You don't. You don't. That's the first time I'm hearing that, right? The difference between people trying to live a godly life and people that are not trying to live a godly life is the people that try to live a godly life, they know they're going to do mistakes. They know they're going to make mistakes. And they're looking for help to reduce those mistakes. They're trying to live in those mistakes, right? Whereas I think ungodly people accept that they're going to make mistakes, accept they do stuff like that, and they are willing to make a pathway where they can justify doing these things repeatedly, and that cause them to have problems, and then say, God is not with me because I'm not doing it, but God's not with you because you walked off the program, right? Jesus said the road to hell is full of people. It's full. And they party, like Mr. Parker said, they partying to the music all the way on their way to hell, man. They partying all the way down there, right? He said, but the road, he said that road is wide and full. He said, but the road to heaven is narrow and steep. And it ain't that many people there, right? It ain't that many people there. Not because ain't nobody perfect. It ain't no perfect people on that road. But it's people that understand that, hey, man, I need God to help me. I need God to help me. In a world like this, you need God to help you. Now, if the world wasn't wicked, you wouldn't need God, right? Because everybody would do what God said. It would just be the way things work, right? But that's not what we're living in. That's not the reality of what we're living in. And then on top of that, this world brings something in. When God introduced the man to the world, there was no competition. That you don't need competition. We don't need to compete with each other. In African villages, you don't need to compete. We working together. We all working together for our community to work. Right? We have to work together. There is no other option. You can't be a one-off and do whatever you want to do. No. You guys ever seen the movie? There's a movie out there called The Last Samurai. You ever seen that movie? You can't one up. We all got to, hey man, everybody got to learn how to use a sword. Everybody got to learn how to use a sword. We all got to, because guess what? Sooner or later, those ninjas are going to be lined up on that wall over there. And if it ain't the ninjas, it's going to be the Japanese Imperial Army. If it ain't the Japanese Imperial Army, it's going to be the American Army or the Russian Army or the Chinese Army. Some invader is going to be lined up over that hill. If we don't fight together, if we don't live together, love together, and fight together, what's going to happen? The black community right now, what you see in the black community, that is a perfect example of that situation where the community is like, hey, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna do my own thing. And the greater community around you of wickedness, I don't care what the person color is. If you're wicked, right? But the greater community around you, they got more resources. Because why? Because they are able to capitalize on the fact that those of us that's righteous, we not into getting all that stuff. Although that stuff means something in this world, we not looking to do that. in particular. If it come, it come. But that's not our main issue is to try to teach, try to give information, and let you decide for yourself, right? Don said, hey, they wait for good people to mess up so they can discredit you. Oh man, Don, they don't even wait for you to mess up, Don. They just go at you, man, because you talking so different. They just go at you, right? They said Jesus was a schemer. They said this dude is a schemer out here, man. Right? The dudes, the Jews in the temple, man, it was like, hey, we got this thing down to a science, baby. We got this thing. Sorry for going, but I got to tell it. We got this thing down to a science. We got this thing down to a science, baby. You come in the front door, you kick in, we get you that prayer, you out the back door. We got this thing down to a science. Here comes Jesus like, hey, no, hold on. You ain't got to pay to pray. You ain't got to pay to pray. You got to pay to get no, what? You know what I'm saying? The Jews and the Romans like, hey, Jesus, chill. We don't want to have to hurt nobody, but we got this thing down to a science. We got this thing as a business. A business. We got it down to a science, baby. See, when you think different, man, you're going to cause conflict. You're going to create conflict, man, when you think different. Right? Because regular people out in this world, they being conditioned to be werewolves. They're conditioned to be vampires. What you talking about, clans, vampires, and werewolves in the Frankenstein? What you talking about? See these young boys? They was werewolves, right? What's a werewolf? What's a werewolf? Werewolf is a human being that turns into an animal under certain conditions, right? Under certain types of conditions, now you dealing with a wild animal, right? So here come the young boys. They've been conditioned, right? They've been conditioned to be a werewolf. So now here's the condition that comes up, right? Usually it's the moon, it's a full moon, right? It's a full moon. That's usually a good mean, right? Full moon, right? Something coming your way. Yeah, but see, here's the condition. The young boy saw the moon, right? And he couldn't take it. Turned into a werewolf. The other brother saw the moon and turned into a werewolf too. Here come the poor innocent sister and her child to try to break up her blood biological brothers from an altercation, and she got shot dead by one of them. See, I'm going to teach on this a lot more, and that's situational awareness. Situational awareness. I'm going to tell y'all right now, man, I don't care how good y'all think y'all got a mouthpiece on you. When you see two people pulling weapons on each other, the only thing you do is call 911. You do not step into the middle of that situation. But Clarence is my brother. Clarence is my cousin. It's my husband. You don't know what your husband going to do when he got a weapon and he's seeing red because he's a vampire. He's a werewolf. He don't know. He's not himself. He's not himself. These kids wasn't they self, right? They've been nursed on drama. They've been raised on drama. They've been nursed on it. Whenever they see drama, they like I said, that's that moon coming up. That's that moon rising, and they just woo. They turn into these werewolves or these vampires, right? What's a vampire, Clay? So many people come to suck your blood. They suck your blood. They sucking my blood. Clarence, I don't have no marks on my neck. No, you don't have no marks on your neck. They suck the blood of your spirit blood. Right? They invite you to a P. Diddy party, right? Oh, come on, go with me to this P. Diddy party. We gonna have fun. They know all the while They're going to get you in one of these rooms, get you drunk, then get you high, and then get you in one of these rooms where they start violating you. And if you don't go along with the violation, they reject you. They're the gatekeepers. This is the world we living in. Why you think I'm always saying, hey man, you need to create a relationship with God? Because if you get caught up, you got something to pull yourself back up on. You see these people out here, man. They have nothing to put themselves back up on. They done went in the room with Will Smith. They done went in the room with Dwayne Martin. They done went in the room with P. Diddy. They went in the room with all of these people, man, Africa Bambaataa. They went into rooms with these people, man, and their manhood was taken from them. Let me rephrase that. Their manhood, they gave their manhood up for the taking. They was willing to do it because they thought that's what they had to do to walk into the promised land, the heaven that they thought they was going to walk into. But they don't get nothing, even though they get all the riches, right? Judas gave up Jesus for 13 pieces of silver. That was a lot of money, man. That was balling back then. That was balling. Judas was balling. What happened? He ended up unaliving himself, right? Because he couldn't look at himself, man. He couldn't look at himself and spend the money and enjoy it because he knew that he had done something that he shouldn't have done. Even though that was part of the plan, he didn't want to be that person that played that part. When it ultimately come down to it, and he knew he could never reconcile that in his brain, man. So he unalived himself. 30 pieces of, thank you, Vaughn, sorry. 30 pieces of silver. Vaughn, that was balling back then. That was balling. That's balling. But see, I'm trying to tell y'all, see, you get all this stuff and you think, man, I got all this stuff. I got all these things. And you hear these people, man, these people that have been so wealthy and rich and all of that, and you say, and you listen to them and they say, I had all that. I had all that stuff. But I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy. Why you ain't happy? Now, here's the question. If you got all that, why ain't you happy? Why ain't you happy? If you got millions of dollars in the bank, right? If you got big cars, right? If you got the respect of other people, right? Why ain't you happy? Because sometimes what you had to do to get it, but sometimes what you had to do to get it, and you have to give away all your virtue, all your honor, all your self-respect. When you have to give all that away, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. You know what, brothers and sisters? I'd rather look myself in the mirror every day. Because I've been there. I've been at a point where I was so vile of a person, man. You know, nothing with kids or nothing like that. But I mean, just living my life real raggedy, man. And I was like, I turned around, man. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror, man. I ain't looking at myself in the mirror for a couple of years, man. I turned around, I was like, who's that old guy? But I said to myself, I can't live like this anymore. I can't. So I started on the road of changing my life. I'm still on that road. But I had to change my life. I had to change. I had to say, hey, look, man, I can't accept this world's value system. I can't accept this culture's value system. I can't accept that. Even though I got family members that accepted that, right? I had to say, but I'm not. Because now, if I see, here's the thing where it's going to be a problem for us. Because I had to, until I got everybody understanding who I was and better in my transition, I had to say to myself, I had to understand, this is going to create conflict. the easiest way to not have conflict with your family members and your wife and your children and all that, the easiest way to not have conflict with them is to accept the value systems that they have been indoctrinated with, right? That's the easiest way. Your friends, you're not gonna have conflict with them. But see, when you start saying, hey, look, man, that ain't right. This ain't right. This ain't right. This should be in order. That should be in order. When you start doing stuff like that, man, it's going to create conflict. Don said, yes, it's hard to do. You lose family and friends on the path. Yeah, you are. Boyfriends, girlfriends, you're going to lose. It's going to create, remember I was talking about earlier, the separation. It's going to create a separation. That's why I'm telling y'all about God, man, because I'm telling you what I know. When you start having these issues, man, you're going to find yourself by yourself a lot, right? You're going to find yourself by yourself because other people don't want to be around you. Other people that embrace this world's value system are not going to want to be around you, man. They're going to say, we kicking this person, they down, we kicking them. You should come over here and kick them too. They're going to find you strange because you don't want to come over and kick somebody that's already down, right? We got to be, see, here's the thing, man. 2024 is the year of separation, in my opinion. It's the year of separation. It's when, this is the year when, okay, we're a couple of years out of the pandemic, right? And now we got to start making choices. We got to make some hard choices of where we're going to go with our lives, right? We can't sit around blaming the pandemic no more. We're 2 or 3 years out of it. Now it's time to do something with ourselves. It's time to move forward. But we can't move forward with the same old, what do you call that? The same old value system. We're not gonna make it. Quantum, shout out to Quantum. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Quantum said, this is why celebration of things is forbidden. Maybe so, Quantum. It's true that they celebrated this stuff and they put so much emphasis into the stuff. Let's do a mind check out here, y'all. They put so much emphasis into the stuff that one person felt less than. Remember Cain and Abel? One person felt less than because the other person received more than the other brother, right? Remember the story of Cain and Abel, right? Abel put this beautiful acknowledgement of God out there. Beautiful acknowledgement. Cain had the same opportunity, but he got mad because God liked Abel's better than he liked Cain's, right? So who should he have really been mad at? He really should have been mad at God, but he knew he shouldn't. He can't go there, right? He can't go there. That ain't the person you want to get mad at, right? Start popping off at. So he popped off at his brother. He said, I'm jealous at you because you made a better sacrifice than me. If you had made one just as sorry as mine, then we would be in the same. If you love me, this is how, I'm gonna tell y'all how crazy these people get. Cain said, if you love me, you would make sure your sacrifice was just as sorry as mine. That way you wouldn't be held to a higher standard. So people like that will say, you a kiss ass. You a kiss ass. Because you doing the best job you can. See, I'm out here, I ain't doing the best job I can. How many of you ever heard that, right? You a brown noser, right? I'm just doing my job. I'm supposed to do a good job, right? But a lot of people out here, man, because of this world, the world think about you. They say, hey, you ain't supposed to be, thank you, Vaughn. You ain't supposed to be doing a good job. You're supposed to be like me. Barely enough to not get fired, right? That's it. I'm my own man. Yeah, but I see you coming up in here every morning too, just like me, right? If you was your own man, you wouldn't be coming up in here, right? But our value system is off. Our value systems are off. So what should we value? We should value life over everything. Life should be valued, right? But in this world, life is not valued more. Its image is valued more. Vanity is valued more. Our vanity, I'm more concerned about what I look like to you than what I actually am. Let me say that one again. I'm more concerned about the image that you are looking at and that I'm presenting to you than the reality that's behind the image. We got a saying out here in LA, fake it till you make it. Fake it till you make it, right? What does that mean? What does fake it till you make it mean? That means I'm going to make you think that I'm more successful, more of a better person or whatever than I actually am until I can get the money to substantiate some of those claims, right? I'm going to make you think I'm rolling, I'm balling, right? Actuality, I'm living in my mama's house, right? I got a room in the basement of my mama's house, right? And there ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Some people, see, I don't want you to say, oh, Clarence, what's wrong with living in your mama's house? I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with living in your mama's house. I'm not. Because guess what? People have to start their life over, right? Some people go through a real bad divorce. You find yourself back in your mama's house, right? 30 years old, 33, 35, whatever, right? You find yourself back in your mama's house. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when a person out there trying to perpetrate like they something they not. And then I'm saying, okay, when I get the money, then I'll substantiate that stuff. Who cares? Man, let me tell y'all something, man. Y'all would, if you wasn't in my inner circle, you wouldn't know. If I got $10 billion right now, you would never know. Because I'm not about the money like that. I understand, but don't get me wrong. I'm not no Gump. I understand that we need money to survive in this culture. I get it. I know that. So I'm gonna get money the best way I can without having to step over my religion. I'm gonna get it the best way I can, right? But we all know that we need money. Okay, so that's cool. But I'm not talking about people, but I'm talking about the people that try to perpetrate. But this whole world is out here this many people in this world, in this culture, especially in America, they're trying to perpetrate. They want you to think something about them. They're more concerned with what you think about them than what they actually are. That's where, bro, see, I go to the left. That's where I break off from the crowd, the herd. I break to the left. Not to say that I'm some big and bad person. I'm just different. I couldn't care less what another person thought about me that hasn't been through my experience. I couldn't care less. Oh, Clarence, you won't show us your wife. You won't show us. I'm not going to show you nothing. Unless my wife demand to me, if she say to me, hey, I want to come on camera, but my wife is not a camera person. She don't want to come on camera. But there's people out here, oh, man, you got to show us your wife. You got to show us your bank account. You got to show us your car. You got to show bullshit. That's bullshit. What you mean, Clarence? What you mean? You should be able to show. I said, please. I say please to those people. You'll go get on a goddamn airplane, a 20-ton airplane. Never met the pilot. Never asked him, hey, let me see your log hours. Let me see, how experienced are you? You don't have to go up here and have a 20-minute conversation with that pilot, interview him. You just get on the plane like the rest of them knuckleheads. The rest of us stupid people that just get on that airplane. We don't know nothing about this man. This man could be out there diddling kids. We don't have no idea. Just get on the plane and go, right? But you're going to ask me? You got a more intimate situation with him. Same thing with a doctor. You get out there, doctor going to operate on you, right? This man's going to operate on you. Don't interview, hey, let me see your degrees. Let me see how many operations have you had that's been successful? What is the insurance company rate? How do they rate you as far as having to kick in on malpractice or whatever, right? You don't interview this man. Man come in and tell you, hey, look, before the procedure, right? He come in and tell you, hey, look, this is what I'm going to do, Quantum. I'm going to put you out. We're gonna put you out. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna get what I need to get, and I'm gonna get out of there. Any questions? You're like, what? What? Right? You don't know what to ask this man, right? So you say, no. Should be saying is, what are my chances of coming back out of this room, right? That's the first question we should be asking. What are my chances of me coming out of this room alive, right? But, you know, they say there's a small chance something may happen, but that's really, really small, right? If you ain't gonna ask this man who gonna have his hands inside of you, don't come to me. You'll put your penis inside of a woman that you would never eat. You don't even know if this sister is HIV positive or negative. But you want to see my wife? Negro, please, get out of here. Carl says she is submissive. I don't ask questions. I don't know if I believe that. I'm looking at you with my good eye, Quantum. I don't know. I don't know if I believe you're submissive. I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking at you with my good eye, like my grandma used to say. Like I'm looking at you with my good eye, right? Don't let nobody check. Don't let nobody push up on y'all. Don't let nobody push up on you. Oh, you got to show me this. You got to show me that. You go down here to the supermarket and buy meat from and vegetables. You don't know how they make them. You don't know what these people out here in these farmlands, man, they out here peeing right there in where they working, defecating right there where they working. Still pulling those things up because they got a quota to meet, right? Come on, y'all, talk to me. Come on, talk to me. So how can you push up on me? I'm not gonna let you do it. I don't let you do it, man. It's like I don't let nobody that say I don't follow no religion, but I'm gonna judge you by your, and you can't judge me on nothing. You don't know what it's like to follow a religion then. If you don't do it, you don't know what it's like to sacrifice. You don't know what it's like to go through. You don't know what it's like to stay on that path. You don't know what it's like to have the conflict of your desires and your word and try to calibrate all of that together to make sure you don't step off of your square. You don't know what that fight is like. That's a daily fight. Sometimes for some of us, man, and some of our brothers and sisters out here in the street right now, man, it's an hourly fight. It's a minute by minute fight for them. Brothers and sisters in the street right now, they've been thrown out of their home. They've been kicked out of their wife leaving them, their husband left them. They're just out there on the street. They don't know what to do. Right? That's why I say God, man. Because see, when you get in a situation like that, and any one of us can get in that situation. Some people be out here like, oh, well, I got a wife, I got a car, I got a house, I ain't never gonna be in this. You don't know what's gonna happen to you. You don't know what's gonna happen to you. You can be driving down the street and a bus hit you and you are quadriplegic, man. You don't know what could happen to you. Who knows who's gonna stick with you? Right? Your wife with you now? Yeah, you bringing in all this money, but who knows? She got to wipe your behind every day, every 2 or 3 times a day, and then push you around in a wheelchair. Who knows? Will she still stay with you? I know who will stay with you no matter what condition you end up in. That's why I'm always preaching that person. And that person will pour into your spouse, pour into the people around you. Right? See, 2024 is the day of separation, y'all. It's the year of separation. It's when we're going to have to decide if we want to move forward, it's a sacrifice. You got to make a sacrifice at the altar. A sacrifice at the altar. Quantum said, I'll stay when we hiring some help. I can deal with that. I can work with that, Quantum. I can work with that. I definitely can work with that. It's the people that say, hey, look, I'm going to hire some help, and then you on your own, I'm going to go, and they don't make sure to help do you right. That's the problem, right? Or they put you in that home. Man, I'm telling y'all, man, never put somebody in a home, man. Never said anybody who you say you love, never put them in one of them homes, man. I remember my grandmother was in one of them homes, man. It was terrible. It was horrible. She was in what do they call those facilities where they take care of people that have, I don't know if it's hospice or whatever, but it was terrible. It was terrible. Terrible. I'm just having flashbacks right now just thinking about that, man. It was a horrible situation. Don't put nobody in no home if you can help it. If you can help it. But Clay, this person needs 24-hour care. Okay. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I can't tell you to not do it if that's your only option. But I'm saying, is there any other way to not do it? I wouldn't do it. I would just not do it. But let's get back to what Christmas is really about. What is Christmas really supposed to be about? Giving gifts, right? Right? That's what Christmas is about. Giving gifts. Getting you one of these trees, putting it in your house, putting the whole bunch of crazy lights around it, right? That's what Christmas is. Putting all them crazy lights on your on front of your house, right? You hit that switch, your bill jumps from $200 a month to $600 a month, right? It's November and January, right? November and December and January. Because you got all them crazy lights out in front of the house, right? You got the reindeer and the Santa Claus and the baby Jesus and all of that, right? That's what Christmas is about, right? Or is it? Or is it? Or is it? What Christmas really should be about is teaching us that there's going to be a sacrifice for if you want to change, if you want to do something different, right? If you want to do something different, there's going to be a sacrifice. Christmas tells us about a man who has made the ultimate sacrifice, right? There is no greater sacrifice than laying down your life for other people so they can have theirs. That is the ultimate sacrifice. That's the ultimate sacrifice, right? I know I told you guys this story about the man who was out on the boat with his two sons, man. They fishing, they in the ocean, man. They fishing, everything is cool, right? The sons decide they're gonna swim out, they're gonna go out into the ocean and swim around out there in the ocean, right? The sons go out into the ocean, right? The father is sitting on the deck and he sees shark fins coming. The kids are out in the water playing, they can't hear, they can't see. The man starts hollering to them, hey, come back to the boat. Come back to the boat. He's saying, shark, 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 come back to the boat. But the sons are playing, they can't hear. Shark's getting closer, shark's getting closer, shark's getting closer. What did the man do? Man slid his wrist, jumped into the water. So instead of getting his sons, the sharks went and got him. See, there's going to be a sacrifice, y'all. There's going to be sacrifice. But see, this world teach you, hey, man, you don't sacrifice. You make somebody else sacrifice. Let them sacrifice, not you, right? Vaughn said, we often forget the reason for the season. Yeah, man. You can have things. You can get good things. You're going to have to sacrifice. There's going to be a sacrifice there, right? We got to look at ourselves. And then so when you sacrifice, you can't just sacrifice faulty. Because Cain did a faulty sacrifice, right? And instead of getting mad at himself saying, man, what should have happened with Cain should have looked at the situation. Shout out to the Great Pill, by the way. Shout out to the Great Pill. Hey, man, me and Rico go accept that L that you keep saying we took, man. We gonna accept that L, man. You said we took a L. We gonna accept that L. Even though the poll said something different, even though the chat said something different, even though the other people came on the panel said something different, we're going to take that L, Great Pill. If you guys haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill podcast, go on over and check that brother out, man. Good brother, man. Go check him out. Him and Marcus, by the way. Shout out to those brothers, man. So, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, we were talking about sacrifice, man. Cain didn't want to sacrifice. So what Cain should have done is said, hey, when he saw Abel sacrificing the love Abel was getting, he should have said, oh, okay, this ain't no competition. See, I ain't competing with nobody. But see, he thought, I'm competing with this dude. So he said, the best way to not compete with him is not to just to, in my mind, say, okay, I'm just going to do my thing here. And God can appreciate what he did, and God then can appreciate what I did. But Cain was stuck on the competition, and he said, I got to remove my competition because I don't want him to get the praise. This is how crazy we get, man. He said, man, listen, I'd rather him be dead and not get that praise, and I won't have to hurt because of the jealousy of it, than for me to allow him to get the praise and me to work harder for me to show God that I appreciate him more, and he can appreciate me in my way. He can appreciate Abel in his way. He can appreciate my father in his way. He can appreciate my mother in her way. Everybody got their own lane because God is supreme enough. Everybody has their own lane with him. Shout out to the Great Pill. So everybody has their own lane, right? But Cain didn't see it that way. That's unfortunately what's going on now in this society. Is we think we have to compete with each other, right? Oh, you got more women than me, so I got to compete with you, and I got to go out here and sell these drugs so I can get more money, so I can get more women than you. Oh, you got more clothes than me, so I got to sell these drugs. I got to do whatever I got to do to get more money than you so that I can go out here and show people. And so, because I want people to think that I got more money than it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. When you see the real people, the real OG people, they don't make no noise. They don't be out here. I got to drive a Maserati everywhere. Well, look what happened to Frank Lewis. Frank Lewis had $1 billion business going, and he decided that he was going to go to was it the Ali fight? It was an Ali fight. He goes to an Ali fight in a mink coat and jewelry all over the place. I mean, he basically put a target on himself. He could have just went low key, sat in the back, whatever, watched the fight, and went to the house. Cool. Nope. Here I am, federal government. I'm Frank Lucas. That was the first day of his end. He ran around blaming everybody else, but it was really him. He's the one that wore the mink coat out there to the fight. Drove, I don't know what he was driving, a Bentley or whatever. He's the one that did all that. The Fed said, who is that dude? Who is this dude? We need to keep an eye on this cat. It may have been Reese, it may have been his wife's idea, but he did it. Right? This is what I'm talking about, where you got to have a different value system than the other people, right? Her value system was, baby, come on, let's go out there, let's stun them tonight, man. Let's give them all a heart attack. Let's go out there, man, in our mink coats and our rings, our jewelry and everything. Let's go out there. We gonna make them sick tonight, right? I know, Sister Enya, I know. Blame Vaughn for that. Vaughn is with the resistance of lesbian heaven, and that is why my screen is going off, glitching. Vaughn, Rico, and Bolo, they are all with the resistance force of the lesbian heaven, and that's why because my screen is glitching, because that's Princella trying to break into this teaching here. Because she's trying to help me. I'm trying to be a good house Negro in lesbian heaven and get my biscuits at the back door. But Vaughn and Rico and Bolo are with the resistance teams, and they out here trying to they all hail the queen. I know, Quantum. I'm trying to sell it, man, but they don't want to buy it. They don't want to get with the program, Quantum. I'm trying to get them to get with the program. They don't want to get with the program. They with the resistance, man. They just, no. I have to see. This is why I have to be a snitch, Quantum. I have to snitch on them. I have to go to the high priestess and say, "Hey, high queen, I know you know about Vaughn, right? I know you know about Rico. I know, but do you know about Bolo, right? Or do you know about Vaughn?" We lost another one. Vaughn went over to the resistance. Risa said, hey, and the brother was flash as well. That was a team screw up all around. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Risa. I mean, he put a, but see, it all revolves around if he felt okay, if he felt secure in his own mind by himself, he wouldn't have needed to do all that. That's where I'm going. If he felt secure enough in his own self, he wouldn't have never had to do that. But he felt like he had to do that because he didn't feel secure in himself. He didn't feel like he was anything unless he had all these other things around him. Likewise with these two boys. They were like Cain and Abel, man. They felt like, hey, this one boy felt like the other brother's getting more, and the other brother feels like the other brother's getting more, and it finally came to a head. Why? Because these young brothers don't have God in their life. Risa said, bro, see, Ebola is not here to defend himself or Pretty Rico. I know. They have to just deal with it, Risa. They had to just deal with it. They had to see it on the replay and they had to deal with it. But they don't even have to be here. I already know. One thing I know all three of these people are with the resistance. Vaughn, Rico, and Bolo, they're all with the resistance, and we have to stomp them out. That's it. Lesbian heaven must survive, right? Shout out to Marcus, by the way. But listen, y'all, listen. 2024 is going to open up a lot of opportunities, right? Marcus said, shout out to the advisors. Shout out to you, Marcus. All right, so 2024 is going to be a lot of opportunities out here, a lot of opportunities, a lot of financial opportunities, a lot of friendships opportunities, a lot of opportunities to reestablish relationship with maybe family members or friends or people from. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to make new friends, right? People are getting out, they're branching out. So it's going to be a lot of opportunities out here in 2024, right? Especially out here, if you live in Los Angeles, man, it's a lot of opportunities going to be out here. Quantum said a lot of boyfriend ops. Yeah, exactly. That's my point, Quantum. It's going to be, you're going to have a lot of people as we get farther and farther away from the pandemic, it's going to be more people going out and going out and doing things, right? Yes, people gonna always order online and do stuff like that, but people gonna be out doing things because they just want to get out and get some sunlight, right? And get out and be around, be out in the world, man. So it's gonna be a lot of opportunities. You're gonna meet a lot of different people, right? But the question is, you got to be able to deal with them and recognize whether they're healthy for you to be among or not. Everybody's going to present themselves in the beginning like they are the best thing since sliced bread, right? Just hang around, Quantum. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Everybody's going to present themselves when they first meet you as they're the best thing since sliced bread, right? I don't make no mistakes. I'm Bro C. I'm perfect. Let me tell you, man, I don't do anything. I don't fart. I don't do nothing. Right? Wrong. Right? Wrong. We all got stuff to work on. We all have stuff to work on, y'all. Don't let nobody say, hey, Quantum, I'm gonna expose what's in your closet. Quantum says she don't fart. Yeah, right, Quantum. I don't expose. I'm gonna expose you, Quantum. I'm gonna go in your closet. Man, who ain't got a closet out here? We all got a closet. We all got skeletons in them closets. There ain't nobody out here walking around that don't have a closet. The queen is mad, y'all. The queen is mad. Maybe, you know what, now, maybe I need to kick Vaughn up. Maybe if I kick Vaughn off, then maybe, right? Maybe the queen will stop attacking my transmission, right? You got to kick everybody that's with the resistance up out of here, right? Quantum said, if you go in my closet, you might not come out, right? Quantum, I'm telling you, man, if you want to dig up some dirt on Brother Clarence, man, you don't need a shovel, you need a spoon. You can use a spoon, man. Clarence done some other stupid stuff, man. But hey, luckily, and you know, for me, some people came to me, man, to try to show me that I didn't have to live like that anymore. I didn't have to live looking over my shoulder. I didn't have to do that, right? So then he said, I have a walk-in closet. We all do. We all do. That's the point. Whose closet is messier than the other one? Whose closet has more skeletons than the other person? That's why when these people say, hey, man, I'm going to expose you, I'm going to go in on you, I'm going to do this, man, hey, have at it. We all got a closet. There ain't none of us that don't have a closet, right? We all got things that we feel subconscious. We don't want other people to know about us. Even though it's nothing, right? It's nothing. But I mean, when you look at the total package of the person, that's just something that happened at that point, this position in time. That's not the whole person, right? We all have that. We all have that in common. So who can start throwing flames at the other person? Who can start throwing skeleton bones at the other person? We all got skeleton bones in those closets. But that's not what we're here to focus on. We're here to focus on the best part. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us, he said, when you meet somebody, focus on the best part of them. He said, he said, land on the best part of them and stick with the best part of them. Why? Because you can water that seed and make it grow. Pretty soon that person will say, hey, this is the way Brother Clarence see me, I'm going to just stay this way. I respect him. He's, you know what I'm saying? He think about that way, or this way, and he sees me this way. I'm going to stay that way. And we encourage each other to be better people. Vaughn, I don't know, man. Vaughn, I keep getting these glitches, man. Vaughn, I don't know, man. I might have to report your location. Vaughn. I don't know. I might have to go over to lesbian heaven. Yeah, Vaughn is at longitude 32.8 by latitude 67.1. I might have to put the location, Bob. I don't know, man, because I'm having all these glitches, man. Oh, great queen. We will acknowledge the resistors. We will acknowledge the resistors and report them to the local duty station. Family, these two boys almost killed each other. Quanta. These two little boys almost killed each other. Clarence, you can't call them little boys, grown men. No, they weren't grown men. They wasn't grown men bodies, but they was just little kids. They was basically little kids, man. Just like Cain. Cain was just a little kid, man. He was in a grown-up body, but he was a little kid, man. He had the understanding of a little kid, and that drove him to do what he did, right? He was easily misled. And he didn't have to be. Yeah, God right there, right? But instead of pursuing that understanding, he pursued his feelings. That's another thing we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get control of our emotions, family. We have to get control of our emotions. We can't just go bananas just because somebody said something or did something we didn't like. We can't do that. Or they make a video we don't like, or they have a position that we don't like. Okay, they have a position you don't like. It's no big deal. I don't agree with Priscilla on almost everything. I don't really agree with her on anything. The only thing except the common sense that she says, but what I can agree on is that, hey, man, we need a protection zone for people that keep getting, putting themselves in harm's way. Yeah, let's do that. That makes sense to me. Anyway, I know y'all don't want to hear me running my mouth all the time, especially with we got the lovely Patrice in the building. Patrice, are you there?
I am, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, girl, sound like you at the laundromat. Are you at home? What's going on, girl?
I'm not. I'm kind of out and about. I just go ahead and do what you got to do and talk a little bit more, and I'll come back in. Just keep me up, though.
Okay. All right. So anyway,
All right.
all right.
Okay.
Now this girl here, man, She the one that told me to do this show. So I kind of thought she'd be up here to talk about it. But that's okay. She's going to talk about it later. But anyway, so let me finish up what I was saying. So anyway, 2024, y'all, I want us to focus. My family, you my family. You my extended family, y'all my family, right? I want us to focus on how we can make 2024 better. I want us to make 2024 better. We want to have it a better situation for all of us, right? How we gonna do that? We got to put away the old man, right? Right? What is meant by the resurrection? What is meant by the resurrection? Huh? You say, oh man, you've been resurrected. How could Lazarus be dead and then be alive again? How is that? Right? The people, Jesus said you have to be resurrected. You have to be born again. Born again. Born again. When you are born, that means you come out of your mother's womb. You come into a world, right? You come into a new world, a new way of thinking, a new behaviors, new everything. Everything is all new. So you born again. Now you have to do everything again, new. Everything has to be new again. But they say, teacher, you say born again, I'm paraphrasing. You want to get the actual way this goes, go to Bolo TV and they will break it down to you. This is what Clarence said. Well, this is what they meant. All right, so they asked Jesus, they said, hey, how can a man be born again unless he's come through his mother's womb a second time, right? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. And in a person that thinks about just results, then that's how they would consider that. But you have to think outside of the way this world works, and you have to understand that when he's saying born again, he's not saying you're going to pass through your mother's womb a second time. What you're going to do is you're going to come into this world with a whole new understanding all over again. When you came out of your mother's womb, you had an understanding, right? You came out of your mother's womb. You didn't know what was going on. You had to learn how to do everything. You had to get an understanding that kept on going and going and going. Well, it's the same thing when you're born again. You've been resurrected. You've been brought into this world again to do it again, but with a better understanding of how to move through this world. Right? Oh, hold on, y'all. Dun, 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 dun. Ain't that how it played for the Imperial on the the Empire on the Star Wars? Dun, 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 dun.
What is going on, Brother Clarence? What's up?
My brother.
Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, man. You know
Yes,
what, bro?
sir.
I love you. I love you, brother. But I got to report. I got to report your activities, man.
Yeah, I know. But listen, what's going on with the server, man? Looks like there's a glitch going on.
I don't.
And guess what? I have a strange feeling that it has something to do with your partner, Prince Ella. Now watch it. Listen, Brother Clarence. Now wait. I was watching, right, and so I kept noticing these glitches, and but because I have such keen eyesight, I saw it glitch one time, and I was able to catch it. It said submit. It said submit. So I was like, wow, God, what are you saying, right? So now I kept watching again, and it glitched again, but because of my keen eyesight. It said conform. I said, Lord, what's going on? What's going on? Something has gotten into the server, man, and messed it all up.
All males report to the what do they call those things? All males report to the conditioning camps where you will be conditioned into the lesbian heaven lifestyle.
But wait a minute, Brother Clarence, this last one though. It was very disturbing because, it glitched again. And then it, because of my keen eyesight again, I saw it say obey. I said, oh my God, I got to get up here now. I got to get up here. This devil is busy.
Shout out to Priscilla. Hey, I'm not Priscilla. I'm not with the resistance. Vaughn is with the resistance, right? I'm not. All right, Vaughn, Rico, they're with the resistance. I'm not. I'm being a good house Negro, man. I want my biscuits at the back of the back of the door. Lesbian heaven. I'm trying to get mine, man.
Man.
Hey, Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about a 14-year-old young man that shot his sister because she was trying to break up a fight between him and his brother over who got the more Christmas gifts?
Man, that has got to be the most horrific thing that I've heard so far.
Yeah.
I mean, just totally ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
You know, and it just shows you, man, our priorities. Where are they? You know, what are these young people being taught? You know, and then we have the whole issue of, you know, lack of the father possibly in the home. You know, perhaps that could have made a difference, you know, somehow. But man, it's crazy what's going on, man. You know, when you think that you've seen it all, something else comes along and you're just like, wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's just, you can't, you know, just like you said, just when you think, man, nothing can go lower than this.
Yeah.
Something go even lower, man. And I think that I see the relationship between these two brothers and Cain and Abel.
Yeah, that was a good analogy that you put out
there. And I see that, you know, even though they were both they weren't nice guys. These guys weren't nice guys, right? These guys was going out toting guns, breaking into cars. That's how they got the guns they had, by the way. Breaking into you know, well, not breaking into cars. They said that they would get these guns out of open cars. They would just go around seeing the cars are open, right? You know how you guys got that crazy looking dude that's walking down the street and he's like he's like pulling on car doors just to see if they're open, right?
Oh yeah, we got that. We got that around here.
Yeah. So, you know, right. So they were doing stuff like that, man, stealing and robbing people and stuff like that. But I mean, can you imagine that girl that went there and broke up the fight between her brothers? These are her brothers. It's not somebody she don't know. These are her brothers. She's carrying her baby. And the young man shot and unalived her.
Man.
That is crazy. That's crazy. All over some Christmas gifts. All over, you know, some Christmas.
That's so selfish. You know what I'm saying? What a selfish act. And then to do it for that purpose too. That's just ridiculous, man. You know, it just goes to show you where we're going as a people, as a society.
Yes.
You know, I mean, and it gets worse and worse each year with each generation.
Yeah.
We see it getting worse, you know, man.
So, I mean, here's the thing, brother. In 2024, there's going to be a lot of opportunities out here, man. Like it's going to be on and cracking for the first time in a long time. And especially those of us that live in a closer to California. Why? Because the Olympics are going to be in 2028, right? So now people are going to start looking to invest in property and doing different things around where the Olympics are going to be, right? It's going to be a lot going on for those who got their eyes open, right? But the problem is not you, right? You and me, we want to do right, right? We want to have business, do different things, right? But the problem is our family members, right? Abel wanted to do right. He wasn't even thinking about Cain, right? But Cain was the one that said, I can't get to God, so I'm going to get to you, right? Because if you loved me, you would have just as sorry you wouldn't outshine me. You outshining me. And Abel was like, hey, I'm not trying to outshine. I'm just doing what's in my heart. This is what's in my heart. I can express it with this sacrifice that I'm making here. Abel said, nah, man. Cain said, nah, man. You just trying to make me look bad. You just trying to make me look bad. Some of our people, man, even some of our family members might say that to us, right? We living in a crazy situation and we say, you know what? This is enough. Enough is enough, man. I can't live like this anymore. I'm going to clean my situation up. The other people around you will say, hey, what you doing? What you doing, Vaughn? I thought we was brothers, man. Come on here, man. We used to go to the strip clubs, man. Come on, let's go back to the strip clubs. Right? You say, no, man, listen, I did that. That was at that point in time. But like Paul said, man, hey, I understand as a man now. I understand as a man. I got other responsibilities, man. I can't do both. And I'm definitely not going to not do my responsibility to my family. So I have to do this. I have to change. And what happens? Slowly, those people start fading away, right? Which is probably a good thing, right? They start fading away. Oh, Vaughn, man. Vaughn ain't no fun no more, man. You know, he don't want to do this. We don't want to do that, right?
Wow.
Vaughn, man, what happened to that gun, Vaughn, and you with the money that could fly all around? Come on, Vaughn, go get that gun. We can go. Right? But we got to, family, this is the year of separation that's coming. And I feel like the way we're going to have to survive is we're going to have to hold on to God's hand tight. And we're going to have to choose our friends wisely.
Oh, definitely.
And our lovers even wiser.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We're going to have to choose our friends very, very wisely and our lovers even wiser. Because lovers can bring energy into your world that you wasn't expecting, right? Friends, you kind of know, you kind of see how they are and everything. But a lover, man, can a romantic relationship can develop in today's world just like that, man. Overnight, bam. Right? You go out with a few friends, you meet somebody, and then next thing you know, you at home pumping and sweating in the shed, right? That can happen. It's possible out here, right? People are doing that, unfortunately. Why? Why are we doing these things? Because we don't understand God. We don't know God. We don't understand God's way. God's way wants us to be happy, but at the same time, we want us to do things in the right way. Right? The devil just wants you to think you happy. He wants you to think you're happy. You know what real happiness is? Hey, everybody, the whole world should be listening to this. I'm going to tell you right now, what the real happiness is peace. 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 Shout out to the man, the master, the diehard jiu-jitsu champion, the YouTube jiu-jitsu champion, Brother Dale Long, man. You know, I ain't never seen nobody climb out of so many different situations, dust themselves off, and just keep on walking. Shout out to the young man, man. If you haven't already subscribed to the Everyday Everything podcast, Everything Everyday podcast by Dale Long, go on over there, check him out, man. Are you going to like it? I don't know. Give him a chance, right? Give him a chance. Check him out, man. Check out, shout out to Dale Long, though, man. Be careful out there, young man, in those streets. And as always, my door is always open, young man. Whenever you want to use that key on the mat, my door is always open, brother. All right.
You know what, Brother Clarence? You know, it is interesting, the question that you have posted, you know, what is Christmas really about? You know,
what is it about?
Yeah, you know, a lot of us have commercialized it. It has been very commercialized. You know what I'm saying? It's all about materialistic things, and you know, people are losing sight of the reason for the season. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's just a holiday in which we celebrate, you know, and we get together and we can reminisce on different scriptures concerning the birth of Christ, being grateful for his birth and what it meant, him coming into this world. You know what I'm saying? And we exchange gifts. You know what I mean? Some people say, well, now that's the pagan part of it now. Well, we exchange gifts. They even did that at Jesus's birth. You see what I'm saying? What did they bring? Frankincense and myrrh. But we've gotten to the place to where we've really commercialized it, and we've lost sight as to what it's really all about. It's really not about the tree and the lights and all the little trinkets you put on there, and that's fine for decoration, and you see what I'm saying, holiday celebration, because now it is a holiday. Right. You see what I'm saying? It is right. It's a holiday season, right. Happy holidays. You may want to put it that way, right. But we celebrate Christmas here in my home, and I don't have a problem with it. We get together, family gets together, we eat good food, we exchange gifts, we thank God for who he is, and we move on. You know what I'm saying? And we just do it like that,
So now we was taught in the nation, we was taught holiday means holy day, right? It's supposed to be a holy day, right? Where we are totally focused on the season. Like you said, here a man comes along and his whole life is one huge sacrifice, right? Hey, Jesus, come out here, man. We go down here and get these girls down here in Arabia, man. Come on down here, man. We're gonna make it happen down here, man. Mesopotamia, man, it's cracking over there, right? Nah, man, I'm finna study. I gotta study this word, because I can't tell you what I gotta do, but something I gotta do, man. And I gotta know this word inside and out to do it. I don't know. I know something's different about me. I gotta just figure it out, right? Shout out to Polo TV, by the way. Right, something's different about me, man. I can't. All right, man, that's on you, man. But we gonna go out here and get these girls, right? Or whatever they doing, right? So later on, right? Hey, Jesus, let's get this money. We can get this money, man. I'm telling you, man. We could open up a temple, right? We could open up the temple. And then, man, you could be doing the preaching, and then we can get this money. We can slide into this money, man. We can get this money. Nah, man, I ain't with that, man. You know what I'm saying? I got something else I got to do, man. I ain't with that, right? And then at some point, he coming to the realization of who he really is and what he really supposed to be doing, right?
Yeah.
So now he comes into all this realization of what he's supposed to be doing. This is and the huge sacrifice, all these sacrifices that he's been used to making. He's been making all these sacrifices until ultimately he makes the ultimate sacrifice. Because like I said, the ultimate sacrifice is sacrificing your life for the lives of others. That's the ultimate sacrifice, right? That's why we are so thankful to our soldiers who go out there and they do the ultimate sacrifice. They put their lives out there on the line to protect us here, right? So we don't have to worry about invaders and all kind of different stuff like that. We don't have to worry about stuff like that to a degree, right? So if he did all that, then if we're going to remember Christmas, which is supposed to be a remembrance of his birth, right? People still argue over whether it's this time of year, that time of year, which is really not the issue. The issue is he's here, right? That's the issue, right? He's here. And what did he do? Well, while he was here.
Right.
So, I mean, hey, the Christians argued over it. The Muslims argue over it the same way. Everybody argues over this, but that's not really the issue. The issue is what did the man do while he was here? And did he show us anything that we should be doing? And what's going to happen if you do it? The price you're going to have to pay for thinking and acting and moving different against a wicked society. You're going to pay a price.
And Brother Clarence, it said that historians have noted that December 25th was not the actual birth date. You see what I'm saying? So even the date itself is incorrect.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? But
I've been in.
I can understand. Hey, I don't care what day it is. We need to recognize Christ every day.
You feel me, Vaughn?
You
That's
see
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying? It's not just
That's what I'm
on
saying.
December 25th. If you're doing it that way, then man, that's that's a little bit that's not good.
But see, it's just a point of contention, right? It's what they call focusing on the molehill instead of the mountain, right? Who cares what day this man was born on? The fact is, what the real issue is, the man made a humongous sacrifice and showed us that, hey, if you're going to sacrifice, if you're going to go against the regime that's out there, there's going to be a major sacrifice. You're going to have to sacrifice to do that. It's not going to be no, hey, Bush or hey, Biden, I'm just coming in to just, tell you that, the way you're looking at this situation is not good. Man, they're coming for you, right? Even if you try to help people and try to put them in a better position, right? The people going to come, man, these people going to come at you, right? And they're going to try to make you look stupid in front of people. Hey, Jesus, check this out. Okay, man. So if there's a man with, there's a dude and he has 6 brothers, right? And he marries this chick and then he passed away. And then the other brother marries a chick and then she passed away. And then the other brother marries a chick and then he passed away. And the other brother marries a chick until all the brothers have married the chick and then they all passed away. So when the chick passed away, whose husband is she going to be? Right? That's all kind of crazy questions, right? They try to confound them in front of everybody, right? It's like, hey man, I'm talking to you about your soul. You trying to get off on all these different what do you call that? All these different issues. This is the issue. So that was what Christmas was really supposed to be about, was supposed to be about us trying to look at this man, look at his life, look at what we can learn from his life and how we can apply that to our lives. Because it's principally, we can apply the principles that he was living by to our lives. People say, well, it's a different time now. That's the difference is principles can be applied. There's some principles that are timeless. They're just timeless. Don't matter. As long as you got people, you're gonna be able to apply these principles and be able to move forward. And that's what he was here trying to teach us. Now, I don't know if Patrice is ready. Patrice, if you ready, let me know in the private chat you ready. But or let me know now, whatever.
Well, let me just say this real quick, Brother Clarence.
Yes,
There was a time where I used to frequent the church. I don't
Yes,
frequent it as much as I used to.
Yes, sir.
I'd rather just watch online or, fellowship that way or, whatever. But even during the times when I used to frequent the church, those are the 2 days that I would not attend church, was on Christmas and Easter. And, because I just thought it was such a big show and, everybody, they just, wanted to show up with their nice clothes on and show off. And, it just became just just an entertainment and a show off session. So, and then it's hard to get out of the parking lot because now everybody that hasn't come all year, everybody that hasn't, what I'm saying? Everybody that hasn't come all year, now they show up and it's hard to get out the parking lot. You see, I just couldn't stand it. So those were the 2 days I would not absolutely go to church. Was you see what I'm saying? Was on Easter and on Sunday. I mean, not Sunday, but Christmas.
Oh man, Vaughn is mad because he can't get out the parking lot, y'all. Right?
Yeah, exactly. When you get a little older, Brother Clarence, you get a little grumpy.
Risa said, "I thought it would be the Tata bar, right? He's not frequenting the Tata bar." Risa, don't you know that Vaughn is an upstanding citizen, pillar of our community?
Hey, listen. At least I'm trying. Haven't
He
always
never into
Haven't always been that way, but
at least 201s with him. Don't worry, brother. Don't worry. You among friends. We all got skeletons. We all got bones. You know what I'm saying? Like Sister Eddie said, we all got walk-in closets, man. Some of us got walk-in. You can walk for days in that closet, right? Right? Man. So said, but the thing is, I think we all agree we are not going to let that closet hold us back from what living the life. God gave us this opportunity to live life and be able to not only live it, but actually help other people to try to live better lives themselves. And that's what we're gonna do, man. We're gonna do it over here, man. We trying, man. But I'm trying to prepare y'all, because a lot of opportunities are coming in 2024. Are we prepared? Or are we focused on what this world is looking at, right? We looking at what they looking at. We're going to miss it. We're going to miss opportunities. We won't see them until we see somebody else take advantage of the opportunity. Our sister Patrice was able to take advantage of an opportunity she got thrown her way. I'm saying, I think there's a lot of opportunities going to come our way. All of us, individually and as a group. We're going to have our eyes open to see that, okay, this is an opportunity here, right? This is an opportunity for us to do something with it. What can I do with this opportunity? Can I help somebody? Can I help myself? Can I help my family? What can I do with this opportunity? Do I have to cross my religion to do this opportunity? You know, there's going to be, some decisions that have to be made. Shout out to Sheila. Glad to have you. If you haven't already subscribed to Bravo with Sheila Network, get on over there and subscribe to Bravo with Sheila Network. Glad to have you, Sheila. Good to see you. But look, right? There's going to be a lot of opportunities. But you know what? These opportunities are going to create conflict. Clans, you keep saying conflict. I know, because I got to drill it into your head. There's going to be conflict with the people that you already have in your life that are comfortable with where you are. You're going to create conflict with them when you start trying to better yourself, because they're going to think like Abel, and they're going to say, man, you trying to make me look bad. Not that you trying to live a better life so that you could be better and you could help other people be better. No, they're going to say, you trying to make me look bad. That's the way they're going to see it. And they're going to try to persuade you to leave it alone. Vaughn, you don't eat healthy. Vaughn, I live at McDonald's, Vaughn. Just come with me to McDonald's, man. Don't eat healthier. Don't do this. Don't do that. Okay, Clarence, I'll come with you to McDonald's one day out of the week or one day out of the month. No, Vaughn. We need to eat there every day. We need to eat all our meals there, right? Well, we need to eat all our meals there. You getting too skinny. You looking too good. I don't want, no. Right? Some of your people that you love the most are going to be haters, man. Your biggest haters, right? Jesus loved Judas. He loved him. That's the one that put the target on his back, Judas. Right? For what?
Yeah, man. You know, listen, you'll be surprised if those people who are closest to you, you see what I'm saying, plotting all the while. You think they have your best interest at heart, but no. You know, there's a how they say, a plot afoot.
A plot afoot.
You see what I'm saying?
Here's the cold part, man.
And we use this word, friends. We use that word friends so loosely. You see what I'm saying? Are you really my friend? Because when it all comes down to it, you know, you're showing me something different.
Yeah. And see, here's the bad part about it. Here's the real bad part about it. See, there's some people, man, you're gonna see them coming, right? Some people that you have seen them, you know how they are, right? You seen them coming. But sometimes your family and friends, man, you don't see them coming. And it's like we talked about the werewolf. It's the werewolf. The werewolf comes out when the moon is out, right? Sometimes you got a wife. Sometimes you got a child. You only gonna see that side of them when a certain circumstance erupt. When a certain circumstance come into existence, then they start changing. Woo! Woo! Right? They become a werewolf, and they're animal. Now they're an animal.
You know, Brother Clarence, listen. The thief comes out at night. I know they say the freaks come out, but the thief comes out at nighttime. You see what I'm saying? Because that's how they move around in darkness. You see, because they're more or less likely to be seen. You know, that's how they do, man.
I agree with you. But I'm talking about, Vaughn, spiritually dark also, right? That
Oh
also,
yeah, yeah,
it's like
definitely.
they it's the darkness of the spirit that they are not even aware consciously that they have this hidden situation, right? Right, once the werewolf turns back into a human being, they're like, what happened? What did I do? They don't even know, right? Well, I got my shirt off. But I'm saying the people are walking around with holes in their hearts. They don't know they got holes in their hearts, right? Because the devil told them, hey, you okay? You okay? Clarence, you don't like Vaughn? You okay for that? See, Vaughn over there, look at Vaughn trying to be right, walk with the word and do right and all that. Man, he goody two shoe, man. You in your right to be mad at him. He ain't got, you know what I'm saying? And I don't even know I got this for you until you say something. Yeah, Clarence, I think I'm gonna buy my wife this gift. Cause I know I ain't buying my wife nothing. Right? So I'm mad. I'm like, man, you gonna make me look bad, Vaughn? First thing your wife gonna do is call my wife and say, oh man, look at this gift that Vaughn gave me. And then guess what? She gonna have heat for me. Like, why you didn't give me nothing? Right? So I'm gonna be mad. See, this is where we at. Instead of me being happy that you can give your wife a gift, hey man, I may not be able to give my wife a gift, but you can give your wife a gift. That's good, man. Man, more power to you. But I'm trying to show you that we have the understanding that we have that has been given to us by this wicked world and wicked society. We have just picked it up and start working with it, right? Because we see other people being successful with it. So we say, if they can be successful in this wicked program, I can be successful in this wicked program. And then we don't realize, hey man, there's a sacrifice. I don't care what you want to do, there's going to be a sacrifice. Whether you want to do good or whether you want to do bad, there's going to be a sacrifice. If you want to, so they tell you, these young actors, right? We saw the Kristen Keys thing we did last week, right? Oh, you want to move up into the upper echelon? You got to come into this room and do what we do. Then we can push you up the ladder. And you know how many people have gotten into the entertainment industry and have murked themselves or overdosed or whatever. There's another little sister just overdosed the other day. Sister, 40-something years old, overdosed. She was a rapper or whatever. These people, man, I'm looking at these young people on these TV series and stuff, they overdosing, they killing themselves, dying at 33, 26, this young babies.
Yeah.
Because they got it. They got the lifestyle. But when they finally get to the back gate of hell, and they realize, I forgot, I'll find out for you, Risa. It's a sister. She was a rapper, I think. She was a rapper or entertainer. Sister died at 41 years old on an overdose. But anyway, I'll look into that for you, Risa. But anyway.
It's just really unfortunate, man, you know? Man, when you hear stories like that, man, it just tugs at your heart. You know, it's really unfortunate, you know? But the people are living out here without any type of hope. You know, they don't have anything to hold them.
There you go.
You know, and that's the crazy part of it.
There you go. There you go, man. That's the point, Vaughn. Here comes a man. You say, well, what is Christmas really about? Here's a man that told you, man, hey, he never told you that times ain't gonna be hard. That's what people get mixed up, man. They think, oh man, you know, once you accept Christ or you accept the religious belief, everything's gonna be a-okay. Shouldn't have no problems, right? But that's wrong. Nobody never said that. What was said is when the storm comes, when the tornado comes, when the hurricane comes, you got something to hold on to. You got something to hold on to. So after it dies down, you can come down and you can see and you can assess what happened and you can make everything right. That's what the man came to show us, that we could change our lives. We don't have to accept where we are. We can change, right? Like Bolo's saying a lot of times, hey, the present, this is the present. What is meant by the present? The present, this current disposition in time, yes, that's what the present means, but it also means a gift. This is the gift you got to move into the next phase of your life if you decide to make it better. You want to make it better or worse, but you got a gift. You got this disposition. You got this disposition in time to prededicate yourself to improving the next disposition in time for yourself, right? That's a gift.
Listen, Brother Clarence, I'm going to stay up as long as I can. So please forgive me if you hear a little background noise, because, my wife is getting the house together for, the New Year's and stuff. So if it ever gets to the point where it's unbearable, just let me know. But I try to stay on mute if I'm not talking.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But there is some movement going on around here. Okay.
Y'all moving some furniture around?
Yeah, we moving some furniture around. We doing some things over here.
Hey man, don't let Vaughn fool you.
And I don't mean to cut you off, brother, because you're cooking, man. That's why I'm trying not to interrupt you, because see, God is using you now.
Thank you, brother.
You're speaking a lot of man, you're dropping a lot of gems, bro. And these things need to be said, and they need to be heard in the ears of the people. So
you're right. But hey, everybody out there in the audience, don't let Vaughn fool y'all. Vaughn is stacking those samurai swords. He's stacking those buckshots. He's getting ready for the resistance, man, to charge. But that's okay. I'm gonna tell on them so that when they don't never get that off, man. Vaughn is another Nate. He's another what a Nate Nat Turner. He's another Nat Turner.
We shall prevail.
We shall prevail. I gotta put the resistance down, y'all. But that's another story. Let's get back to what
another topic for a different day.
Oh man, let's get back to what Christmas is really about, right? Christmas is really about us learning from our brother that gave his life for us to have a better understanding, right? That's what Christmas is really supposed to be about. What is this, Brother Clarence's interpretation, my opinion, right? I mean, everybody interprets Christmas what they really about, right? You give your
that's what it should be about.
That's what I feel too, right?
The recognition of the birth of Christ,
right?
Regardless whether it's on the right day or not, but
why should we recognize that in the first place, right? We should recognize that because it has a lot of power in His presence, right? So we just showing a decent amount of respect for the man by recognizing the day, that the quote unquote day that he was born on, right? But the day is not the issue. His life is the issue.
His life and what his life meant.
Thank you.
See what I'm saying? Exactly. That part right there. But this is something that we should recognize daily. What is all of this? Well, Brother Clarence, I love you now, but I only love you on December 25th. So I'm not going to recognize you at all throughout the year. Right? Can't give you a gift on January 3rd, or see what I'm saying, April the 10th. Can't give you nothing. But it's based on one day out of the year. No, that's it's okay to have an annual celebration of a thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. Even with Thanksgiving, we don't wait until what was it in November? We don't wait till November just to give thanks. We give thanks every day that we get up, every day that we rise in the morning. We greet God with a thank you, Lord, for another day, right?
Yes.
I mean, at least that's what we're supposed to be doing.
I'm going to have a list of what we can try, some of the things we can do to make our lives be better by just using a little discipline and a list or two. We can do some things better. Vaughn. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I've been being good.
That's all you
being good.
Me.
I've been being good, Sting. I've been being good. Vaughn is over there with the resistance, getting their samurai swords together and everything. I'm being good. I'm being good.
I came up here to drop some hangers, tell what's in y'all closet.
Wow. You see that? Look at that.
Hey, Sister Annie, don't
That's
go
a
on my
little
positive,
extra
Sister Annie.
snipping
You're gonna
before
get
the end of
lost
the
in there.
year.
Well, I'm glad that you came up because now I can personally say Happy New Year.
Happy
Happy
New Year
New
to you, sis.
Year.
Yeah. And many blessings to you, my sister.
You
Hold on,
too.
Trey. We're gonna get to you in just a second.
Let
Okay,
me
go
tell
ahead.
you, you two and OG Patrice and Risa, y'all are why I'm so thankful for 2023. This has been an amazing year. And never would I have thought that I would have a family from YouTube.
Stuck with us
I
now.
would I
We'll
would
come
never
find you.
have imagined that. Never. And it's not like just loose words. It's like I really mean it. Like when I'm thinking about like on Christmas, when I was eating, I was wondering what y'all were eating. So I'm really thankful for what 2023 brought. I'm really thankful for some things that I know that are about to grow. Probably to the point where I'm not understanding why I'm deserving of it. But I'm just really thankful for what 2023 has prepared me for. So I'm really happy. I'm really happy. Really
All
happy.
right. All right.
Mhm.
I'm
Nice.
glad. I'm glad. I'm
Wonderful.
gonna get into some more stuff about how we can lay some stuff down. But I want to make my point really clear about how we're thinking and how our thinking can affect how we move. And if we think better, we'll move better. That's the
Mhm.
ultimate thing I'm trying to show out here. Because these young men, they thought the way they thought, they moved the way they move, and now they created all this pain and heartache. Same thing with Cain and Abel, right? Cain he thought the way he thought, he moved the way he moved, and he caused all this pain for himself, for his mom, his dad. I mean, he created all this pain. But see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we get so caught up in what we want so bad,
Yeah.
that we just throw away with it, how it's going to affect other people, right?
Yeah.
I think Arshawn did a good show about impact versus intentions, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I intend for I don't see, just like a heroin addict, right? I'm just trying to not be in pain, go through the withdrawals of pain. But in doing so, I'm going to have to steal money from my family, and do these kind of different things and do these kind of different things that are really bad for the soul. I got to do all this stuff to get the money to buy the heroin so I can cook it and smoke it so I won't have that withdrawal. I won't have them withdrawals, right? And that's a sad thing. But you don't realize the impact of what you're doing because you're just so focused on not going through the withdrawal symptoms, because withdrawal from heroin is really, really bad. But that's the situation that it's kind of like the same thing, right? Similar. But let me do this, y'all. Let me because I want to ask Sister Annie what she thinks about what we're talking about. But before I do that, Sister Annie, give me a chance to address Trey. So Trey says Christmas is about the continued falsehoods that those that are in power push to have Black people believe that only they can make miracles and make money off the poor. I don't know. I think
Interesting.
it's I would definitely say it's some falsehoods, but I would definitely I don't know, I think it's more to distract the people as opposed to making them think something. I think it's more in line of distracting them from the reality of God. In my opinion, this is my opinion, the reality of God and what God could actually do for you if you actually applied some of the principles that his books are teaching. If you actually applied that in your life, that would be what do you call that? You would be more successful. I think definitely that's what's going on. Okay. Let me get to the other one. He said no pagan holidays are celebrated in my home. Okay, that's fine. I don't what I do. This is me, Trey. I don't, whatever you do is what you do. Your relationship with God is with your relationship with God. I just think you need to get a positive one, right? A positive relationship with God. So if you're at a point where you are still practicing things that maybe you know, at my understanding, I wouldn't do, I'm not going to put you down because you're doing that. I'm going to just say, hey, look, because I feel like the closer relationship you get with God, the clearer your eyes will be on what his really true desire is for you, right? I'm reading Reese's chat. Once you focus on God, a lot of stuff will not be as important, as we saw with these two young teenagers. They one killed the sister and one almost killed the brother, right? So this is just unfortunate. All right, so let me get back to Sister Annie. Sister Annie, you have any comments on anything we've been talking about so far?
Well, do you mind if I just speak to something that you just said? And I want to, I think I understand what his first comment was, or what I'm understanding his first comment was. And this is nothing to him directly, but I've heard a lot of times,
In fact,
not
let
just
me
with
bring him
Christmas,
up. Let
but
me bring Trey up. Go ahead, though. Go
okay,
ahead, Sister Annie.
okay. Um, when I hear people say, oh, like when it talks about like the monetary part of it, or like say like Valentine's Day, and people say, oh, well, I show love you should show love every day. If it's Mother's Day, oh, you should appreciate your mom every day. Yeah, we should. Do you? That's number one. Do you? The other thing is, I'm not going to disconnect the thought process of Christmas being a pagan holiday. I'll be honest that there's some ignorance that I have with the connection there. Doesn't mean that there's not some. But my love of God, of Jesus, me being thankful, me praising and honoring him. I don't mind that there's one day that I feel that there's a unison of people thinking about him, talking about him, even when it's a dispute. Oh, he wasn't on this day. Hey, at least we're talking about him. So I'm thankful for even that. Like, he will get the glory in everything. So, um, so I appreciate him bringing that comment up.
Yeah, me too.
I just don't, I don't disconnect someone on a particular day, because someone could say, oh, why are you doing this on Sunday? Well, this is the day that, some people are getting dressed up and going to church. And this is the day that everyone goes to church. Whatever the reason is, the fellowship in a room, the fellowship on a panel, I'm just thankful that he's getting glory. I'm thankful that he's being spoken about. I do, as long as there's no, that there's not blasphemous conversation, I'm fine to hear any talk about him. Because even if someone's talking about something that I don't understand from my own reading, that causes me to stretch myself. That's one thing about having conversations. I'm not one that I would want to debate anything about scripture or someone's interpretation, because who am I to tell someone that the Holy Spirit is not moving in them? So I don't want to be so arrogant in a conversation also and assume that an interpretation that does have a little bit of room to see it from this side and this side. Like, when people talk about 69, well, if I'm standing on one side, it looks like 69. If another person, it looks like 96. So I don't want to be so busy in trying to prove that my view is 69 without hearing why someone else is thinking 96. So that's probably all I have to. I was through some of this conversation, I was in the library. You can't. So I didn't hear a whole lot. What Christmas means to me, and I think what I said earlier just kind of reiterates it, is I just love God. I love Jesus. I love people. I want the best for people. And in my conversations about God, about Jesus, it doesn't come from an arrogance. It comes from my understanding of who he is, and me just desiring other people to love him and to have the same grace and to have the same room to have conversations with him. They don't have to have the same conversation with God that I have, but just have one. Even talk to him saying, hey, I don't believe you. Okay. But you called him. So I think that he's happy that you're calling him, and ask him to reveal to you what you need to understand and how you need to understand it. I would never push where I am or anyone else. And I'm also open to other people sharing with me how he shows up with them, because that's inspiring also. So that's all I have to say. Hey, Trey.
Trey.
Everybody, how y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
How you doing?
What's
Oh
up,
yeah,
bro?
how y'all doing? How y'all doing,
All
man?
right,
Hope
man.
y'all.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, and I hope y'all still enjoyed your holiday. Now, as
Of
for
course.
me, just to clarify, what I mean is that we all come to that realization at some point where we discovered that there is actually no clause, right? But the significance of the holiday, it'll I've seen it both good and bad, because in one sense it allows people who may not have had any joy throughout the whole year at least get a little piece of it during that time, during the Christmas holidays. It brings out a different emotion to a lot of people. But then once I really started digging into how much I was spending and things like that, I really said, okay, now I'm doing, and this was about 2006. I said, I'm going to look at what I would spend on Christmas itself and spread it out throughout the year. And what it did is it allowed me to really just embrace the act of giving and caring for others, because now I was tapping into that from January through the end of the year. And it gave me a sense of just being thankful and grateful and helping others to appreciate that giving spirit throughout the year. So it allowed me to sort of recalculate my finances a little better too, because now I don't have to wait. I can dab into it. I can look at it throughout the year, and it just put me in a better place over the last, I would say, almost 15, 20 years. So, I don't put up Christmas lights and all of that, and I don't do all of that. And I don't know, I just hate it, because for us as a nation, a lot of our poorest of people spend a lot of money to really stay in the same position. We stay in the same position, even if it's savings or whatever, $5,000 and $6,000, $2,000, $3,000, just buying a kid a couple of pair of shoes and some tight jeans. I don't know. It just makes no sense to me. And I've been able to show giving and be thankful every day. Every day I'm thankful for just being alive and being able to touch other people's lives, because I'm blessed. I have everything I need. I don't need nothing. I just do what I can to help save a life or two.
All right, man.
That's
all right.
good. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, I know that. See, this is a thing, and it's kind of like what you was tying back to what you were saying about how it's been commercialized. I don't know if it was you or Vaughn, or maybe one of you guys was talking about how it's commercialized.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, all right. So yeah, what I'm saying is commercialized. So it ties back to that, where the focus is more on getting the gifts than on this man's life. On actually, he's the one that gave the gifts. So what we should do is we should try to understand that, hey, life is about giving, right?
I was going to say that. Yeah, it's about giving. It's not about receiving.
Yeah, right. The giver. What do they say? It's better to give than to receive.
Than
Right?
to receive.
Why?
Yeah.
Why is it better to give than to receive?
I don't know if anybody would ever know the exact answer to that, but it's from my own experience. When I've always been an underdog, the person that rooted for the underdog. I've always been the person that sort of looked out for the person that may have been special needs, or the senior citizen who may or may not have. I've always put myself in a position to just do stuff without asking for anything in return. I might ask if I could do it, because some people, when that pride kick in, they don't want to seem like they're accepting anything like charity. But I'm like, hey, I'm capable of doing it and assisting, so I'm going to do it. And it's blessed me tremendously since I was a young kid trying to help other young kids. I remember being in the 6th grade trying to help young kids just how to throw football and run and do all that stuff. And all my life I did that. That's why I've been coaching and mentoring and counseling my whole life. And it just blessed me in so many ways. It gave me so much that I couldn't even ask for anything more. You know, I'm not a person to brag about stuff that I did or whatever, but now that I'm older and I can look back on my track record, it's like, man, all of these people were affected by me, and seeing how they're able to start blessing others just throughout, you know, their lives, and just giving, whether it's time, a little bit of advice, a hug, you know, I gave a guy 2 apples last night in a wheelchair. I just pulled up on him. I said, choose which one. He said, can I have both? Here, man. Because I didn't know. I didn't ask him no questions. It did nothing. But that's just me. I'm going to give whatever I can at any point. I give clothes away. I donated about 5 bags of clothes, brand new. My son couldn't use them.
Hey, bro, I got to get you my address, man. Because, I mean, hey, you giving new clothes out. Hey.
I mean,
There you go. There you go.
people need it.
Listen to it.
Took it to
Vaughn only gave me a microphone, man. You give me some clothes, I'll be good.
I took it to a foster care. So
I'm sorry, Trey. We interrupted you.
No. I'm just saying, man. You know, but I found that that's blessed me throughout my life. You know, and like we mentioned a few of those. I don't know if it was last week or week before. The things that I've been able to achieve in a short period of time, just based off that. You know, so I don't know.
Hey, man.
I believe Christmas is every day.
Yeah, it should be. That's the point Vaughn was making. It should be. That's what it should be. But unfortunately, Risa told me to stop it, y'all. It should be, right? It should be every day, right? It should be. We should think about our family. We should think about, I think about my mother, man. My mother passed away suddenly about 5 years ago, right? I mean, all those times that I said, oh, I'm going to go by my mom's house. But I said, oh, no, you know what? I got this other thing to do. Let me just go on by here. I think about all those times in my head, man. Sometimes I say, like, damn, I could have went by there. And luckily we had a good relationship. So it wasn't like we had a bad relationship or anything like that. I used to go see her every Sunday, eat dinner over her house and everything. But she would, wanted me to come more. She wanted to spend more time because we became friends. We actually became friends, good friends. She was one of my best friends, right? And so so I would come and she would bounce stuff off of me. I'd bounce stuff off of her, right? And so when she suddenly passed, she had a little diabetes issue, but she was taking care of that. It was, it was good. She was good. But poof, gone, right? So all of a sudden I think about all those times where every day could have been that day. It didn't have to just be Thanksgiving. It didn't have to be just Christmas. It didn't have to be just on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Most Sundays we was there. But I'm just saying, I thank God that I did that. But I'm just saying, man, so many other times I could have been there. Now, the question is, hey, like you said, what is Christmas really about? When we work, why? Let's go back to our question. Let's go around the room. Kenny, why is it good? Why is it better to receive? Better to give than to receive? In your opinion?
One, I definitely would say I have to distinguish a joyful giver and just a regular giver because
what's the difference?
Sometimes.
Oh, there's a big difference.
I know that sometimes it's just growth, but here go my closet. But sometimes like I would give and I would just kind of be like, hey, where's mine? So you're looking for like, okay, I did something. Are you going to do something? Or I was led to give something and I was trying to talk myself out of doing it. So like, say if I was led to give somebody, and it doesn't have to just be somebody that is struggling with their home. It could even be something like somebody in my family or friends, something that I gave a car away, right? It wasn't working.
Wait, what's going on, man? What's going on around here, man? You giving away clothes? You giving away cars? What's going on?
Oh, that was the family. But
what y'all know about Bro C? Bro C is out here, man.
Clarence
in my head,
Clarence didn't get any gifts this year.
Like all the things that I
got
could
just
do.
a little microphone from Vaughn. That's all. This is nothing. I mean, come on.
He said you got to tighten up.
Wow.
But I was in my head trying to like convince myself of like, oh, if I find this mechanic, I can get them to do this. And I could, but it was so busy with the thought of like what it would take to fix that car. And I was just like, let me just, I have a piece about it. You know what I'm saying? Like once I gave it away, but so I'm saying things like that. It was like, I'm sitting there, it was clear to me to give it away, but I was trying to talk myself out of giving it away. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying like a joyful one. I was having a little bit of selfish struggles and, feeling like there was supposed to be some reciprocity. But
Can I say this? Listen, let me throw this in there real quick because I think I got an idea what you guys are talking about of a not so joyful giver, right? Okay. So I was working with this lady when I used to work for the county of LA. I used to work with this lady, right? And so her husband used to come up there all the time. So we would do things together as coworkers, right? We get together, go eat or go do things, right? So her husband was telling me all the time about this car. He had this Volkswagen VW. Volkswagen, man, he just hated it. The car never ran right. It was just sitting in his yard. It had been sitting there for like 2 or 3 years, right? So I said, what you gonna do with it? He said, man, I'm gonna just give it. I don't even want to put no more money into it. I'm just gonna give it to somebody. I'm gonna give it to somebody. It don't run. It's bad. It's just. I said, oh, okay. And so what ended up happening was one day he got up in the morning and he just saw that car. He got so angry with it. He told the Mexican fellows across the street. He said, hey, y'all just come. If y'all just get this car off my get it out of my yard, y'all could have it, right? He said, yeah, we'll get out of the yard. So they pushed it out. They pushed it over into their yard, right? He said, man, they looked at that car. They lifted up the hood. All of them jumped in another car, went to Track Auto or whatever. They came back. They worked on the car for about a half an hour. Next thing you know, he heard the engine fire up, right? He said they jumped in that car and they was gone, right? He was like, man. So I think I got the idea of an unjoyful giver. Now, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sis. Please continue.
No, you're fine. That's a really good question. I mean, my heart feels better when I give. And I don't like to think of it as like, oh, it's better to give because then it leaves room for you to receive it. Because then I'm still kind of having this motive for even why I'm giving. I may have to tell you to come back to me. I just believe that it's better. One, I feel like that's what God leads me to do.
Why?
Vaughn, can I look on your paper?
you can look on my
paper.
You
can't cheat off of Trey. You can't cheat off of Vaughn. No.
That's a really good. I've never thought about it, Brother Clarence. I just instinctively,
right.
Now know that that's where that is the most comfortable place for me. I know I sometimes, when I do give, some people that are close to me say that I give too much, and I'm not even just talking about like, monetarily. It's your time too. I don't know.
So can I ask you this?
Yeah.
When your steps are ordered by your Most High, should you question why, or should you just follow and receive whatever it is you're going to receive after?
That's good. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know why, but it's already in your spirit to do it. And then when you don't question it afterwards, and you get a time to reflect, then you're like, oh man, I'm so glad that I did that. It's like, oh, I got to give it away. Because we try to hold on to stuff too long in our lives, and it starts to clutter our lives up.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look around like, man, what I'm gonna do with all this? I'm gonna throw it away. But when it's time for like some stuff we can't even question. Like why you do it? I don't question. When I get it in my heart to do it, I just do it and I dismiss it. I don't say, man, if I held on to that, I just dismiss it. And then, I just go from there. Because there's gonna be another time when you're gonna get to that point where you gotta give something away. Like, man, what do I do? But if it's in your heart, that's what we do a lot. Why question it? Just go with what's in your heart. That's all I have.
Okay, I gotta start looking on trade paper too. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a
I'll
good
share
point.
my paper. I'll share my paper. You can,
That was good. Thank you.
because I'm gonna look on yours too.
Oh, there you go. See what you done started. See what you done started, Steve.
That's what it's about.
You're right. We gotta check with each other, man. That's what this is about, man. We're getting together. We might think about it a little differently, but I take something off of you, you take something off of me, you take something off of you, and Vaughn takes something off of me. So we all just gonna get a little bit of something from everybody. This is fellowshipping. This is sharing information in a loving way, so that we can all benefit from it. So that's what real fellowshipping is about. That's what we're doing. But Vaughn better get a right answer. Vaughn, what's the right answer, Vaughn?
Wow. Well, you know what? Listen, and let me just say this, and also, it depends on what type of giver you are. You know what I'm saying? I think Anae brought that up, Are you giving just to get something back? You see what I'm saying? Then you have those people who do give, but they give it because they want recognition. You see what I'm saying? They don't know how to do anything anonymously because they want the credit. They want to look like I did something well. So now you're giving for appearance's sake. You know what I'm saying? But giving to me, it puts me closer to the Most High God. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what His Spirit is, And we all know that you reap what you sow. We get that part. Do unto others as you would prefer them to do unto you. You see what I'm saying? And when I give, it's such a selfless act. Now, do I give to anything? No. Let's not give all willy-nilly now. See, we can't be giving money to Prophet Pimp. You see what I'm saying? See, and Bishop Whoremonger, we can't be doing that. See,
Praise the Lord for all your
now that's where
unused
the
funds
scripture
to
comes in.
Lesbian Heaven front door.
But listen, that's where that scripture comes in and says, well, now a fool and his money will soon be departed. See, so we have to be good stewards over the finances that God has given us. There's nothing wrong to give, but let's give for the right reasons. And let's be led in our giving. We don't just give all willy-nilly. And if I'm on the street or I see something and God moves my heart and says, hey, give to that person. I love when my giving is being led by God. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes you give to the shyster, hoping for them 3 magic beans to actually accomplish. You see what I'm saying? So but giving, it's a great thing. It's a great thing. It's something that we should do more of. You see what I'm saying? It makes society better. It helps our brothers and our sisters. It helps us, So giving, it's better to give. To me, it's better to give. You see what I'm saying? Because I feel like it puts me closer to being obedient to God's Spirit.
Yes. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that. I do have some other stuff to add on top of that, which is shout out to Bolo, by the way. I do have some stuff to add on top of that where I would say that if my hands are full, how can I get anything more? To get more, I have to relieve myself of what what I have in my hands, use it to the best of our ability, and then move it someplace else. Move that energy to someone who could use that energy, right? But if I try to keep everything bottled up here, how can I receive any other blessings, right? There was a story about a monkey, right? The monkey, these hunters was trying to catch the monkey, right? They put the bananas or whatever into a jug, and they put the jug down, and the monkey reached down to get whatever the nuts or whatever that was in the jug, and he heard the hunters coming, but instead of letting go of the jug, he tried to pull his arm out of the jug, but he couldn't get it out because his hands was full of the nuts or whatever, right? And unfortunately, he got unalive, right? But that's because he didn't understand, man. Hey, his life was worth more than those berries, right? Life is about us. There's going to be some sacrifices. What is the sacrifice? The sacrifice is that you giving up something valuable to yourself for something else, right? And the highest sacrifice is giving something of yourself to somebody, and you know that you do not expect nothing to come back. That's the highest form of sacrifice, meaning something tangible, right? Because when we give, we get something out of that giving, right? You get a good feeling in your heart, like I really did something, man. I did something good. I feel good about that, man. You know, that makes me feel, good inside my heart, right? Those of us that's doing it for the right reasons, right? Now, some of us is, like Vaughn was saying, they doing it so they can be on the front cover of the newspaper and everything. Yeah, I gave Vaughn this brand new microphone. I gave Vaughn this brand new microphone. Hey, what's up? Yeah, they want to be on the front page. And then some people just do it. Hey, brother, I got this for you. I think this could help you. Let me just go ahead and send this to you, man. Boom, done, right? So it just depends on the reason why the person is giving. I agree with that. But even if you give in a wrong, you might give money to a shyster, right? I had people ask me for money for food, right? And then I gave them the money for the food. And then, I know they wasn't, shout out to Arshawn, shout out to Critically Drinking, by the way. I know they wasn't out there to, they didn't take that money to go get no food. They went and probably go out some alcohol or something like that, right? But that's not on me. I gave. I gave, sincerely. If they took it and they did whatever they did with it, then that's on them. But I gave sincerely from my heart. I remember, man, I learned a good lesson on YouTube. I'm gonna show y'all this lesson I learned. Remember when me and a certain security lady we was not warring, but we was had a difference of opinion, right? So shout out to Willie Dean, by the way. We had a difference of opinion, right? So Black Man Unfiltered came over here and said, "Hey man, you offended this person." And I said, I wasn't trying to offend him. I thought this is the game, baby. This is how we do it, So he said, nah, that person was really offended by what you did. So I said, oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Well, Brother Clarence ain't the one that's going to be out here trying to offend the sisterhood, especially. I'm not. So if that's how it was taken, then I'm going to apologize about that, right? So I'm gonna be real with y'all. I was looking for something to come back. Okay, I apologize. Go tell her to apologize to me for what they said about me. That never came, or the strike that they gave me. That apology never came, right? But I had to look inside myself and say, Clarence, why did you really apologize then? Were you only apologizing because you was expecting something to come from them? Yeah, I was. At first, I was. I was saying, okay, I'm going to give this up. It was a negotiation, but a real sacrifice, there is no negotiation. You don't sacrifice. You don't do it just so that you can get something, a particular gain out of it. You're doing it because it's the right thing to do. You guys follow what I'm saying? It's the right thing to do. It goes in line with what we've been taught, and it keeps us our flow of energy right. Because if our energy don't flow right, then we have a problem, right? Okay, hold on, y'all. Vagoda, I'm gonna bring you to the stage, but we talking about Christmas right now. Not talking about anything else. I'm not gonna let you take the conversation in another direction. All right? All right.
Okay.
Shout out to Vagoda, man.
Okay, Clarence, you don't need to say it 1,000 times.
All
We are
right,
talking
buddy.
Christmas. I never had a Christmas in my life, but okay.
Why not?
I know it's about presents.
Why not?
Hey,
Why
Pagoda.
not?
Yeah. Tell
It
us why you
depends.
haven't had a Christmas. Everybody doesn't know you, Vagoda. Tell us why you haven't had a Christmas.
Because I'm Jewish.
Ah,
I
perfect.
live in Israel. Most of the population here never had any Christmas.
Okay. Now, instead of Christmas, is there anything else you celebrate at around that time of year?
The New Year, I go to some bar or with some buddies and have some fun in the night of the New Year.
Okay. Vagoda, I'm talking about the Christmas time. Is there any other holiday that you celebrate or, tradition that you celebrate at that time?
Hanukkah.
Ah, perfect. Now, Hanukkah. Why do you celebrate Hanukkah instead of celebrating Christmas?
Wait a minute, Clarence, didn't you say that we are talking only about Christmas right now?
Yeah, I'm just asking you so that the people can know your perspective. That's all. I'm not getting into what's going
Okay,
on out
then
there right now.
I can the same. First of all, I can ask you the same thing. Why you don't celebrate? Well, I can't actually, but you know what? I can ask you, for
You can
example,
ask me.
why? What?
You can ask me.
Okay, why people don't celebrate? I can ask you theoretically why you don't celebrate Hanukkah and you
Yeah.
celebrate instead Christmas. So I can ask, or for example, you can ask people here why they celebrate Christmas and not Ramadan.
Okay. Good point. Okay. So I didn't find out about Hanukkah or Ramadan till I had already been practicing Christmas as a child. I'd already been practicing some form of Christmas. I wouldn't say Christmas all the way, but some form of Christmas. I had been practicing that since I was a child. You get a tree, you put the lights on it, you put everything, put the crazy lights in the front of the house, and you have to, you put all the stuff on the tree. And then, I had been doing that since I was a kid. So I didn't know any better. I didn't know about Hanukkah. I didn't know about Ramadan. I didn't know about
Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa. I didn't know about those other ways of celebrating that season. I didn't know about that. I came into the understanding of all those other things after I was an adult. Right. Therefore, that has what I've been used to. And in America, that's just the normal thing. Like I'm sure in Israel, that's just a normal thing. Everybody practices Hanukkah, right? That's just a normal thing, right? Well,
Yeah,
same thing.
but if you want to be accurate, if you want to celebrate Hanukkah, if you want to celebrate Christmas, there you can also go to Bethlehem, and not to Bethlehem, to I forget the city that Jesus was born in. What's the name of this in English?
I thought it was
How you
Bethlehem.
call it in English? What?
I thought it was Bethlehem. No?
No. I'm talking. Not yes. Bethlehem. He was technically, according to Christianity, was born, but where he actually was from, where he was live in the north, Nazareth.
Oh, Nazareth. Okay, right.
Yeah, we call it here Natsal, but never mind that. You can, you have a lot of Christmas parties there, and you have a giant tree every year there. Of course, this year was not a lot of people there because of the reason that you know about, but whatever.
Yeah, of course. Prayers going out to everybody over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Vagoda. We're gonna stick to the script
If
this
you
time.
want to see the, well, yeah, I'm sticking to the stuff. I'm just saying if you.
Go ahead. Now I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm sticking to the stuff you want to say. Pray about that. I'm just saying if you are what? Are you okay, Clarence?
I'm fine.
Wait,
Yeah,
Pagoda, did you answer his question though?
No.
What?
What?
Okay, Clarence. What did you ask?
Yeah, well, I mean, because he asked you a question, and then you asked him a question. So I wanted to make sure that you answered his question, so we could know your answer to that.
Okay, what I forgot to answer?
My question was the question you asked me. Why don't you celebrate Christmas? Why do you celebrate Hanukkah instead of Christmas? I wanted the people to get an understanding of that we're all different and we're all the same, but we're all different. And so I wanted them to get your perspective on why you don't celebrate Christmas.
Yeah, it's. I thought that I thought that I answered it in my question by asking a question.
Oh,
But you know
Joe.
what? I would explain it even better. I grew up. I grew up to, you know, people that in India they have their own holiday. They don't celebrate Christmas. It's not their part. It's not part of their identity. Not a part of their faith. So you can say the same here. You know, and here most of us are Jews. The, we don't have a Christian tradition. We are not Christian.
Right. Right. So
We have our
I just
own
want to
stuff.
establish that. I just want to establish that so
Yes,
that
yes.
when you say things, people can understand your perspective is going to be not as a person that has grown up under to understand the Christianity. That's all.
Yes,
So,
just that's why I asked you a question. Also, a question why you don't celebrate my stuff. Okay, just
yeah,
that's what I tried to get at. So
yeah,
technically, I answered your question.
yeah. No, you didn't, but that's okay. I'm gonna let you slide with that one. Okay, so I got a question for you, Pagoda, and then we're gonna run around the room. My question to you is it better? Why is it better to give than to receive? I haven't even answered this question yet, but why is it better to give than to receive?
To get and to receive what?
Why is it better in the Bible? It says that it's better to give than to receive, right? It's better to
Clarence,
give
I'm
a
not a
gift
religious man, but
to
why it's
receive.
better to give and to the
You don't have to be
receive?
religious. Yeah, I'm asking you. Your opinion is, or do you think that's logical? Does that make sense to you, or what do you think about that? Or you know what I'm saying? But if you do accept that, then why? But if not, why?
That's a theological question.
Not
I
really.
think.
Wait, I was gonna say, even if it wasn't the
Yeah,
Bible,
it's not
sorry.
theological, Vagoda. I think he's just simply asking you, is it better to give or is it better to receive?
Right.
And then
Yeah, but the
he wants to
question is
know
what?
why. Yeah, the question
Give
is it
time,
better to give
money.
or to receive?
Yeah, anything. It could be in
It's-
whatever your mind went to when you first thought about what you could possibly give. Is it better for you to give that or wait to receive that thing back? So it did.
honestly,
Imagine. So take it away from any kind of faith. Just in your philosophy of life, do you believe that it's better to give whatever that thing is, or to receive that thing you thought about?
you know, it's you know, my dear, you forgot to get one more part of the question. To who? If I want to give somebody that I think needs something, what, Clarence? What's wrong?
Well, the
'Cause
question wouldn't have to be changed. The acceptance of however you answer is what we're open to. So if your thing is that you believe that when you do give, the best time to give is when you give to someone who will appreciate it, then that's your answer, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, so his question is kind of general enough where whatever your answer is, he's saying it's not a right or wrong. It's his what your thought is of that question. Is it better to give? And whatever you pull from you as what you interpret that question to be, then you can just allow your answer to be that. I think.
Okay, okay. I will answer the question and then I will get the $1 million. Right, Clarence?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You just keep waiting on it, Pagoda. Yeah.
It's midnight in the night, and this is what you ask me, Clarence. Hey.
Come on,
Okay,
man.
I think it's better to give in a lot of play from a lot of reasons.
There you go, Pagoda.
If you get somebody happy, of course it depends who, and if you can if you give something important like let's say well, if you have something important to the specific person, then it depends if it's not going to hurt you. For example, if you donate your kidney to somebody that needs it to live, then also an important question if it will not hurt you to physically to give one of your kidneys to somebody.
Okay, well, we don't
What?
want to. We're not. I'm not putting it in a position where it's you're risking anything. It's not no risk involved. It's just you got something like Trey down there was talking about how he give away clothes. Didn't think about Bro C, nothing, right? It's just any give away cars. Didn't think about Bro C, nothing, right?
Okay, if Sister Annie has a lot of cars and she's a billionaire, like Oprah, then yeah, come on, Sister Annie, give me a car.
That's right. I'm trying to do it. Wait, Vogoda, now you stepping out of pocket. Now I'm supposed to get a car first. You trying to step in front of me get a car. I'm supposed to get a car first. Now, hold on now.
Why?
Hold on. But so from your perspective, because I want to get a lot of different perspectives. Your perspective is that it's better to give than to receive, and that's good. Okay. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate if you said no, it's better to receive than give. Only thing I'm gonna do is ask you why. Why do you feel that it's better to give than to receive? Why do you feel it's better?
Okay, first of all, it depends on from who I'm receiving what. It depends on a lot of small things, but
Okay,
I think it's very good to
equal. All things being equal, because we don't got time to go through all these different scenarios. All things being equal.
Okay, Clarence. Okay. I don't want to sound greedy or something, but you know, if you know what, it's almost 1 in the morning, and that's what you ask me. Oh, God.
If you got it, you can share. I said, if
what?
you have it, you can share it, right?
Yeah, if it's good to share, that's definitely.
Okay.
Yes,
I'll
go
leave it
sharing.
right there, man. All right. Okay, so there's something else I want to ask you guys. Okay. In the situation that happened with the two young boys, right? Did everybody see what happened? Did you all guys get a chance to see the news clipping?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Yeah, I saw what you said about the two boys that they did some stuff.
Let me play it for everybody at home. Let me play it for everybody at home just to make sure we can get it going. Okay, let me get it going here, y'all. Okay, here we go. Do this, and then do that. Okay, here we go, y'all. Here we go.
After being shot by her own brother on Christmas Eve. Abriel Baldwin was trying to break up an argument between her siblings when one of them pulled out a gun. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank reports on what has the sheriff furious and the changes he is now calling for.
Photos Abriel Baldwin posted to social media show her filled with joy.
She's just a woman going about life, doing her thing with her two kids, trying to make a living, trying to make it.
On Christmas Eve, while at her grandmother's home on 22nd Avenue in Largo, she'd had enough of her brothers bickering. DeMarcus and Darcus began pulling guns on one another.
Abriel told DeMarcus, you all need to leave that stuff alone. Why are you trying to start it? It's Christmas.
They both had been fighting over Christmas presents, with the 15-year-old Darcus jealous that their mom had spent more on gifts for 14-year-old DeMarcus. After Abriel stepped in, DeMarcus pulled a gun and fired, killing her and sending her son and his nephew, an 11-month-old, falling to the ground. Then Darcus pulled his own gun and shot DeMarcus, leaving him badly injured.
This proliferation of guns on the streets and guns in this area and guns in the hands of these kids, this is the worst I've ever seen it. I don't think we've ever seen it this bad.
The sheriff says the area around 22nd Avenue in Largo has been subject to extra patrols lately, with 13 gun-related incidents since September.
All right, y'all. I think we all got the point that that these kids were out of pocket, man, way out of pocket. These two young men, way out of pocket. One of them probably gonna spend the rest of his life in prison. He's got to deal with the fact that he shot and murked his own sister, right? Okay, so my question to everyone is, how can we what needs to happen, or what are some things that could happen to kind of improve this situation and make it not as viable? But before we do that, I think we Patrice, are you here?
I am here,
Okay.
sir. How are you? How's everybody?
Hey,
I'm
Patrice.
good. I'm good. We good.
Hi.
Happy
We's good.
holidays. Greetings.
Happy holidays to you. Now I'm gonna go across the whole panel, right? So everybody's just sitting in their seat. But I want Patrice to make a comment or something about this first, and then I'm gonna ask you guys my question. Okay, go ahead, Patrice.
Okay, yeah. I seen it, on the news. And I thought it hit home like with a lot of people that have relatives and family members that they don't get along with, or they have relatives or family members that they know are very toxic, and yet they still choose to be around these type of people, engage with these type of people for whatever reason. I have always been that person said,
Patrice. Patrice.
phone ring. I'm here. I've always been that person that said, don't let your family members or friends or nobody talk you or try to force you to have a relationship with toxic family members. I don't care who it is. That's just me, guys. It could be your mother, it could be your sisters, your brothers, it could be your in-laws, it could be your cousins, whatever, right? And we all know we probably all got some toxic family members. I told you guys a long time ago, that's why I chose to move away from a lot of toxicity that was in my own family personally, that I just could not no longer deal with. So looking and seeing that during the holidays, when it is family time and family come around and it's gets togethers, it's supposed to be love, peace, joy, happiness, the sharing of gift giving and all of that. If you still celebrate the holidays, there is always that toxic family member, whether it be a sibling, whether it be a cousin or an uncle or aunt, that will come around. They be that person that will get drunk. They'll be that person that act the fool at all the family gathering, and they just end up spoiling the whole holiday for you and for the whole family, right? Obviously, these two brothers, and these are only teenagers, they still babies, 14 and 15 years old. Their sister is 23. She got two children, a 6-year-old and an 11-month-old, and their mom, and they out literally Christmas shopping. So now they arguing already while they're shopping. I don't know if y'all know that. They were wherever they were in the mall. They were already having the argument because one brother, the 14-year-old, felt like the 15-year-old was getting more gifts and more money spent on him. If we've gotten to the point where we are that materialistic in the world, where gifts and material things and who get more or got more is causing such a ruckus in our family, where we're arguing about something that's so minuscule, to the point where you are carrying a weapon and you brands that weapon. Now the argument left the store and they moved and went to the grandmother's house. And then the argument started back up. And here's the 23-year-old sister, oldest sister of both of these two teenage boys, is telling them, hey, it's Christmas. Don't do this. Y'all don't argue. Like, don't start stuff. Like what? And it's always people that tell their family members that, because in reality, this is not something in their family that has not happened many times before. She knew both her brothers were toxic. The mother knew, the grandma, and we all know the toxic people in our family, right? But we choose to still hang around and deal with them and thinking we can. And they knew that those boys was breaking in cars and stealing weapons out of cars, because people leave they weapons in their cars. They were breaking and entering in cars. So now you got a 14 and a 15-year-old teenage boys carrying pow pows, and they around their relatives, and these are very toxic, dysfunctional young teenage boys. and you will bring this around your family where your mother, your grandmother, and children are. And you don't care about nothing but what you want. When I tell you, I see more than ever some of these young boys having this disorder, this narcissistic personality disorder, and I'm just going to say what it is, this very selfishness and self-centeredness and privilege about them, to the point where they have violent tendencies, and they start being violent with their own family members. This is just where it escalated to, but this is something that's been in their family, and they know these two young boys were toxic. They know these two young boys were dangerous. They know these two young boys carried weapons on them, but they still choose to be around them. They didn't report these two young men. They knew they had weapons. I'm telling you, the family knows. The family knows, but they choose to say nothing, and they try to deal with the situation. And now they get to arguing, and then the 14-year-old, because of the 23-year-old sister, is saying, y'all, let's not do this. Come on, not on Christmas. At least let's get through Christmas without arguing, fussing, and fighting.
Right.
And yet the 14-year-old takes out his weapon and pows his 23-year-old oldest sister while she's carrying the 11-month-old baby in the car seat. She had the baby in her hand, literally. And then the 15-year-old comes out, oh, you shot my MFing sister, and and then he shoots. The 15-year-old shoots his brother in the stomach.
Yeah.
So now we got 3 people's lives gone. The 2 babies don't have a mother no more. The 2 brothers are now going to be in prison for a long, long time. And this is what we got. And they at the grandmother's house at this time. So when I say to you, the toxicity, and if you choose to continue to be around toxic family members that are violent like this, now, I'm not talking about just the toxic members that cause a lot of drama and ruckus. Like, I don't even want to be around them, right? But when they are violent and are showing violent tendencies, and we still choose to be around these people, knowing that they brandish weapons, carry weapons, then shame on us for continuing to bask in that type of toxicity as family members. And I'll land the plane there for now.
All right, sis. I appreciate you. Thank you. What I do want to talk about, y'all, is kind of Patrice already hit on it, but I wanted to talk about what can you do when you're around somebody toxic like that, man, when you got family members, right? Because nobody wants to tell on their family members, right? You know what I mean? They don't want to. And so a lot of times people be scared of these kids, right? Scared of them. Sometimes the people kind of up there in age, they feel like, man, if my oldest boy moved out of my house, right? That's a whole nother story. But hey, I just told him one day, he was about 19. I said, you can't come in the house at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning no more, man. You can't do that. I told you, I said, if you're going to do that, I can't stop you from doing that. I just could stop you from doing it here, right? And so I said, man, you got to move. If that's what you want to do with yourself, and you don't really want to go to school or anything like that right now, okay, that's cool. But hey, you can't stay here. I ain't taking care of no grown man. So he said, all right. So he moved in with a friend of his, right? Friend of his lived with his grandmama, about maybe not even 6, maybe 5, 6 blocks away, right? But the grandmama get the check. The grandmama had to check in with the dude, and the dude spent the grandmama's money. The grandmama's check that came in, he paid all the bills. He did everything, right? The grandmama didn't do nothing because she was so scared of this boy. She was like, she just gave him, he was just gangster in her place. She had her little room, but everything else was his, right? So he moved my son in. He said, come on, man, you can stay with me. Not stay with me and my grandma. You can stay with me. Like, I'm running this. And so she was just scared, and it got bad, and it got so bad that my son had to end up moving out, right? But my point is this: Some of these kids, man, they just gangstering these people, right? So, that being said, family, how can we change the situation? What can we do? Patrice had a good idea. Hey, you're gonna have to let somebody know. You got to let the authorities know, especially they walking around with projectile weapons. Man, you got to let them know, or any kind of weapon. And you can see they ain't right. They're not well put together mentally. Got to tell somebody, man. But that's my opinion. Let's go around the room. Okay, let's start with Vagoda. Let's get Vagoda out of the way. Vagoda, what do you think could be done by the family members who had these young teenage boys in their house that they could see were obviously going in the wrong direction? What could they do to have mitigated this situation so it might not have happened?
Okay, first of all, I must ask, with who exactly those teenagers are living with? They're living with the
Living with their
parents
mother.
or
The mother, now not parents, parent, singular.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, why the hell they have guns on them? And if they have guns on them in the first place, somebody needs to call the police.
Okay, so
15 and 14,
that
that is a
so,
red flag. Call
right.
the police
So,
on this stuff alone.
so you saying that the mother should have called the police and said, "Hey, these guys got guns that's not registered to them," right?
The mother or somebody that is in the house. What? And in general, if this is for, I don't know what they were fighting about, but Clarence, maybe you can tell us on what exactly they were arguing those two kids about?
They were arguing about that the mother of the two boys were their contention was that the mother was spending more money and gifts on the other one, right? Got down to a point where the oldest one, the 15-year-old, got so upset that he started verbally going in on the 14-year-old. 14-year-old got so upset that he pulled a weapon. So the sister stepped in the middle to try to calm everything down. The 14-year-old shot and murked the sister. Right. So that's what happened.
Yeah, you know what? If I think that a way to stop all of this from happening is still my idea is first of all, the mother should have put both of them, if they are so crazy and violent, in some how you say it, in some kind of people for in a place for teenagers or some that take cares of them, like a place that will put them that will turn them to behave.
This mother, I don't think had that kind of money, right? I don't think she had that kind of money to put them someplace like that. And I think what the situation was she, like most mothers in the hood, they love their sons, even though they bad as hell. They love them, right? They don't want to see them, and they just don't know what to do. So they just paralyzed. They don't do anything, and the situation just continues to get worse and worse and worse. But they don't want to put their sons in jail, right? That's unfortunately where they're at. Instead of thinking about the community at large or everybody in the household, these guys are walking around with loaded pistols. They need to be gone, or the pistols need to be gone, right? But
yeah, the mother should have taken those pistols away or something.
But they living in fear. They're living in fear, so they scared because they don't know what the son gonna do, but they don't know what these kids gonna do, so they live in fear.
They are scared from a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Yes. These kids out here, man, some of these kids ain't got they don't have no sense. So they as you can see, he shot and killed his own sister. So they don't have no, and he could have killed that baby. So
yeah, but honestly, the mother should have taken their guns, and if you take their guns, they are just 14 years old. What?
Yeah, but they had a history. They had criminal history. See, I'm gonna get into this. But this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Okay, they had criminal histories. Both of them had criminal history. So they have this. It's not like, oh, this came out the blue. Both of these boys, been bad. They've been having run-ins with the law. They've been doing it, right? One of them just, matter of fact, the one that shot the brother, he was out on bond for another case. He was out on bond for another case that he was dealing with, right? Both of them was on probation, but the other one was on bond. He had to go, but he was supposed to go back, report back to court. And I'm sure the mother's the one that bonded them out, right? I'm sure the mother bonded them out, right? He's 15 years old. Where's he getting the money to bond himself out, right? So she probably bonded him out. So I'm saying sometimes the mothers just got too close of a connection. But hold on, Pagoda. Let's go around the room. Let's give everybody a chance to answer.
Yeah. I just want to say before you go to somebody else that I was talking about their physique. It's at the end of the day, it's even if it's a violent kid, it's just a kid. In the end of the day, you can handle physically a 14 or 13-year-old kid. It's not a big deal to take the guns away from them. After you take the guns, they are just kids.
I disagree with you. Some of these kids are huge. And the mother is tiny, tiny lady. How is she going to overpower this kid? I mean, I don't agree with that in all cases. In most cases, it's like that, right? How you going to and then you can see that the mother's the one been bailing these kids out. So she don't even think about them to overpower them. She loves them too much to overpower them. She rather.
Yeah, that's we have a problem with also if the mother, if she's not doing something to help them instead of just bailing them out and do nothing.
Agreed. So we're going to get everybody's take on it. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, man. Sister Annie.
Ooh, this one is.
What could have been done? Or is there anything that could have been done to mitigate this type of circumstance?
It seems like whatever the course would be something that you would have to back way up in trying to resolve, because a 14 and 15-year-old, every 14 and 15-year-old is not the same mentally, physically.
Great.
So while for some 14 and 15-year-olds, I would agree with you, not all. There could be some 10-year-olds that some adults don't play with. So when I'm talking about like backing up is these two boys had guns. So it was probably known that they had guns, and the people that knew, probably everybody that knew, didn't have an issue with it. It was probably, hey, I know that my son could protect me, or I know that my cousin could protect me, or, somebody in the neighborhood. So everybody that knew that may have known that they had a gun wasn't against it, and would probably, if someone took it away, help them figure out how to get another one. So then you got to back up a little bit more to figure out what is their situation where a gun is needed for the type of lifestyle that they're living.
Hello.
And then the lifestyle that they're living, where was there an opportunity for them or the mother to have an alternative? Like, there's some people, and it's like, I know for me, there's certain areas that I would not live in. I love being around kids, period. It don't have to be mine. It could just be kids. I just love being around kids. And I'm always thinking about, like, even when I think about the next house that I get, I know that I don't want it to have, that the yard is close to traffic or whatever, because I'm always thinking my home needs to be ready for the youngest of kids to teenagers. So was that a thought process? This is in Florida, right?
Yeah.
So what area in Florida is this?
Let me check.
Yeah. And that was kind of rhetorical. You don't have to look it up, but like, depending on what part of Florida that is that the norm? So I would just, like, the backup would have to go way back. And there's some areas where sometimes, I know it's going to sound bad. Oh gosh, there's some areas, and I'm not saying right for it, because legally they can't have it anyway. There's some areas where some things are needed that wouldn't be needed in other areas. I've known some families that teach their kids to drive way earlier than they're supposed to. And there's some people that allow their kids to drive because their thought is that they need their child to basically be the other adult in the house, right? So there's a lot of things that some parents, some communities, some people are allowing young kids to do and have access to. And there's no way that that can, like, if that mindset is there, there's nothing that we could say change with the kids, because they're kids to me, 14, 15. I don't care how big they are, how gangster. To me, I still see them as a kid. But you can't handle all kids the same way.
Right.
So, now mentally, where's this going? Because they're going to have to sit with this. And as tough as a person is, I'm not with them when they lay their head on their pillow and thinking about what they're thinking about. Because some of that toughness and that exterior is something that they've built that they can't really sustain mentally and internally. So I may pretend to be tougher on the exterior, but when I lay down at night as this person that's just taken their sister's life, or shot their brother, or felt that they had to have a gun, it's an internal, a mental struggle that they're having. So I don't know that I have the perfect answer. I would just say figure out in the backing up into the park where something could have shifted. I don't know their personal situation, but we have to try to do things that allow us to be in the safest of spaces for us and our children. We have to decide, because I couldn't imagine as a parent, this is tough. I can't imagine as a parent turning my child in, but I'm struggling because I would feel like I have to turn my child in, because if they're such a menace to society, that's not an easy answer for me.
Yeah.
But that's the best I got, y'all. But I would just say we got to pull the curtains all the way back, because this wasn't just this situation. There's like how you talk about with Cain and Abel. There was already, it's not just Christmas. It's not about just the holiday season. There was envy and jealousy for other stuff way before Christmas that allowed that to be an easy eruption,
Agreed.
So that's what I got.
All right, sis. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. Let's go up to Vaughn, go across to Patrice, and then Trey.
Yeah, wow. And they just brought up a very good point, that this is something that has been festering for a long time.
Yeah.
It's not something that just popped up all of a sudden.
Right.
But Brother Clarence, I would definitely think that, something that could have been a solvent to this issue or this situation happening is a father in the home. You see what I'm saying?
Agreed.
The lack of the presence of the male in the home is what's causing a lot of these things to happen in the family. You see what I'm saying? There's really no foundation for these young brothers to stand on.
I think Vogoda said that earlier. Yeah.
And so, what could have helped the situation is if they had a strong male presence, in their life from a boy, not till they get teenagers, because when we start with these children, when they become teenagers, that's well off in the realm of being too late. We're too late when we start with them in their teenage. We have to start when they're toddlers. You see what I'm saying? And so, it's very unfortunate, that the method of choice was a weapon. You see what I'm saying? That's what this is. The mentality is that I have an issue that I don't like, and my way to solve it is violence. You see what I'm saying? The Bible talks about, hey, listen now, if you live by that sword, then you're going to die by that sword. You see what I'm saying? And so, I would land it right there, Brother Clarence. Definitely the lack of a male presence, a strong male presence, by the way, not just somebody who pops up every couple of weekends, not somebody that's just, trying to get out of child support, not somebody that's just not trying to be a father, You see what I'm saying? Or a dad.
Yeah.
You know, and so this is what's lacking in these young men's life, and as a result, this is what we see.
Yes, sir. Agreed. OG Patrice. Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Patrice. Put those oxtails down. Put those oxtails down right now, Patrice. We need to hear your wisdom.
Yeah, y'all. I literally just left Chicago yesterday to visit my family there, and now I'm in Vegas visiting my sister before I head home. So I'm gonna bring the new year in Vegas.
All right,
But
right on.
yeah, I mean, this situation you got, guys, it's really, really sad, and it's really, really more and more telling us that something is wrong with this generation of young adults and the parenting style of again being laxy-daisy, not having the children have proper home training. And I know everybody is saying the mother and the grandmother, and that's true because they're there, but nobody is mentioning the fathers. See, where are these young teenage boys' father? Where are why were they in their life? Why aren't they in their life? See, these are questions too. Again, it's so easy to pass the buck to the mother, and I get it because the mother is there raising them because she has no choice. And probably with the help of the grandmother, the mother herself probably was young when she had all of them because look at the 23-year-old. She 23 already and had 2 children. So we seeing a system and a cycle, right, that continuously to happen a lot in the urban community, especially the low income urban communities. They lived in predominantly a Black area where there's low income impoverishment, right? So I get that, but there's a mentality that comes with that of being a product of that environment. Again, when we talked about with Brother Leon, trauma, environment, and genetics all make a person's personality up.
Yeah.
And when you come from that, I'm sure they definitely come from trauma and toxicity, drama, probably within watching a mother get treated away, or maybe even watching a grandmother get treated away. It seems to be a cycle, a vicious cycle, right, of toxicity and trauma. And that creates what? Narcissistic personality disorder. I see it more now since we've had that interview with Brother Leon. I see it more now in a lot of young Black men that are coming up that is expressing this, that also have violent tendencies with it, right? We know Brother Leon does not have violent tendencies with it, but a lot of these young men has violent tendencies with their narcissism. I absolutely believe, like your Puff Daddies of the world, these are very malignant, narcissistic men with sociopathic and psychopathic violent tendencies. And it's unfortunate that the communities are hurting in that way, and nobody is really getting to the root of the problem. Right? And we living in a society where we see that these children are coming up and they are damaged, they are traumatized, and nobody is saying nothing. See, because like you said, bro, see, they scared of.
Yeah.
I got a cousin in my family was scared of her own son. He was the same way, did all kind of nefarious things, breaking and entering, robbing, all this and that, carrying a brandishing weapon on him ever since he was a teenager. Come up in his own mama house, run the house, jumping on his mama. Oh yeah. So the mother was my cousin was afraid of him. I see it.
Wow.
I never, once that young man got grown, I never came around him anymore when I knew the nefarious things that he stopped coming around the family because he was getting into all kind of craziness. Guess where he at, y'all? If somebody didn't put him 6 feet under, he was going to put somebody 6 feet under, or either he was going to end up behind bars. And guess where he is? He's in prison right now for a very long time because he ended up unaliving somebody. You see what I'm saying? So when you see a track record of that and families just choose to stand by idle and they don't say anything, see, my cousin, she did the same thing. Daddy wasn't nowhere around, didn't help raise him. So the mama, scared of her own son, wouldn't say nothing. See, but we want to say, oh, I'd rather see him be charged with a gun charge to be charged with murking his own sibling. It's a big difference, y'all. You see what I'm saying? But we choose to turn a blind eye and not say nothing because they are family members and we love them. But these are dangerous,
That's
toxic.
it. That's
And
it
when,
right there.
when we turn our back and choose to say nothing because they are blood relatives, and then they do something like this to their own blood relative, then what? Then whose fault it is? See,
But
because
let
we
me ask you something,
all
Patrice.
play a part of being responsible for our blood, right? When it comes to that, it's either you stay away and you try to give advice to that person that's going through that. Hey, your son is doing this, that. And I told my cousin, listen, I said, if you want to come around here and be a part of the family get-togethers, barbecues, whatever for the holidays, when I will celebrate, that's cool. I said, but your son can't come. And I mean that. He can't come. See, because I know what he's into.
But let me ask you a question, Patrice.
Way over there. Because if he come to around me brandishing a gun, I'm calling the police. I told my cousin that. I'm calling police. See, but a lot of times we choose to turn our back and turn because that's your blood. Well, that is your cousin, that is your brother. Like people want to put the guilt on you because they your blood.
But Patrice,
You're not doing that to me.
Patrice.
Yes.
All right, let me ask you a question real quick. Because I agree with you that people not doing it because of the blood ties, right? They feel like, I can't do that. This is my brother, this is my cousin, this is my nephew, this is my son, whatever, right? I can't do that. So I'm saying to you, like I'm asking, do you see that they could get that where they could just be paralyzed because they don't know what to do? They don't want to call the police. They want the situation to get better. They just don't know what to do. And so in not knowing what to do, they just get paralyzed and they don't do nothing. And they hope that it's going to somehow fix itself. It's like when you are in a relationship with a cheater. You hope at some point it's just going to get better. But it just gets worse, right? But they don't understand that.
Bro,
Right?
see,
Okay,
let
me
I'm gonna
add
tell
something
you the
just to
truth
his
of what
question.
God love. I'm gonna tell you what God love. I got my only son. If my only son start to go into a life of crime and doing all these type of nefarious things, I love you, son, and I'm gonna pray for you, but don't come my way with it. Don't come my way carrying no weapons, and you're toxic, and you're dangerous, and you're doing all of this and that. See, because if you subject to hurt somebody out there to take something from them that you want, you'll do it for your own blood relative for something you want.
Sooner or later.
But may I ask you
Sooner or
this
later.
question real quick?
Mhm.
And I don't want to use your
I
cousin, but
also want to
because you
ask
brought it
something
up, I just
after
wanted
you.
to ask like in a. I hate talking about your. I don't want to talk about your cousin, but I just want to just with your example, where you say that she was afraid of her
Mhm.
child, and what
Mhm.
I'm thinking is that fear is not was not just about telling on her child, it was what the repercussions would be if she did. So my question to you and Brother Clarence and the panel is, what does a parent or a loved one or family, what do you recommend to them that are afraid of what can happen because they do tell it? Because if you do tell something and then it comes back and they find out that, oh, my mother told on me, oh, my cousin told on me, what might happen to them? So that fear sounded like it was coming from a place of what could come back to her in
Mhm.
harm's way. So I just want to know what your
Yeah.
thoughts is on that.
Well,
Yeah.
I want everybody to answer that question, but I want Patrice to finish because I want
Mhm.
Trey to answer the original
I'm
question.
sorry.
And then we
Sorry.
get back to that. No, sorry, Sistine.
I
We'll
want to
just
ask
answer that
also
right after
something,
that.
but okay, never
And yeah,
mind.
and
Hold on, Pagoda. Hold on, Pagoda. Let's let everybody finish.
and I get your point, Sister Annie. You living in fear anyway when that person comes around you, as often as they come around you. And my cousin's son was coming around her almost every day, coming in our house, doing what he wanted in our house, wasn't paying not damn bills. See, so he coming in there, with a weapon on them, this, that, and the other. And yeah, there's ways that you can turn your family member in without them knowing that it was a family member that turned them in. You could call anonymously, right? And say, this is this person's name, this is their license plate or whatever, and they brandishing a weapon and they getting into all kind, and they not supposed to, because he already had a record. See, when you know your child or relatives is going to either end up 6 feet under or be in jail anyway, and you know they out there doing wrong to people, they robbing people, they doing all type of stuff to innocent people that don't deserve it. That's a chance to me personally I would take. See, because I'm already afraid anyway when you come around. So at what point are we gonna not be afraid and to fight back and to stand up? If my son came to me right now, I mean, like, Mom, whether it was in self-defense or whatever, and I did this, I say, we going down to the police station, son. See, because you got to have your day in court. You got to be able to tell your side of the story. If it was self-defense, then it'll be proven it was self-defense. We got to have faith, in what's left of this law of the land. But if you come to me and tell me you do something nefarious, rob a bank, whatever, like, now you tell me, don't tell me. See, you better not tell me. See, if you want it to be a secret that you died with that secret, then don't tell me as your mother, because I instilled in you to do the right thing. And I'm not going to sit here knowing that you did something wrong to someone and committed a crime against someone, and I'm going to be cool with that. See, I got family members that are crazy like that, that know that their son or whatever, or their brother murked somebody. They know, and they choose not to say nothing, but they keep allowing these people to come around. I'm just a different breed. Again, like I said, stay far, far away from me, because if you come around me and I know you this type of person, like, I don't want you around me. I'm gonna have a problem. I'm gonna call the police because I don't want you around me. Because if you're capable of doing that to somebody else for something that you want that don't belong to you, what are you capable of doing to me for something that you want that don't belong to you? That's just my answer.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's get to Trey, and then we'll get to Sister Annie's question.
Brother Clarence, ask me that question again. Just give me the question one more time.
Huh?
Give me the question one more time.
Oh, the question one more time?
Yes.
Is what do you think? It's kind of the same question as Annie. Annie's got a little deeper, but my question is just it's not with these two gentlemen in particular, but with the society having the type of mind frame that they have, where the children are so violent,
out of order. Yes.
Yeah, they so out of order. How can we what could be done to improve that situation?
Okay, so I'm going to use my experience working in Chicago public schools under a mentoring program and having the ability to conduct groups 3 days a week between 12 and 15 guys. Now, one of the greatest things that I've learned is that, and this is it is a knock on this, because most mothers know that children are bad if they are. They know the behavior that they children displays. They know that. The unfortunate thing is, if you look at a lot of these situations, and we can all agree that probably 75 to 80% of those young men, even young women, do not have a father in their life, right? Now, we don't know the backstory of why the father is not in their life. It could just be the mama, which they'll never admit, that they had a 1 or 2 night stand, and they was trying to get it in the back seat of the car, the dude was in the streets, whatever. They'll never admit that. They'll just say the father ain't here. And more than likely, and we hear it all the time, the mothers are young. Let's get it. The fathers are probably the same age, if not a year or two older. I had a 6th grader who had a child. So he's very young. He don't even know what life is. 6th grader had a child. So yes, in that, both are young, and we can all agree that probably most guys, even at some point, the mothers, because then most children become a liability to the mother when they reach a certain age. They become a liability. Most, and we say mothers love their children. I would say they don't, because you have to train a child up the way you want them to go. And most of the time, we're not training our children. We're just raising them, providing shelter. We're not giving them the resources that they need early on, because that's why a lot of our brothers are reading at 3rd grade level in high school, because nobody's training that child. And Brother Brian mentioned that there has to be a strong male. I would change that word to a righteous male. It has to be a righteous brother, a brother that's going to come in and provide information with no expectations from the mother, with just trying to be a conduit to the community to help the overall advancement of the community. You know, a righteous brother, he's going to always speak on accountability, having respect for womanhood, and that goes for male and female, setting visions and goals for someone, speaking with integrity and also showing integrity. A lot of, for us in our community, we talk about it. We don't show a lot. We don't, a lot of our children are visual learners, but we don't show what it takes to get to certain points. You come into a child's life, they see you at a certain point, and they be like, oh man, you didn't have to go through this, you didn't have to go through that. When in actuality, most of us had to get it out of mud. We talk about our days living in the projects and how we overcame it, because one, most of the time, mothers understood their role and their capabilities. A lot of times, daddy could live around the corner, but daddy would show up whenever you got into trouble. Now we're at a place where mothers don't feel like they need the father in their life, because in all actuality, there was never really no relationship. They were just having sex. So how do you can't really hold nobody accountable if there's nothing foundational from the beginning. And we have to be, and even in our own families, we know these people, like Sister Patrice said, we know the people who are just troublemakers in the community. Why is nobody going anonymously and turning them in? Why not go collect a reward? But we believe in this loyalty to a fault. And one of the easiest things, especially if there's children who the father wants to be in their life, once his scrotum sac separates from his body, a mother can no longer do anything with a son. You can't do nothing. You can say whatever, because you ain't gonna do nothing but talk. You're not gonna beat them upside the head. And it's not saying you should. It's not about abuse. But I remember your parent would come to the park and whoop your butt home if you got in trouble. You thought you was going. She would show up and she would hold you accountable. She wasn't showing up cussing out teachers and counselors and other people in the community. She would be on you, and then may have had a conversation later about what happened. But now it's like everybody attacks the person who calls it out. And it's only going to get worse, because we're 30-something years since the crack era. All of these young adults who were kids when crack hit the scene, they now have children, and their children have children. And everything they do is about a fight. Not everybody's built to work with you, and you can't address you on what they should be doing. Most of them are talented. Most of them are already smart. They just need to have somebody believe that they can do it. And a lot of times we don't speak from that, because a lot of times we put our own hurts and pains onto the youth, and you wondering why they not getting it, because we don't talk about back when I was 9 and 10, my mama did this, my daddy did this, and saying, you know what, despite all that, I overcame because I had to do certain things. We live in America. If you don't go to college or learn a skilled trade, you're gonna work a regular job. And most of us ain't smart enough today, because we didn't get what we needed from age 0 to 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, while we were in the primary care of our adult parent, or guardian, male or female. We didn't get what we needed to understand emotions, managing emotions, understand problem solving. Because now people even adults run into a problem. What they do, quit, give up. I don't want to do it, complain about why they doing this and why they doing it, instead of understanding those situations and working through them. Because a lot of times when you're able to walk through them, you more than likely won't have too many problems going forward in that same avenue. You may have some other issues, but if you're able to work through a few problems here on the right, as you move forward, then they come problems on the left. You're like, oh, I remember I can do the same thing in reverse. Sometimes we don't do it. We just at a place now where everybody's walking around with a hood on. Ain't no more community. Ain't nobody communicating. We're not going to the churches and talking about issues of the community and how to fix them. We saying, oh, it's a problem. The kids is this. We all was kids. We all were kids. The difference was your mother and grandmama all lined up to slap you upside the head if you got in trouble. And most of us, there was no separation of your daddy ain't this and your daddy ain't that. No, y'all gonna do what you have to do despite all that. Your mamas went to the church picnic and the family reunion. Didn't see y'all mama's breasts and booty cheeks after age 14, 15. She covered that up. She came out with respect. Now, it's all the kids see. It's toxic, everything. They're smoking and drinking and over-sexualized. And it's going to destroy us in the next 25 years. I mean, destroy us. We'll be lucky if you're over 50 to make it out without having to, hurt one of these babies out here because they're living so reckless and so violent, but nobody's saying anything. It's going to destroy us.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. All right. Woo. Got through that question.
I can ask something for a second.
Yes, very quickly. We'll go.
Yeah, Patrice,
Yep.
this is, you mentioned that is your son that you mentioned earlier, or the son of your cousin? Patrice? Hello?
Maybe she fell off. Patrice?
Yes, sir.
You don't
We'll
need
go
to
to
call
have a
me
question for
sir.
you.
I just is that that you told us is with the gun is your son, or the son of your sister or cousin?
No, this is my cousin's son.
Okay. Well, it's very. At least he's not your son. Ugh. Like this. I cannot imagine that somebody in my family will attack me, or let alone put a gun into my face. Ugh.
Wow. Yeah,
I never can imagine such a thing. It
it's
sounds
crazy.
like a horror movie.
I tell my boys, you do something like that to me, you get me, I'm coming back as a ghost, and I'm gonna get you as a ghost. I'm I'm gonna get
You're
you.
a karate ghost.
Yeah, but still, but that doesn't mean you can't. I mean, anybody can get got. So I'm just saying, I put the fear in them. Hey, if you do something to me, I'm gonna come back and get you.
It's getting that bad. You see that siblings are killing siblings. The children are murking their parents. Like, it's that bad already. And it's continuously happening, and we cannot keep continually standing by idle and knowing that we got these type of people in our families and we not saying anything. But then they go into the house and get mad and get into an argument with mama, and they end up murking mama, the sister, grandmama, and them. Like, see?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And we all. I mean, it's the snitch culture. We got this culture where we feel like, especially as Black people, I don't know if they got it out there in Israel, but I mean in out here in LA, in the inner cities of America, they got this code where you ain't supposed to snitch on nobody. You're not supposed to tell the police, no matter what they doing, right? If they killing kids, if they especially the closer the family, the closely related they are to you, the more you're not supposed to say nothing, right? We had a saying back in the day, right? Your parents would tell you, hey, what goes on in this house stays in this house, right? We don't go out there telling our business to nobody out there on the street, right? Which gave a license to the molesters, right? They could just go on and do whatever they wanted to do, right? I was watching a thing the other day where this lady had been, diddled by her grandfather. Her father had jumped on her sisters and was on his way to jump on her. She they was able to some kind of way get her to an aunt or something, but the aunt had some kind of problem where she couldn't take care of the girl no more. So the girl ended up at the grandfather's house, who was the original person that was doing it to everybody. This girl didn't know, right? The mothers, she didn't know why this man was never invited to no holiday, nothing. He was never allowed to be over to the house, right? But she thought he just because he lived an hour away or something like that, right? So she goes to the grandfather's house. We're talking about what, 8, 9 years old, and the grandfather starts on her, and they told her, "Hey, look, this is just, don't say nothing to the police. They mountain people. Hey, we don't say nothing to the police, right?" So they didn't for a long time until finally she broke down and not she did, excuse me, another family member broke down. They subpoenaed her into the situation, and the whole house of cards fell down. But by the time they subpoenaed her, she was in her 30s. This happened to her since she was 8 years old. Even as an adult, he was still doing this stuff to her. But she felt like, I'm going to be letting him down. I'm going to be letting down the family by going and telling the police on him. Right? And I think it's something like I was telling before, like a lot of these people, especially when they're close to, they only see the good in the person, or they will focus on the good only in the person and not the havoc that they are wreaking on everyone else, right? Right? A mother would be like, "Hey, at least I got both of my sons here. Yeah, they may be walking around with guns and they might shoot somebody and they may go off. Now, do you think that lady looking back on it said, man, I never thought they would shoot their sister. I never thought that would happen, or each other. I never thought that would happen." But like you said, this is the kind of thing that can happen when we're not vigilant with our children. We got to be vigilant with them. I agree with you, Trey. We got to be vigilant, because if we're not, this is the kind of thing that can happen, man, where these kids could just go off and they go nuts, not only hurting people in the family, but they can go out and hurt other people out in society, right? Okay, y'all, we only got a few more minutes, so I want us to answer Sister Annie's question, and then we're gonna start wrapping it up. Okay, so Sister Annie, ask your question again, and then we'll start wrapping this thing up. I mean, after you guys answer.
And just, I just want to make sure it's the right question. The one where I was asking Patrice, like, when a parent or guardian or adult in the area or community is afraid of what the consequence of reporting. So maybe, like, they know that they need to report, but their fear of, oh, even if it's their child, oh, you snitched on me, that something could happen to them.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? What do you do there? I think Patrice actually had a really good answer, but that's a reality that some people have. Like, remember, I know this is a movie, but with Nino Brown, a lot of people in the community were afraid of him, and nobody was willing to, speak up except for that grandpa, So I just don't know I can't make someone not fear a consequence, right? So I don't know. What do you do there?
All right, yeah, let's start with Vagoda, and then we go to Vaughn, then Patrice, and Trey.
Well, wait a minute. I'm not sure if I understand the question all the way.
Oh, what do you do?
Can you do it like real quick?
Yeah. What do you do when you fear the consequences of reporting someone, whether it's a teenager, you're fearing what the repercussions would be with them directly to you for you reporting it or turning them in?
Okay, got it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, Vagoda.
I think it will be better if you start with the ladies. Ladies first.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I wanted to start with you so that I give you ample time to go around the room. So you want me to start with someone else?
Yeah, ladies first. I want to be
Okay.
nice to the ladies today.
No, I'm not. I'm a lady. Patrice is gonna be last because I know how that answer is gonna go. All right, so let's start with Trey. Trey, what do you think, man? What do you think? How could a person handle that? What are their options? You know, with the fact that, hey, this is my son. My son is walking around here toting weapons and you know, pulling weapons out and doing all kind of nefariousness. Shout out to Patrice. So what should I how could I, what would help me get over the fear of this child, or could help me get over? Trey, you there? I guess Trey had to go do something, right?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, man.
Oh man, I thought you were stacking guns for the revolution, man. I mean, you were for the resistance over there.
No, they already stacked. They already stacked. I just, you know. So again,
Wait a minute, not in the USA?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
It's not in the USA?
No, we'll go to. We're just kidding. We're just kidding. Come on. Trey.
So again, give me the question one more time so I can make sure I get it right.
Okay, let me that. It sounds so much nicer when Sister Annie asks it. Let me say Sister Annie asks. Can you ask it again, Sister Annie?
What is it that you do when you're afraid of the repercussions of you turning someone in, even if it's your child? Like what physical harm could happen to you because they find out that you told on them? Like how do you help the community save them? First and foremost, save them. Like what Patrice was saying, they could, their life could be taken. They could go to prison. But what do you do when you're afraid yourself of something happening to you?
So in the event that one of my children commit a heinous act, correct? What do I do, correct?
Yeah, like if they're
Okay.
kind of like a menace to society, yeah.
Well, I would hope that once I recognize that type of behavior, that I would have enough courage and wherewithal within myself to start addressing it as early as possible. If I wasn't equipped to have those conversations or really just dive into what the root cause was, I would put him in the hands or her in the hands of someone who probably could. I do believe that most parents do not want to be looked at as failures if they would have to do that. I think that's one of the biggest problems. Look at it, oh, I'm a failure if I can't fix it or get it done myself. But I think having constant communication with your child, checking in with them, you go to some people's houses and you walk past the children's bedroom and the door's shut and you're like, what is that smell coming out of? Oh, that's my son's room. I don't go in there. I don't do anything. So how do you know what he's doing in there if you don't? It's your house. You have to be brave enough and be willing to, I'm checking everything that come up through there. I'm going in your drawers and going in your closet and checking your pockets. I'm going to make sure that, one, you're not putting my own life in jeopardy or the family's life in jeopardy. It's just, a lot of parents, when their children get 14, 15, they really stop following up with it. And, if you have any type of decent brothers or cousins, somebody that can, check in with them and, give them some good knowledge about, things that he's going to have to overcome as a young man. Especially in today's age, a lot of children walk around with these inner thoughts and they never express them, and then at some point it hits the bubble. So you just have to be really willing to be open about it, talk to people who can help you, connect them to the people that can help them if you're not capable. And, and if that's who they are, if that's going to be who they are, you have to allow them to work through that process. You can't be bailing them out because it's your baby. You can't be doing that because they'll be getting back out in the community doing the same thing. You have to let them go through that process. so they can see you. Because, like you say, if somebody's on drugs, they have to hit dirt bottom for them to be able to, I want to rise to the top. Same thing with badass kids. Same thing. Same thing. So, you spread a rod, spoil the child, and you get what you get. Other than that, you just have to be willing to step back and say, you know what, I failed. Let me give it to somebody else who can fix it or work with me. And if he has a father and he's a working guy and he just ain't with you, shit, don't be afraid to go drop him off. Say, here, you take it from her. I took him to 12, 13. Now his scrotum sack is dropped. I can't do nothing. You get with him. I guarantee you, in 6 months, the boy will be flourishing, or he'll be saying, Mama, please take me back, because Daddy don't take the same mess that you take. And kids always take the least road of existence. So that's all I got.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man, for that. Let's go with Vaughn, then Vagoda, and then Patrice.
What about Annie?
Well, she can answer her own question, huh? All right. We'll go Vaughn, Annie, then Vagoda, then Patrice. Patrice.
Well,
how can I
okay.
say? How can I say Patrice? She will. What did they say I do? Long stroke. Yeah, she's long stroke. So long stroke is for last. This ain't my first day on the rodeo, Vagoda.
You know I'm on this panel and I can hear you, right?
What? Huh?
Like,
what?
I'm on this panel and I can hear you.
What? Y'all know I met Patrice in person. I don't know if you know that. I met Patrice in person, right?
I think I remember somebody telling me that.
Yes, we know that.
You ever heard that before? You ever heard that before? I did meet her in person. Beautiful smile. Beautiful. Anyway.
You went on a date. How lovely.
Yep. Oh, beautiful lady. All right, let's get to it. Let's go through it, y'all, because we got to get out of here, man. Y'all got to go. It's New Year's Eve. Y'all got to go load up for tomorrow, whatever y'all going to do, right? I don't know what we all going to celebrate in different ways, right? Whatever, right? Some of us might be, I know what I'll be. I'll be trying to help Lesbian Heaven establish itself. I'll be doing working on the railroads or something. I'll be doing something. But Lesbian Heaven, right? Well, of course, Vaughn will be with the Resistance. Vaughn and Trey be with the Resistance, right? And they will be, at that table going over the master plan, right? But that's okay. I'm gonna tell on y'all. So I'm a see. I ain't gonna be like that. I'm a snitch. I love y'all, but I'm a snitch. I'm gonna tell the princess what's going on. TWI says this live ending maybe in about another 15, 20 minutes. TWI, maybe in another 15 minutes. Would you like to come up on the stage? All you got to do is show us that you're a human being, man. You welcome to come right up on here. But we are about to get up out of here, man. We are about to answer the last question, then we're gonna get up out of here. Everybody's gonna make some closing remarks. Let's see. Okay, who do we say now? Vaughn?
Yeah, I thought that's what you said, but I wasn't sure.
Let's go, Vaughn.
Okay, so yeah, Anae is talking about what do you do? The main thing I would definitely suggest is, start with these children at a young age. We can't wait till they're teenagers and then try to give some type of correction. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not as effective as if you started with them at toddler age, And if there is a situation where you fall into this, make sure that you address it, find help, and basically establish control at an early age, like I said. But sometimes you have to reach out to other family members, It's okay to ask for help. Be diligent about it, and if all else fails, like Brother Trey said, hey, give him back to the dad so that he can handle that.
If he won't, yeah.
Well, but if he doesn't, then look into programs, look into different things that, they have all kind of stuff that you can get your children involved in. So I would just say that.
All right, we got Terrence we added to the stage. We're going to let Terrence come on after let's go. Let's let him go after Pagoda. I think so. We got thank you, Vaughn, for that, by the way. So we got Any, Pagoda, and Patrice. So let's go Any, and then Pagoda, and then Terrence, and then Patrice.
Well, I think Patrice, like I said, she
Oh, you so you want
well,
to?
I guess for me, I would have to weigh the severity of where the situation is. If it's where it's putting people in harm's way and could put him or her in harm's way, then I need to take immediate action to just, make a call. If it's where I'm just seeing these signs of things or whatever, the onus is, I would feel as a parent, would be on me to figure out the ways to get my child some help. So I would be trying the counseling. I would be trying the, seeing what the father, how they could help brothers, uncles, the men around. If it's a young boy, so I would try to exhaust those options first, because I wouldn't want my child to be in prison getting the help. I would want the help that he or she needs to be outside first, where they could redeem themselves and still have a life outside of prison. So definitely starting early. But if we're already there at that point, I would have to make the call. And it would be scary, because you don't know. You're just praying that your child understands that there's no way that this was an easy decision, for me to make. But I'm trying to save you the best way I can, and I don't know any other way. So that's what I would say.
All right. Moving on over to thank you, sis. Moving on over to Pagoda, then Terrence, and then the long stroker.
Okay. First of all, well, here you got into now my turn. So probably let's say it like this: first of all, if I think that in every normal place, if somebody do to you something like you told that the old guy did to his granddaughter, then you should tell on him immediately to the police. And if somebody from the family tells you not to do it, then tell the police also his name. And also you ask if this stuff we have also here. In here, if somebody like this do something to you, then you tell on him. Period. Vince?
Okay. So let me ask you a question real quick, Pagoda. Pagoda, let me ask you a quick question.
I want to finish just one thing about what I said. Okay. The only place that I can think about when you have something like what you told us about the no snitching, the so-called no snitching stuff, is probably in some Orthodox close community or Orthodox Hasidic community, or in some Arab village where you have violence against But any case, that's where you can find something like what you told us. What did you want to ask, Clarence?
I want to ask, okay, in Israel, if there was a kid, 15, 14, 15-year-old kids walking around with guns, what would happen? I mean, what would happen to them?
It depends what they will do and who they will go to. If they will go to
but
typically
would a parent typically report that kid, or how do you think that would be handled over there?
Yeah, the kid will be reported from his parents, or reported from somebody that knows him. What you told me right now is something that it's very hard to imagine. The only case that I think that you will see with guns, if at all, it's Arab kids. But have if a policeman will see a kid with a gun or with a knife, then he's going to jail. Then he's going to spend in jail sometime.
Okay.
And if he's lucky, if he's not lucky and a soldier see him and he thinks that he's a terrorist, then it's going to get a kiss from the gun of the soldier. You know,
Yikes.
yeah, you know,
Yikes.
if we had cases that you had little terrorists in the age of those kids, even below, that were told by their parents and by their community leaders to go shoot Jews in the board in some areas.
Yeah, I
So
believe
if
it.
you do, so if you see somebody running with a knife, a child or with that has a gun next to him, especially now, then you know it could be you if you don't do something.
All right, man. Thank you, Vagoda. Appreciate you, man. All right, let's get to Terrence. Terrence, new to the channel, man. Maiden voyage. What's going on, Terrence?
Good evening, panel. How are you, sir?
So far, so good, man.
Good
What do you
evening.
think?
What's up, brother?
What's going on? So I missed a large portion of this live. I'm literally catching it within 15 minutes of you
Welcome.
closing. Thank you.
Okay, so
mhm.
let me just give you a short version real quick. I don't know if you saw the beginning, but we did the story on the two kids, the 14-year-old, 15-year-old brothers, and one of the 14-year-old brothers shot the sister because the sister was trying to break them up. They were arguing because the mother had bought one of them more gifts than the other one, and that started the whole argument. They went to the grandmother's house to do the whole gift exchange, eat dinner, whatever, right? In the process of getting out of the car and going into the house or whatever, they got into another heated argument, and the 14-year-old ends up putting a gun on the 15-year-old. The sister stepped in the way. The 23-year-old sister, with her baby in her arms, stepped in the way to break them up, and the 14-year-old shot and killed the sister. In response to him doing that, the 15-year-old who was arguing with the 14-year-old pulled his own weapon out and shot the 14-year-old in the stomach. So it's all was over arguing over the Christmas gifts, that one was getting more Christmas gifts than the other one. So that's what the live initially started out about. Now the question is being asked: if you got a child that's running around with a weapon in your home, should you go to the police and tell that child, or how should you think it was the best way would be to handle that situation?
Okay, thank you. And is this kind of like closing thoughts on the whole situation, or is it just answering that
No,
specific
you just
question?
answering that. The next question I ask will be closing thoughts. The next thing we do is closing thoughts.
Got it. Geez, I don't think any child should be walking around with a weapon, especially if untrained, right? But the sad reality is, in a lot of the lower income neighborhoods, it's a fact of life.
Right.
And having to carry around a weapon, I think, speaks to the environment.
Yeah.
So it's a little hard to be black and white and say, yes, call the police, if that's a known. If I were to see one of my kids carrying a weapon, I don't think that I would. I think that there would be a very serious conversation, and have it taken away. But then thinking of the repercussions, granted the environment that could put that child's life in jeopardy when he goes outside, right? Gee, that's steep. I stepped in on the last 15 minutes. Jeez. So yeah, that's my little 2 cents for now.
I appreciate you, brother. All right. Dun 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 dun. Now
I have a question before we go to the final say to the new guy. Where are you from, if I may ask?
Illinois, right outside of Chicago.
Illinois. Okay. Cool. Just want to know.
Oh, wow. Okay, anyway, let's move on to Patrice. Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared to answer Sister Annie's question?
I am. I think I did earlier, but I'm kind
I
of
think you
I'm
did
gonna
too.
add this part to it, right? Because
Right.
y'all, I literally said I just came back home from Chicago, right? I'm from Chicago, born and raised on the South Side. I grew up in Inglewood, which is one of the most dangerous communities now. It wasn't when I grew up there. You know, grew up in the era of the 70s and 80s, and it was nowhere near as bad as it is now, right? But I
Right.
but I just came from there, right? Literally. And I see what's going on in the community, right? My family's still there. I got brothers there. My mother's still there. And I see a lot of nefariousness that's going on. My family, the cousin that I told you that is
Yeah.
afraid of her own child, they all there in Chicago, right? So
Right.
check this out. If I got to live a life where I'm afraid of my own child, that's a problem in and of itself,
Yeah.
right there, right? But
Yeah.
we know that's a reality of a lot of uh, our families in their
Yeah.
household. We know somebody or friends, family member, whatever. We know somebody or know somebody that knows somebody that's afraid of their own kid. If I got to live in a life where I'm afraid of my own child, that's a problem. I understand a stranger being afraid of a stranger and what they might do. But if I have to live a life where I'm afraid of my own child, that's problematic in and of itself. Now, again, I said my cousin that was afraid of her own child. He come in there, he do what he want, he run a house, he jumped on her, disrespect her. So if I'm gonna live every day afraid of him and be afraid of him every time he come, and I know he carrying a weapon, doing all kind of nefarious things to innocent people out there in the streets, I'm gonna handle that business. See, because like I said, there's ways that you can turn people in and it be anonymous. Ain't gotta never know it's you. But this just me, y'all. I can't live that way. I can't live my life and be afraid of my own child. I can't. I can't be afraid that if I don't let you in, you're gonna bust down the door and jump on me. So if I'm afraid of you anyway, I'd rather take my chances of afraid of you and saying, look, he's a minor. He already has a record. See, because my cousin was a minor and already had a record. I said, and he's doing all this nefariousness out here in the streets. And I'm afraid of my child because he comes here, he branded, this weapon, he's threatening me, he's jumped on me. I'm afraid for my life. Y'all need to take him off the streets. I'm sorry. See, because we get to a point where we know there's no hope for that child when that child don't listen. When you put that child in behavior classes, when you know that that child has been defiant and now they are at an age where you cannot control them or tell them anything, they're either going to end up 6 feet under or in prison, period.
So, Sister Patrice, I have a question for you real quick. Let's just remove your family member from this situation.
Mm-hmm.
And we can attach it to anybody else, any one of us. Would you say that this is a result of failed parenting?
Part of it, yeah. It's a part of it, failed parenting, environment, right? And also as society as a whole. Because see, if we continue to turn a blind eye and not say anything, these type of things are going to continue to happen. See, I know we want to think that our blood relatives or friends won't do that to us. See, we want to think it won't happen to us. Everybody likes to think that. And I really need our community and culture to wake the hell up because it's happening to us, y'all. The kids are murking their parents. they're murking their siblings. It's happened. They're murking their own children. Come
Yeah.
on, guys. It's happening already. So are we going to continue as a culture and a community to say, well, I'm not going to say nothing. I know my child out there doing wrong. I know my son or my daughter or whatever's out there doing this now and they carrying a weapon and they shouldn't be. I'm not gonna say nothing because as long as it ain't happening in my neighborhood, it's okay. They can go and kill over across the street over there or around the corner or up the block. See, they can do it to them. As long as they ain't bringing it here in my house, it's okay. See, we got at what point when you know that if it's not for but the protection of your child has been properly trained, has license to carry and conceal that, has the discipline and the wherewithal and the training to say, I am doing this to protect my life and the life of my family and my property. See, those are the reason why you should be brandishing a gun legally. But when you are out here doing nefarious things and you're brandishing a gun illegally, that's problematic. It's problematic. And at what point are we going to stop turning the blind eye and say, I'm not going to say nothing because it ain't happening to me. Long as he ain't coming in my house with. But see, he done broken 3 or 4 houses, 3 or 4 cars. You know he doing it. You know he doing it. He coming in with money, new ain't got now a job, but he brandishing, going shopping, flashing all this money. Come on, y'all. Are we really gonna play that game? Are we gonna continue to do that as a culture and community?
Come on, mothers.
So no. I ain't raised my son like that. And the moment you start acting like that, see, because I'm not gonna be afraid of my son, because if he come towards me and disrespecting me and think he wants to put his hands on me, let me tell y'all, the day that my son brushed up at me, I called my brothers. I said, come over here and talk to your nephew. You better come. See, because he, a young man will try you. He got a little beside himself, and he brushed up at me one day. Call my brothers. Come over here and handle this. And they put the fear of God in my son. And I never had that problem again. See, we have to look at the reality of what has happened. This situation right here with a brother unaliving his own sister, and then the other brother tries to unalive him. This is something that is not brand new with that family. This is a family that chose to not say nothing and continue to sweep it under the rug and turn the other cheek. From the mother to the grandmother to the sisters and to the brothers. And see what the end result? See, because we don't think that they're going to turn it on us. But it's happening, y'all. And we got to wake up to it. And I land the plane there.
All right. Thank you, Sister Patrice. See, I knew what I was doing, y'all. All right, y'all. We're going to have to do some closing remarks because we got to get on out of here, man. I got to let y'all go home so y'all can get ready. Y'all can load up for tomorrow, right? All right. Let's get some closing remarks, y'all, on whatever, man. Whatever you want to hit, whatever you want to touch, but let's try to throw a solution in there. Right? Try to throw if you can get it in there. If you can get a solution in there, try to throw a solution in there. All right. So let's start with Terrence and Vagoda, Trey, and then we'll work around from there.
Solution-based mindset. I do think everything starts with our kids as young as possible.
Agreed.
Right. And I think a lot of times, even outside of the inner city, right, even in the suburbs or anywhere,
yes.
When we start looking at generational curses, right, not to get religious or spiritual, but thinking about it from a logical standpoint, where we're all raised to kind of conceal our emotions. We're all raised to not speak about, how we feel. We're not showing healthy ways to exert the emotions that we feel. So
Right.
then when the cherry on top is finally placed, everything just snaps, right? And blackouts happen, and little kids end up dead, or we like when you speak spiritual. Little kids may end up dead, parents may end up dead, brothers and sisters, right? Or something as simple as verbal abuse, right?
Right.
Without the inability to articulate how we as men or women feel, we bottle up all of those things. And it really starts with the parents. It starts with any man going to 7-Eleven and stopping anybody, just, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Just basic conversation, right? And I think with our young boys, and I'll express what I do with my kids, right? They'll get in their feelings and they'll start spazzing out and doing all this stuff. Sometimes I wish them away. Go ahead, go sit down somewhere, right? I'm not going to paint a false picture because we're online, right? Go sit down somewhere. Or one of the brothers are messing with the other one, and then the little one comes in the room and starts complaining or whining because big brother got on them, right? No, little brother, go sit down somewhere or go apologize, right? And he'll sit here and throw his fit and whatever it may be. There's a certain time to talk with anybody who's in that emotional state, because only at certain times will they have an ear to listen.
Okay.
Not when they're super emotional, right? Not even when they're just annoyed, maybe they're hungry. But at the times when they do have an ear to listen, how did that make you feel? Were you sad? Were you angry? Were you upset? Were you disappointed? Yeah. Okay. What caused that? What caused you to feel that way? And typically the response is everything externally focused. It's he did this or she did that, right? Rather than I reacted this way because I felt disrespected. Well, what made you feel disrespected? The fact that he did this or she did that. And then it points right back to the external thing. The ability to teach that internal perspective and why we give power to the external thing, I think will change the next generation, because they understand that the power really resides within self. And if somebody does something that triggers me to do something, that means they're in control. And now I'm in a position to be manipulated. I'm in a position to be controlled at the whims of whatever they decide to do, whether they decide to be righteous or evil. So I definitely think it's important to really start having these conversations. And it starts with self. It starts with digging up these different traumas. It starts with digging up all the different pain points. It starts with training, right? And that's it.
All right, big brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming on the panel, man. You're always welcome, man. Maiden voyage. Did a great job, man. Appreciate you. I'm going to pull you down, but thank you, Brother Terrence. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you for having me up.
Oh, always.
I can
man.
say something to him before he goes.
Yes, you can, but go to hurry up.
Yeah. First of all, no offense, I didn't ask specific you. I mean, I didn't. There's not a specific reason that I ask you where are you from. I just want to know where are people from, and in general, Illinois is where the Huckleberry Finn story is from. So very cool place. And in general, interesting place. Just saying.
All right, thank you for Goda. Appreciate you, man. Can I pull him down now, Goda?
Yeah, pull him down.
All right, Brother Terrence, thank you. All right, that's Brother Terrence. Shout out to him. All right, Goda, you are up now. Closing remarks.
Yes, I say some dumb stuff here and there, but still, Illinois is a cool place. There you have the Huckleberry Finn story from there. I remember that I grew up on that story from a cartoon. But
what story?
Of the Huckleberry Finn in Illinois.
Oh, Huckleberry Finn. Was that Illinois?
The story took in Illinois, and
oh, okay, it took it to Illinois. Okay.
Yeah, so that's where I heard the name Illinois.
Okay.
But yeah, in any case, I must say what all the stories of those violence in the families, it sounds I never saw anything like this. It sounds like GTA, honestly.
GTA.
And yeah, it sounds like you took it from a violent video game or something. This kind of situation of
GTA. Okay, I
said GTA.
That's grade point average. I thought you were saying GP as in Paul, but you saying
oh
GT
my God,
as in Tom.
no, GTA.
Yeah, GT is in time. Okay, I got you now. Okay.
Yeah, that's I never saw something like this, and honestly, in this stuff, a child, if you see, like I said, if you see a child with a gun or a knife, then report on him. Even and if somebody tells you you're a snitcher, then tell him to f up, f up.
Uh,
I think it's
well, okay, I agree with you on that, Vagoda. What do you have a solution for trying to, get the kids to be not carrying guns? Do you have anything to offer about that?
First of all, not letting them have guns. If you sell guns, you don't. And here we don't have such a crazy situation, but you don't let kids have guns, and if you have a violent child with his parents, then you report on the situation to the police. The
Right.
police supposed to be your friend, no?
Supposed to be. They're supposed
That's
to be.
what my dad always told me, and still telling me. He was a cop in his younger years, but never mind that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The let me just say this, Vagoda, because you might not know because you grew up in Israel, but the police and the black community here in America have not always had such a rosy relationship. So therefore, a lot of times, a lot of things have happened where,
like the George Floyd stuff.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so stuff like that has happened, and George Floyd was just the one that got. I mean, that happens a lot. So yeah, he was just the one that got published. But what I'm saying is that, so we're not so quick to say these are our friends, right? A lot of times we're like, the people in the community are kind of suspect of them. It hurts because it slows down their reaction time to stuff like this. They're not quick enough to call the police on stuff, and that's what happens. But it was the police that kind of created this situation. Now we are involved in it as well, but in the beginning, it was the police that kind of created that situation. Just putting that out there. Are you done, Vagoda, or are you?
No, I just want to say that if you have a gun in the house, then it should be in a safe or some place that you're not going to use it unless somebody breaks into your house or.
Good point. Good point.
Okay, and also, Clarence, I have something specific for you.
What's that?
Clarence? I thought that you dropped it for a second.
No.
I said somebody left, but never mind. I sent you I sent you 2 messages on the email, and I send you some pictures and some video that are supposed to very interest you, I think. And
okay,
just I didn't see that you.
We can go over all of that stuff. Not this Saturday
Yes,
coming up.
just yes, I know. I just want to tell you that in person.
Okay.
Yeah, so just watch them, and I just can't wait for you to see what you think about them.
Okay, we could discuss it, man. Is that
Yeah,
it?
in any case, be safe. I'm going
you
to
too,
be
man. You too. Be safe. All right. Thank you for going. That's it, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to
All
probably in this New Year Eve, I'm probably going to to have a barbecue with my family and later go to a pub with a friend or two. Yeah,
good for
see
you,
you.
man.
Be safe, guys.
There. All right, you too, man. Be safe out there. All right, man. That was Vagoda, man. Talk about a tough situation, man. Whew. Vagoda's dealing with it, but man, he got time to check in with us. So hopefully the brother makes it through everything, and it's not, whether you agree with his political position or not, the guy's still a human being, man. So it's we can wish for the guy that we can at least talk about the situation, right? All right, that was Vagoda. We're gonna scoop up. We're gonna step back over to Trey because I got long strokers here. Trey, you gonna make it quick, man. These other people I got up here, man, they gonna. Whew.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be as quick as possible. I appreciate Terrence. He spoke.
Wait a minute.
I appreciate Terrence, his perspective, because he spoke from a true father's point of view, and I think it's really important for a parent, whether you're a father or mother, you have to start teaching your children the importance of analytical thinking. They have to be able to understand their emotions. You have to tap into them in that moment, or some children, you may have to come back after you've given them the lecture and explain why you had to take that route in addressing the issue at that time. Sometimes, we don't always go back and say, this is the reason why I have to do that. Now you can ask questions. How could you have handled it better? So going forward, this is how we're going to handle it. And if you still have questions, please come back and ask mama, ask daddy, how can you move forward? That's from your child's point of view. Also, it's important to start getting your children involved in sports as early as possible. One thing I love about other coaches is that they get their kids in soccer, they get their kids in swimming. Why? Because both of those sports contribute to lowering the chances of your child having ADHD. They do that because that's part of what's been studied. That's why some mothers, you might have to just sacrifice your weave because you don't want to sweat your new hair out. You may just have to sacrifice that for the better good of your child as they get older. And then at some point, if you didn't choose a father that just lived in the streets, at least allow your child to start having some type of relationship with him. Start understanding their other dynamic of emotions and how to deal with the opposite sex. A lot of young men struggle with that because they only get the point of view from their mama about how weak and how bad their daddy is. Sometimes you just got to say, I'm going to fight this. There's a scene in What's Love Got to Do with It when Ike Turner's wife or something dropped the children off. You have to do that sometimes, especially when he start backing up to you, putting their chest up to you. It's time for him to transition to a righteous man. And if it's not your husband, the child's father, find someone in the community or the church that can at least give him that balance. Also, my last thing is this. We're at a critical point in our society in America that between now and the next 25, 30 years is going to determine how we're able to live out our senior years. This thing is falling apart in our community. Our strongest of us between 18 and 35 and 40, they're not getting along. They struggle with establishing these relationships and building foundational wealth because it's only going to come with home ownership. We're not trying to own. We'd rather live in a fancy apartment. They're not building these new apartments for you and your children. They're building them for a lot of these foreigners, Ukrainians, and people coming from south of the border. That's what it's for. Until we find a way to communicate, and we have family meetings. If you have children or nieces and nephews, gather the family together, see what solutions they may have. Maybe you all can support each other. You have to throw out the fact that everybody got different mamas and daddies and all that. We just have to come to the good of the greater cause and figure out what solutions we have within our family. Because a lot of y'all smart, a lot of y'all have the talents. Have talent night. Let the kids display their talent. Take the adult side of it. Let the kids come up with that. Show your kids how to walk through paying the bills and understanding the importance of financial literacy and working. Show them. Definitely. You cannot keep talking. We run our mouth too much. They hear a lot of talking. Show them. So when they're ready, they reach that age of 18, they're ready to venture out into their own life. They can go out. They can live a prosperous life. And they can become productive citizens. Until we find a way to do that, we're going to struggle. Have family meetings. It's important. Check in with everybody. It's important. Give all your kids a special day if you have one. They get this day, 3 or 4 hours a day. Tap into their talents. Don't always point out what they're doing wrong. Let them know you're going to make stupid mistakes. Show them the mistakes that you made so they can understand, I don't want to do that. And, there's no way to stop you. These kids need our help more and more now. We're going to live worse than we ever lived in our lives going forward. So I appreciate you, brother Clarence, man. It's always a pleasure. I know everybody.
Always a pleasure, brother. Always a
shout out to my bald brother, man. We're going to do this thing to the end, man. Happy 2024. Everybody be safe. Don't drink too much. Don't drink and drive. Stick to your New Year's resolutions for at least 6 months. How about that?
How about that? How about that?
There you go, man.
How about that?
Right.
Peace out, brother. I love y'all, man. Bye-bye.
All right, man. You take care of yourself, Brother Trey. Thank you for always chipping in. And you always chip in something that's very, very positive and very solution-based, man. Appreciate you, brother. I'm going to pull you down, man. Have a happy new year, man. A safe one, too. All right, that was Brother Trey, man. Always got some heat on it. Okay, y'all. Okay, now, just the home team. Who's going to go first? I know who's going to go last, so I don't even have to ask who's going to go last. I know who's going to go last. Add an extra hour onto the program.
Fine, unless you want to go, I can go.
Well, hey, ladies first. I have no
ladies
problem with
first.
that.
Ladies first.
I can go after Inez. I can go after Inez.
Thank you for doing this topic today. It actually opened up some places in my head and heart that I need to inspect also, like, because we just always assume that we're going to know the right thing to do, when something happens, but you don't know. And if you condition yourself to think that you'll react this way, you don't leave the opportunity or the door open for you to have the courage to do it another way. So I'm sad, and I'm praying for that family, not just for their loss, but for the living situation and the mindset that has them all where they are right now. So I'm praying for that. I'm praying, because I don't believe that anyone is ever lost or totally lost. So I'm praying for intervention where it can be. It doesn't look like it'll be something that's not behind bars for both of them. But I'm praying that in just the same way that Malcolm was spoken to when he was in prison, that they can be spoken to also while they're there. I thank each one of y'all for, I thank each one of y'all, and in particular, you, OG Patrice. I tell you, you're just such a soldier, such an inspiration. And I thank you for always offering another side of something that I may not have thought about, and understanding something a little bit better than I did before. So I really appreciate that. I think that we have discussed some really good perspectives and, like you say, like solutions. And that's, like I said, why I love this channel, is that it's not just talking about the issue, it's figuring out ways to intercept them and to help them the best that we can. So I'm hoping that we all back up into some situations that we see that are happening like this, and figure out, how can I be used, or how can I be used? We can't help this situation, right? But there's somebody in your community, there's somebody that that you've seen, that may be dealing with something that looks like it could erupt in the same way that this situation did. So I encourage you to speak where you can, encourage where you can, offer solutions to people. And I know when I was growing up, my grandmother, we're an animal family, so we love cats and dogs and stuff. And if anybody mistreated a dog or a cat in our neighborhood, my grandmother was calling. So I did have a good example of watching someone care more about someone else than herself. And even though they were four-legged creatures, my grandmother had a heart for them. So I just encourage us all to do our best and take total assessment of a situation. Not just, because we're going to, I don't want to tell. Let's look at the bigger picture, and let's figure out ways that we can figure out ways to stop some potential dangers in this way that keeps us safe as well. So maybe what might be a good discussion on another day or something is different ways that we can help within the community, So, but that's my final thoughts. I don't want to talk too long.
No, that's good, sis. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a happy new year. We love you. And, I know you got to get to that casserole or something, man.
Yes, happy New Year, sis. And I love you. I love you.
I love y'all so much. And 2023 brought me y'all, and I am eternally grateful for that year. I just absolutely love y'all. All
Man,
right.
I
I'll
love
talk to
y'all
y'all
too,
later.
man. But check this out. Check this out. I want to
Uh-huh.
reach out to y'all, man, because we gotta have a little meeting. Not today, but we
Okay.
gotta have a little meeting on 2024 because we gotta put some plans in place here and make some moves. So y'all stay tuned for that. But okay, just want to put y'all
All
up
right,
on that.
y'all. Okay.
All right, all right, love you,
Bye-bye.
sis.
Love
And
you.
next time you give away a car, think about your brother. Yeah?
I'll tell my brother that. All right, bye-bye.
All right, sis. Bye. All right, that is a good sister right there. That is a great sister. All right, let's see. Mr. Bryant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, excellent show. Excellent show. You know, I was able to bind that spirit of Prince Hella that was sending all of those subliminals throughout the stream. Did you notice that, Brother Clarence?
I
I
did
mean,
notice
man,
that.
she must
I
have
did
hacked into
notice
the
that.
server, man, because
I did notice that.
I mean, it was ridiculous in the beginning. But
Yeah, I
she
don't know
was
what was
defeated.
going on.
Anyway, she was defeated. But
For
with that
now,
being
for now.
said, for now, right. But I would just say that it was an excellent stream. You know, we talked about Christmas, the meaning of that, and a lot of good points were brought out. We talked about this horrific situation between brother and brother, and
Oh
you
my
know
God.
that Cain and Abel situation is horrible. You know, jealousy brings about a lot of rudeness.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, but yeah, but great show, man. And I just want to wish everyone a happy new year. And like my brother said, don't celebrate too much now. Be out in
Yeah.
them streets.
Careful.
You know, if you can stay out of them streets, you're gonna be all right tonight, or
Yeah. Be
you know,
very
whenever
careful.
it occurs.
Very, very
With that
careful.
being said, that's it, bro.
All right, man. You know, happy new year to the Bryant family. And
Yes, sir.
you know what I'm saying, everybody do everything. To
Yes,
our whole
happy New
family
Year,
on here.
bro. Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year
Love
to
you.
Happy New
everybody,
Year.
man.
Happy
To
New Year.
you
We
and
love you, Vaughn.
yours.
Yeah, we
Yes.
love you, Vaughn, man. Take care
All
of
right.
yourself, man.
All
Hey,
right.
hey,
Peace. Yes, sir.
don't have too many of those resistance meetings, man. Because I'm trying to tell you, man, we can do it, Vaughn. Man, I can see. That's okay. I'm gonna pull
It's
you
too
over,
late,
man.
brother Clarence. We're having one right after the show. Right after the show, we're all getting together.
I'm gonna pull Vaughn, y'all. Y'all gonna see, man. I'm gonna show Vaughn, man. We can get paid off of this alphabet situation. We can get paid.
United we stand, divided we fall. So come on.
All right, man. We love you, brother. I will
All
see
right.
you in the next year, man. Peace,
All right.
man. Peace.
Peace.
I'm put you down, man. All right, man. That was Brother Von Brown, another good brother, man, right there, man. but hey, him, Rico, and Bolo, man, they with the resistance, man. So sometimes I gotta, I'm definitely gonna snitch them out, man. All right, let's see. Who we got left? We got OG Patrice. She's the one, OG Patrice is the one that put me up on this story and said, "Hey, bro, let's do it." I said, "You right. You really can't go wrong with Patrice." So, on the stories, right? So let's do it. I said, let's do it. Plus, we got good chemistry. Sometimes when Patrice acting right, we got good chemistry. All right, I'm gonna let my sister go, my very dear sister go, and let her give her drop another couple of jewels on y'all real quick before I go, and then we're gonna close this thing out. Patrice.
I'm here, brother. Can you hear me?
Now I can.
All right. Okay. I'm not gonna be long, so you ain't gotta worry about me long stroking it this time.
Oh, me?
I think
I
I
said so
said,
much long
yeah,
stroking.
you know I be hearing you, right? Like I love you too, brother.
I
I
love
love
you
you too.
too.
Listen, bro, this story needed to be told because
Absolutely.
we need to like it really need to touch home with us all, right? Because
Absolutely.
we know and we see that this is happening every day in our communities, in the world. Not even just in our culture, but just they doing it in all cultures. But we specifically talk about our people and our culture because we see a lot more of it happening, and with all the evil that's going on in the world, and this is supposed to be the season of joy and goodwill towards men, we see that a lot of that is not being exuded, for the most part in some of these younger generation and the cultures, right? In the inner cities, in the urban communities, in the low impoverished communities. So what can you do? Solutions. Instead of just talking the talk, walk the walk. Be a part of the solution. Part of the solutions is be a mentor. Give back. After this new year, I'll be getting my foster child. That's my way of giving back. If I
Right
can
on.
help, if I can help a uh, young boy or young girl, show them some light, show them some love, show them that is other things in the world outside of people that abandoned them, treating them horrible, abusing them, then be a part of the solution if you have the time to do it. If you don't have time to become a foster parent, just be a mentor. Do something once a week. Start a nonprofit, something. Just do something, and because it's happening. It's already here. Of course, we want to get to children while they're young. The
Yeah.
word says, "Train up a child in the way they should go, and they they will not soon depart of it." But it's happening already for the ones that it's already happening to. So yeah, get them young. Always the best way. Keep them active. Keep them involved in things. Teach them about community. Teach them about self-love, self-respect, and respect for others. And you pretty much on the right track, right? But
Right.
for the ones that this is already happening to, that there's a pattern of this, that where these children are not listening, you can't control these children, and you see that there's some mental issues, there's some anger issues, there's some personality issues, and they're doing these type of illegal activities. I'm sorry, y'all. We got to start speaking up. We got to start talking. We got to start telling, because they are wreaking havoc in the community. They're wreaking havoc in their own homes. Like I
Yeah.
said, I thought I'd never live to see the day where the parents become afraid of the child. I
Wow.
wasn't raised in that era, and now we're here. Parents are literally afraid of their children. Parents are being jumped on by their children. Parents are being unalived by their children.
Yeah.
The siblings are unaliving each other. And then they're unaliving their own children. We already there. Ain't no when it get there before we're there.
Right.
So these are some of the things that we can do, to help prevent. The organization, the nonprofit organization that I belong to, the guy that I interviewed on Knowledge and Relationship Channel, the nonprofit organization I belong to is called BAM, Blessed Above Measures. And what we do, we perform and we give back and we raise money to help stop youth violence. That's the organization I belong to. That's another way I'm giving back, is I give of my talent and my time. And one of these lucky young men or women to get the chance to perform with our band, to get the chance to do something that takes their mind off of their community, their violence, the abuse in their families, or whatever they may be going through. We have to be that light. We have to be that example. I had somebody do it for me, and they did it for me through music that saved my life. And
Yeah.
now I want to do it to help someone else if it can save theirs. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. Good program, bro. I'm glad we covered this. It's so important. I just say in 2024, I wish everybody all miracles and blessings to you and yours. And I love you.
I love you, sis. Thank you for hitting me up this morning about it, man. I appreciate that. And we know me and you go back like car seats, so that's cool. I'm glad you hit me like that, and I want you to hit me like that about something, because sometimes I'll be like, yeah, let's do it today, or let's do it. But I thought, today is a good day, and I figured you would be available, so let's do it. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, love you, sis. Always a pleasure having you on.
Love
And
you
wow,
too.
You didn't even long stroke it today. That's pretty good.
I
So
didn't. Tomorrow I'm a party all over again like it's 1999 to bring 2024 in here in Vegas. So I'm looking forward to it being a bigger and better and a brighter year for me and for everybody else. I want
and
everybody to really find that happiness and realize that only you can be in control of your happiness, not other people.
you know what I wish for you? I hope that people that see you will learn that from you, because I think you are a good person to teach that, and I think that's a gift that you have to be able to show people that, hey, if I could do it, you could do it. So yeah, shout out to you, sis. Hope your dreams go past what you accomplished this year, go way beyond what you even thought was possible. So shout out to you, appreciate you. And you better check in with us and let us know what's going on. But Happy New Year.
Oh, for
We'll see
sure.
you in 2024.
Happy New Year to you and yours. I'll see you next year.
All right, sis. All right. All right, that's
Bye.
bye, girl. Girl, bye. Hey, that's my sister. I love that sister so much. All right. And she's the one executive produced today's program. She's the one that said, hey, bro, let's talk about this, right? You know what I mean? And it's good when you got people you work with, man. You know, we could talk like that. She could just hit me on the side and say, hey, bro, let's do this, real. You know, let's talk about this. And boom, we'll do it. You know what I mean? And so shout out to Patrice, man. Good sister. Another good sister, man. I'm very, very blessed because I'm around such good people, man. And when I say good, I mean they ain't perfect, man. But what I mean is they're good-hearted. They move with the intention of doing good. That's what I mean when I say good, right? We sometimes we fall short as people, man. We want to do something good, but then we might have some type of character issue that may stop us from getting there, right? Cain had a character issue, right? He had a character defect that popped up and gave him the mental power to think that the way that he could ease his pain was by taking his brother out, right? That's a character issue, right? So sometimes we all got character issues. Ain't none of us perfect, especially not over here. Let's talk to Better Black Life. We a bunch of sinners trying to get it right? Trying to walk into it, man. You know what I mean? But shout out to everybody, man. Our prayers go out to the family of the people, man, that actually oh man, can you imagine the girl that got shot, 23 years old, a baby, man, a baby with a baby, and another 6-year-old child gone, mother gone, right? What's going on with these young men? What's going on with these young women? What's going on? I'm telling you, man, this world is wicked. It 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 hypnotizes them, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. It hypnotizes them. They under hypnosis. They think one thing is one. They think it's supposed to be this way, and it's not. And they so in love, like Lot's wife. They so in love with this world, man. They can't turn their back on it. They get to a certain point, they can't turn their back on it. They can't turn it back on it, man. So how we got to do it? Like Trey was saying, we got to get them young, man. Like Terrence was saying, we got to get them young. We got to get them young and train them. Would say train a child in the way it should go, and he'll not depart or to return to it later. Right? We gotta at least instill it in them. Now, if they're gonna go their own way, hey, they're gonna go their way. I got a son, he wanna be a gangster. Man, my oldest boy, man, he wanna be a gangster, he's a gangster. He's a gangster. Right? You know what I mean? But hey, doesn't mean I didn't try and then instill it in me. I didn't, I didn't really do physical punishments to my boys, like whooping them and stuff. I realized that wasn't working with them. It just didn't work for my children, man. They were just like, okay, I'm gonna still do it anyway. I know I'm gonna get whooping, but I'm gonna do it anyway. When a person lose their fear of the consequences, they're just gonna do it anyway. So what you got to do at that point is kind of instill in them a value system where they don't want to go step over the value system, not the consequences. That's a whole nother ball game. That's a whole nother level on top of what we're talking about, right? Since then he said Proverbs 22:6, right? Yeah. Because, I mean, you know, we got to get these kids, man. And then we got to stop being afraid of them. And we got to stop trying to be like them, be their friend. I ain't going to snitch on you because you my homie. You know, I'm not your homie. I'll be your homie, but I'm going to be your father first. I'm going to be your father first. I'm your father first. And if I think you're going to do something where you're going to bring harm to me or my family or somebody else, I'm going to put you out there, man. But it depends on where you come from. You know me. I'm gonna try to handle it myself first. And if it presents a situation where it's far exceeds my capabilities, I might have to get the police and law enforcement involved. I may have to save you, to help you, right? If that lady would have got the law enforcement involved and they got them guns out of that girl would probably be alive today. But she didn't want to snitch, right? She wanted, and I would say this. She probably was thinking to herself, I don't know what to do. I'm just happy that my son is here, right? A lot of black mothers, they hear these horror stories from black children that are just get caught up in so much stuff, and the police beat their ass to death, shoot them, beat them, or other gang members beat them to death, right? Who knows man, they hear some of these horror stories. So they're just so happy that their son is in the house, that their son actually come home every day. But the little monster's out there doing whatever, right? Terrorizing the whole rest of the neighborhood, right? But the mom is just so happy, hey, I got my boys are coming home every night, right? Who cares if they're carrying guns? As long as they don't pull one on me, I'm good. Okay, so they didn't get you, but they got your daughter. Gotta stop being afraid of these kids, y'all. Gotta stop being afraid of these kids. My wife used to tell me, I used to tell my son, man, hey, if you don't want to see, but I never came to my son like this. You better stop doing this. You better stop. I always came to my sons like this. Hey, I see that you want to do this activity, right? Yeah. This activity is not allowed in my home. Yeah. So I think that you should do this activity if you really want to do. If you want to do it, I think it's something you should do. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, the only space of negotiation is where you gonna do it at. Because see, you can't do it here. That's how my first boy got out the house. I can't have you running in and out of the house 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, all different times of days, all different times. I don't know what you're doing out there. You want to be I spy, private eye, and don't let nobody know what you're doing. You just coming in and out like you supposed to. Not my house. Not my house. So you either when I got to know what's going on with you. But you like out there just doing your thing. No. That can't happen. So I told my first boy, my oldest boy, I said, hey man, I see you want to come in and out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, get up, go, leave, sleep, eat, do whatever you want to do. I see you want to do that. Yes. Okay, that's cool. Oh, is it? Yeah, that's cool. My issue is you just can't do it here. I ain't no hater. You just can't do it here. You got to go find you some place to do it. And he did. He found him some place to go do that, right? But hey, I always told my wife, like, yeah, he's only 19, he's only 18, he's only 20. You just pushed him out of the house. I didn't push him out. He pushed himself out. These are the rules we got to live by up in here. And if he ain't gonna do it, then that's cool. I ain't no hater. He could go out here and do what he want to do. He just ain't gonna do it here. I got other children here. I can't hide this because once, what they say, one bad apple to spoil the barrel. Once one child starts seeing that one child can do whatever they want to do, then they're gonna start wanting to do whatever they want to do. And next thing you know, you got chaos in your house. Ain't nobody listening to nothing. Ain't nobody doing nothing no more that you tell them to do. Right? So the one son, I just had to, hey, man, but he's a better man for it, right? Now, of course, that was years ago. Now he's almost 30 years old. But, I mean, He tell me a lot of things about, he said, man, you know what? I didn't like that, but I respect that, Pops. I didn't like that, but I understand why you did that, right? Shout out to Sheila, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Bravo with Sheila Network, get on over there to check her out, man. Give her a chance. Are you going to like her content? Maybe, probably. I don't know. Go over there and check it out for yourself, right? I'm subscribed to her, but I don't know if you are. Yeah, you could go over there and check her out for yourself. Good sister, man. Seemed like a real good sister. I got to have her up here. Maybe we can do an interview with her or something one day, man. But yeah, man, I got to have a sister up here. But I mean, what we gonna do, y'all? We can't continue like this. Like Trey said, we can't continue like this. You know what I'm saying? We can't have these kids walking around with these guns, right? They get mad at you. You're welcome, Sheila. They get mad at you for having, when you get some money and you move out of the hood, they say, what's wrong with you? You moving out of the hood. I don't want to be around these kids walking around with guns at 15, 14 years old. I don't want to be, I got children, school-age children that got to be running around outside playing, and you across the street, you got children you got 14, 15-year-old kids walking around with loaded weapons. They have no training. They have no certificates, nothing. They ain't even went to the woods shooting bottles off at least in the wire, they were shooting bottles off the tree branches, right? These kids ain't shooting nothing off of nothing. They getting practice when they pull it, right? And then the people get mad. They say, hey, you want to lead a black community. You turn your back on the community. Really? Well, who wouldn't want to get away from that? I don't care if the kids was white. If they white and they pulling guns, I'm out of there, right? I don't care what color the kid is. If you got 14, 15-year-old kids pulling weapons and running around with weapons, and breaking into cars, I'm gone. Right? You don't love your people because you leave. Man, listen, let me tell you something. I love my people, but I'm only going to deal with the ones of them that I can get next to safely. I'm not going to go around the ones that's got blood in their eyes and they like wolves and want to eat. I'm not a snack. I'm not a snack. Now, if you want to hear what I got to say, man, hey, you're gonna let me tell you about, hey, man, there's a better way to live. Cool. I drop that science on you if you allow me to. But if you don't want to hear it, cool. I won't. I'm not one of them. I'm gonna force you to listen to. No, I'm not. All you gotta do is say, bro, Clarence, we don't want to hear what you got to say. What they tell them, hey, I dust my feet off. Go to the door, dust my feet off after I walk outside, and I'm gone. I ain't forcing nothing on nobody. Right? That's what I tell my sons, man. I tell my sons, they be like, if they want to hear something. See, my sons they crazy, man. They want to hear something over and over and over and over and over and over and over again before they finally realize, hey, maybe they want me to take the trash out. No, I'm not gonna tell you 15 times take the trash out. You either take the trash out or it's gonna be a consequence. Whatever I don't know, whatever, right? Okay, y'all, we got to get up out of here, man, because it's New Year's Eve, and stuff gonna be happening tonight. Stuff gonna be happening tomorrow. Now, let me give y'all a little bit of advice. What y'all need to do is, well, not need to do. What my suggestion to y'all family is that y'all be home on these high partying days, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, 4th of July, these kind of partying days where people like to drink and party, Thanksgiving Eve, whatever, right? My suggestion to you is to be home on those days. My father used to make that very clear. He said, I want you at home on those days, right? And I would be like, but everybody's partying. He would say, yeah, they are partying, and they probably having a good time. But some of them ain't going to come home. He said, but you already home right now. You already here. I ain't got to worry about you out there. I ain't got to worry about whether you're going to get hit by a drunk driver. Because my father had got hit by a drunk driver before, so, severely injured, right? He was sitting at a stop sign. Somebody just boom, ran in the back of him, right? He was in the hospital for like 2 or 3 months recovering from that, right? So he was very, and it was, I think it was a New Year's Eve or something like that. And we got the call at like 3 o'clock in the morning. He was in the hospital. We didn't know if he was going to make it, right? Because he wanted to spend time with his friends, but shit, he got over that quick, man. After that happened to him, he was always at home on those days, always at home. I mean, he would go, have a little drink or something with his buddies, but he would definitely be back like before, like it got real late at night, man. He was never a person that wanted to be out late at night anymore. After that, he was like at home at least by latest 10 o'clock. He was home, right? But he definitely didn't want us being out, me or my mom or my brothers. Definitely didn't want us out. Definitely. And me, I had a car I was driving at the time. I had a truck, rather. I was driving at the time. He was like, nah, man, nah, I prefer you be home. He wasn't the like, you better be home. He was just like, I prefer you be home. Right? What could I do, right? I listen to him. I'm here now, right? I listen to him. But my family, be careful out there, man. These streets, people crazy. They drinking out here, man. Their lives are falling apart, man. They're imploding, and they don't know what to do, right? Their lives are falling apart. They got fired. They got laid off. They got this happened to them. They've been, go to jail, or they gambled all their money away, or whatever's happened to them, man. People are out here, man, because this world is so wicked, man. It makes bad decisions look like good. It makes a bad decision look good. Clarence, come here. Put all your money on this number here. Woo, they spin the thing around and you lose everything. You lose everything, right? So on top of having all these vices, because all these vices are available for you, on top of that, there's no training on to learn how to deal with money properly. You gotta go pay somebody to learn that. We used to learn that in school back in the 80s, but thank you, Ronald Reagan, he cut that education budget, right? He said, if you ain't got it, you don't need it, right? They cut that education budget. The credit card companies gave them a bunch of money to cut that stuff out of. Why? Because they want you to get them credit cards when you turn 18, you are instantly in debt, right? That's how they make their money. Okay. Now they got credit cards for 13-year-old kids. 13. They're attacking our children from every direction, brother. Sex, money, vanity, jealousy. They're attacking our children from every direction. They attacking our children so bad. When you talk to your child, they don't even recognize, your voice don't even resonate to them. They see you as a buster. And me, they see us as busters when we talking to them. Why? Because this world is so evil. And they sing a song that's so sweet in their heart, which is, you can have what you want without working for it. That's all that, what? I can have what I want, I don't have to work. Well, all we got to do is con somebody out of it. Oh. There's an easy way to get to, like they said, there's an easy way to get to heaven, right? It's an easy way. Then the devil say, why you want to go to heaven? They ain't having no fun over there. Come to hell where you can have a lot of fun, right? God been lying to you, telling you heaven is a beautiful place. No, it's not. It's very, you ain't want to go over there. Come to hell, man. We got it going and we got it cracking over here. We got it cracking. And our children, because this pull of this world is so strong, they like the Pied Piper, they follow this teaching. They follow the merchants of evil, the merchants of death. They follow them around. They're under hypnosis. When they snap out of it, they're sitting in a jail cell for 7 years, 10 years, 20 years. When they snap out of it, they're in a wheelchair for the rest of their life. They snap out of it, they're in a drug-induced coma. You know, we got something we say in Islam. Prayer is better than sleep. Prayer is better than sleep. Vaughn said, you said hell is better than lesbian heaven. That's cold, Vaughn. That is cold. See, that's the kind of stuff, Vaughn. That's the kind of stuff, man, that I'm telling you, man. See, I'm going to tell y'all, man, if y'all go into lesbian heaven and you go to Priscilla's office, there's like the wanted posters, like you know, like the old post office, they had the wanted posters on Vaughn Rico Bolo. Vaughn Rico Bolo. The resistance leadership is right there. Vaughn Rico Bolo. I've been in Priscilla's office. I go to Priscilla's office, Vaughn Rico Bolo. Right? Shut down any meeting they have, shut it down. So you're going to start glitching back up again, Vaughn. All right, y'all. But we got to get these kids, man. See, there was a time when we had our minds right. We had our children was our most important thing. Did you ever see Kunta Kinte? You ever see Roots? You see Roots? When they had the baby Kizzy. He held up the baby, he took it outside, he held it up, he said, behold, the only thing greater than yourself. And he held that baby up to the God. He said, behold, the only thing greater than yourself, right? Because our children was the greatest thing we had. That's what we was all going to invest in our children. Now we ain't, man. This is the problem that we're having. This is a major problem. We're having too much casual sex. And as a result of all this casual sex, we're having unwanted and unplanned pregnancies. And as a result of conceptions, and as a result of these unwanted and unplanned conceptions, the people that actually have conceived or have planted the seed of life into this female, they don't want the responsibility of fatherhood. Well, part of participating in this the conception is that it result in fertilization. That may result in that. And so as a result of that, you need to be prepared for if that conception occurs, and if that pregnancy occurs, and if that live birth occurs, you need to be prepared for the responsibility that goes along with that as a man, as a female. And if you're not prepared, then you got to back off from having casual sex. But Clarence, I got a rubber. I'm using the, this is another thing I had a problem with Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels, oh no. Kevin Samuels, how could you say anything about Kevin Samuels, right? The God Daddy, as Rico says, shout out to Rico, the God Daddy, right? How can I say anything bad about the God Daddy? Some of the stuff he said was common sense. I agreed with that. But some of the stuff he said was just way off the radar, man, way off the reservation, right? It's just way out there. And one of the things he just was like, hey, it's on you, woman, to have conception. It's what he used to say. There's 50-something ways that a woman could have birth control, and only like 1 or 10 or maybe 5 or 6 ways for a man. No, you got the birth control. The birth control is don't have sex unless you're ready to be a father. How about that? How about that? Right? Why are you having sex with somebody if you're not prepared for having a birth? Right? The only way you can have sex with somebody and not have to worry about that is if the other one person has a vasectomy or the other person has had their tubes tied. But how do you know if somebody had their tubes tied? Oh, Clarence, she told me she had her tubes tied. You don't know if somebody had their tubes tied. You just don't know. You never forgot that from Roots? Yeah, Vaughn. Our children are our greatest asset that we have, and we have given it to this society. We've given our greatest asset to this society to warp and turn into wrecking balls for us. We gave it up. We giving them to the society. And so they feel that their place in society is to be this super nigga that runs around causing havoc in the black community. Sometimes in the white community, sometimes in other communities. But definitely, I would say 80% of their havoc is towards us. Our children were supposed to be our greatest asset. Our children were supposed to be the people that freed us, man. The people that went forward and took the torch even farther, and they freed us from the mental. They brought in new understandings, right? Because they didn't go through that slave life, so they don't have that kind of understanding. They in a whole new world, so they don't think like that. They think new. They're supposed to come out and we're supposed to hand them the torch, and they go further. But damn, we're the one that put the torch down, right? Because we went off the society and hey, I want sex. If this person ain't gonna like me unless I have sex, let me turn my heater back on. This person ain't gonna like me if I don't have sex with them, so I gotta have sex. But wait a minute, if they're not the right person for you, then why should you have sex with them? I don't care if they're not the right person. I want to have sex. I don't want them to go. Some of these females think that they can hold on to a man by having sex with them. You can't hold on to no man having sex with him. Only thing he'll do is come back and get more sex. But eventually, when he finds somebody else he want to have sex with, he gonna stop having sex with you and go have sex with that person. If it's just about sex. That's why I'm saying it's so important the way we think. 2024 is the year of separation. It's the rapture. Little r, not the big R, little r, rapture, right? You're going to be, half friend or family member or something like that, and you going to want to do something and make something better for yourself. They're not going to want you to do that. They're going to fight you on that. They're going to say, why would you do something like that, Sheila? Why would you try to improve your life? You're going to make me look bad like Cain. Cain said, you're going to make me look bad, Abel. I got to put you down, brother. That's how our family members going to do us, man. Our friends. Some of our closest, some of the people you didn't even know. Why? Because like I said before, y'all laughing, but I'm telling you the truth. They werewolves. They're werewolves. And when a certain circumstance happen, like that moon come out and that werewolf, that's the circumstance that makes the werewolf turn into an animal, right? It's like some of our people, man, some of our closest family members. You thought they love you, everything. And then a circumstance show up. Some money get involved. Woo! Now they become they're an animal, man. They would slice your throat to get to this money. Or the jealousy come in, right? The jealousy come in, and then they do something like this little boy, man, where his anger, that circumstance brought the anger out in him that he turned into an animal. He wasn't even a rational human being anymore. He was an animal, a werewolf. And he took the sister out just because of his anger, just because I was angry. I went from this emotional state to that emotional state. Therefore, in this emotional state, my mind ain't the consciousness that I have that could tell me, hey, this ain't the right thing to do. I don't have that in this mindset, right? Because you're an animal. Animals don't think in right and wrong. What they say, the mark of the beast. You got the mark of the beast. What's a beast? A beast is somebody that lives in it's a wild animal. It's wild. It don't have no structure. There ain't no structure to a beast, right? I'm bigger than you. You can't run as fast as me. You my dinner. I don't know if I'm gonna see another rabbit. I don't know. So I gotta eat you now, right? There ain't no right and wrong. Ain't nothing right, ain't nothing wrong. It's just you survive, you live. That's how we got into this whole mentality of survival, especially when the crack and the drugs hit the black community really hard in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. It hit it like an atom bomb. Boom, boom, right? Boom. I saw a story where a guy, his mom, man, he had friends. They would play on their bikes. Crack hit the neighborhood, heroin, all these drugs hit the neighborhood, destroyed the neighborhood, destroyed it. A few years later, he's 13, 14 years old, and his friend's mom offered to have sex with him for him to give her some drugs because he was selling drugs on the corner. Crazy. This is stuff our children are going through. These are decisions that our children are going through. You think they're coming to us and telling us? They're not going to come to us and tell us. We got to just understand it. That stuff is out there. It's happening. And we got to get in there and talk to them. 2024, some good opportunities are coming your way. They're coming your way. Clarence, you prosperity preaching. Yep. Yep, I am. I guess I am. But there's opportunities always around us if we have our eyes open. I'm trying to tell you that don't not take advantage of an opportunity. But Clarence, I failed. So what? How can you succeed unless you try? You ain't never going to succeed if you don't try, just because you scared you failed the last 7 times, right? Come on, brothers and sisters. My father used to say, old country boy, he said, there's always a way to skin a cat. There's always a way to skin a cat. We all want for our families. What we want for our families is peace, security. We want peace and security for our family, right? The universe is secure, man. We securely going around the sun at 33 and a third miles per second. No, take that back. Let me check that speed for you. But we're going around the sun at the same basic speed. All the planets are going around the sun at the same basic speed, right? Right? We're going around the sun, right? 365 days out of, you got 365 days before we have a complete rotation around the sun, right? That's order. All the planets follow that order, right? They don't have that time period, right? Some of the planets go around and take them 85 years for Saturn to go around the sun, right? They all got different time periods but they all follow the same order. Why? Because order is peace. Order is peace. Peace is order. When you have things functioning in a proper way, when you get a positive result at the end, that's order. Disorder is when you get a negative result at the end. And you don't have no continuity. The only continuity is discontinuity. Oh, man. I'm just trying to tell y'all, brothers and sisters, I love y'all. I want y'all to have everything your heart imagine, and anything further and even more than that. Because I want to see how you're going to act when you get it. See, Sheila, when you get all that money, I want to see how you're going to act. When Vaughn, you get that money, I want to see how you act. When you get all that money, I'm going to see how you going to act. And when I get that money, y'all can see how I act. Brother Clarence, what happened? What happened to Let's Talk About Black Life? It just shut down. Brother Clarence, I heard he won the lotto. He got an apartment next to P. Diddy. What happened? Oh, well, maybe the UFOs from Lesbian Heaven came and zapped them up to Lesbian Heaven, the headquarters, and to indoctrinate them, right? Ay. Family, 2024, it's going to be a big year. A a lot of opportunities. Now, I've been telling you all the good stuff. Now I got to tell you some of the other stuff that's coming. There's going to be some challenges, right? There's going to be some challenges in 2024, right? Something of fear, something of hunger, something of death. It's going to be some challenges. But we can get through it because we got God and each other to pull up on. Let's be genuine with each other, because if we are genuine with each other, man, we can help each other, and we don't even have to be necessarily close to each other, like proximity wise, right? Sometimes you got a person that you feeling, and they, you got a good rapport with, good spirit with, man, you can just get on the phone with that person. They can make you feel better, right? They can help you reorganize your spirit in a positive direction. We're going to get into some motivational stuff, y'all, because we gotta motivate our people, man. Our people need to be motivated. Right now, they're motivated to do evil, most of them, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. They're motivated to do evil. They're so entwined with this wickedness, man. They don't see it as wickedness. They see it's just the way it is, just the way things are. Right? My son used to tell me, "Oh no, Dad, I don't know where you come from, man, but that's not the way it is, man. This is my friend." I said, "Your friend left you when the police came, your friend left you there." "Yeah, that's just the way it is. That's my homeboy." I said, "Man, that's crazy, man. That don't sound like no homeboy to me." "Yeah, it is." Then my oldest boy, he bought a car from his friend. "Oh man, he sold it to me for $500. I said, "Oh, okay. Okay." About a month later, man, my son comes, "Hey, you know what, Dad? My friend, the one that sold me the car, his father's a mechanic." "Oh, really?" "Yeah, his father said it's only gonna cost $1,900 for this old piece of junk." I'll put the old piece of junk in there. It's only gonna cost me $1,900 to get this car running again. I said, "Don't you think he knew that when he sold that to you? And especially his dad is a mechanic." "No, he's my friend. He wouldn't do that." I said, "Man, these kids are crazy, man. Kids crazy." All right, y'all. I got something I'm gonna tell y'all, man. I'm gonna suggest to you. I'm gonna suggest to y'all get a spiritual log, man. Y'all get a spiritual log where you can write down what you need to do. Write down your spiritual log, and just start logging what you want, how you want your spirit to flow. Right? What are the things that you need to do? I wrote down, man. I'm still writing today. What do I want my spirit to do? How do I want my spirit to flow? Right? Because you're gonna have people approach you, good and bad, right? But we gotta write it down what you want. How many chapters of the Bible are you gonna go through a day or per week? When are you gonna do it? In the morning, in the evening, at night? When are you gonna do it? When are you gonna pray? In the morning, in the evening, at night? All of the above? When are you gonna do it? See, we got to get on a program of consistency to win. We got to win. And see, like when you pray, all you want is you to pray and that prayer to be heard. There's no guarantee it's going to be answered the way you want it to be answered. That's not our this thing came on. That's not our situation, right? We ain't here to decide that. Only thing we can decide is that prayer goes out. The prayer goes out. Who can decide? Oh, this is the way the prayer is going. Yeah. God is the only one that's going to decide whether it's the right time to answer it, not the right time to answer it in the future, not answer it at all. Sometimes you pray for stuff, man, it's not good for you. God doing you a favor. Please, God, give me that girl. Give me that girl. Give me that girl. It's right now somebody out there is like, "Give Sister Annie, please. God, please just give me Sister Annie right now. Please, y'all. Please." Right? Right? Somebody's out there right now, right? Right there, right now, right? But say, man, you ain't ready for a sister like that. You ain't ready for a sister like that. Look at you, man. You're not telling the truth all the time. You're not being a good person, man. You do this and that. You might be trying to be good, but you're not there yet, man. No, man, we got to stop messing with our sisters. We got to stop messing with our children. We got to stop all this stuff, man. 2024, a lot's going to be revealed, man. It's going to be revealed. Lots going to be revealed. And here's another thing that y'all don't want to hear, but I'm going to tell it to you anyway. You're going to have to pick a side. You're going to have to pick a side. I know they've been telling you, hey, you don't have to pick no side, right? You can just lay in a cut in the middle and everything is going to be good. No, you're going to have to pick a side, right? You're going to have to, who you with, God or the devil? You're going to have to pick the side. Because if you lay in a cut in the middle, man, life is going to pass you by. It's the year of the great uncovering. You're right, Vaughn. The great year of the great uncovering. Why am I trying to warn you? Clarence, why you going on? No. I'm telling you what God pouring into me right now to tell you, oh God, Clarence, you think you're a prophet or something? I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm just telling you what he putting on my heart to tell you. I tell you I'm a prophet if he tell me to tell you I was a prophet, but he haven't told me that. I'm just a helper of his. That's all I am. Just a humble helper of his. Somebody that he fished out of the water, and I'm trying to help you fish yourself out the water. Anyway, 2024 gonna be a big year. Gonna be a lot of opportunities out here. Okay. Take advantage of the opportunities, but make sure you approach them in the right mentality. The right mentality. That's what we have to do to approach these opportunities. Because if we don't, we approach them the wrong way, we're going to get tied up and caught up in something way out of bounds, man. It's like getting into a bad marriage. You don't see it's a bad marriage for a couple of years, right? Because you try to stick it out. And after a while, you realize, hey, man, this person don't want it to go right. This person don't want it to go right. This situation is normal for them to always be arguing and fighting and all that. That's normal. That's their normal. This ain't for me. Family, get you a spiritual journal. In my opinion, in my advice, if you on it like that. If you're not, okay, you're not. I'm not gonna tell somebody to do something that they're not feeling, but I'm telling you, in my opinion, you'll have more success if you keep track of what you're doing. I'm trying to put in all the things I want to do for the day. I want to pray, I want to train, I want to read, I want to organize my day. I want to do a lot of stuff in the day. So I got to figure out when I'm gonna do all this stuff. But now is the time to plan. Don't let 2024 hit us. And then we like, oh, yeah, now I got to plan, figure out what I'm going to do for this year. And you start figuring that out by March. You 3 months behind, right? We want to hit the ground running. As my father used to say, we want to hit the ground running. So, let's think of things that we can do to better ourselves. Right? Let's better ourselves. If that means we got to eat better, we got to exercise more, we got to read more books, we got to watch more videos. You watching videos anyway, watch you some motivational videos. That's another thing. Let me get on that real quick and then we out of here. Y'all watch all these drama videos, right? Yeah, Brother Clarence, I'm for the upliftment. But then y'all out there with the effery. Shout out to Brother Rico. Right, y'all, we all want to, not to put it all on Rico, we all want to see a little bit of effery every now and then, right? Even those of us that just say, man, I just want to see how bad situation could get, how bad something got where God saved me from having to be like that, right? Even if we want to just say that, even when we just want to see how bad of a situation God has saved us from watching somebody else's drama, right? That's cool. But 2024, we got to be more motivational um, videos that's going to motivate you to do something positive with yourself, motivate you to change and try to, be a better person. We got to stop wallowing, y'all. We got to stop wallowing in this stuff because we can get caught up. You know what I used to get caught up in? The Sopranos, man. I would watch that. And next thing you know, the whole day went by. All I did was watch Sopranos videos. I did a little bit here and there, but I watched more Sopranos videos than the stuff I got done. No. Or The Wire or whatever, right? Or some little wormhole. Next thing I know, man, the whole day done went by. Nah. We gotta focus, y'all. We gotta focus. That's why we need God's helping hand. We need God's hand. We need God's hand. Well, what should I be, Clarence? Should I be a Muslim or should I be a Christian? Should I be a Jew? What should I be, Clarence? That's for you to decide. That's for you to decide. That walk is for you. That's like you coming to me and saying, hey, Clarence, how should I spend intimate time with my wife? Should I be on the top or should she be on the... That's for you to decide. That relationship with God is just as intimate as the relationship when you have with your wife, the physical, intimate relationship with your wife. That ain't nothing I need to know about, how you having your relationship with your wife, just as long as it's healthy and you're not beating her up or nothing, right? That's all I need to know. It's but I don't need to know the details of it because that's not my situation. That's yours. Likewise with your relationship, your walk with God, it should be, that's your walk with God, not mine. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Huh? Only thing I want to make sure is that it's a decent walk. We kind of on the same understanding as far as that God is real and God lives and God can help you. As long as we got those understandings, hey, have at it. Do what you got to do, right? God is good. He's real and he can help you. Okay, cool. We can work with everything else, man. We can come to an understanding, a healthy understanding, right? All right, family. Let's get up out of here. 2024 is right here on us. You can journal yourself. Make a couple journals. I'm journaling, man. I got 6 notebooks in front of me. 6. I got a notebook for training. I got a notebook for the the show. I got a notebook for the books I'm writing. I got a notebook for almost everything, man. Because I'm not going to just leave it to chance no more. That way, when I come back to the notebook, I know exactly where I was. Oh, yeah. You guys ever been working on a project? You just keeping it in your head, and then you didn't write it down. You just like, yeah. And then you come back to it, man, maybe a month or two later, you're like, oh, man, I lost the train of thought. Where was I? Write it down. But Clarence, I got my phone. Okay, tap it in your phone. But write it down, man. Write it down. Let's start keeping track of where we need to go and what we deficient on, and then we could try to start working to improve those deficiencies. Next thing you know, man, we'll get where we're trying to get to. But we never gonna get nowhere if we don't change, family. That's my point. We got to change. We got to move. We got to work towards bringing the success our way. Success is right there. It's waiting on us. It's our birthright to be successful. You are a human being to be successful. You got 2 hands and 2 feet to be successful. That was the goal. You're supposed to be successful. But we let other people convince us that we ain't supposed to be successful. Only certain people are supposed to be successful. Right? They went to God and said, God, we want to rule in the earth. God trying to tell them, you don't need no ruler in the earth. You don't need to look up to nobody but me. I want a ruler in the earth. Paraphrasing the Quran. He said, okay, I'll put a ruler in the earth for you. The angel said, hey, what you doing? If you all good, if you put something else in there, that ain't going to be all good. What? Why would you do that? He said, surely I know what you know not, right? Sometimes you got to bump your head to find out, man, fat meat greasy, right? Sometimes you got to bump your head. So nothing gonna happen. You ain't gonna listen to right guidance, right? Sometimes you ain't gonna listen to right guidance. Here, Sodom and Gomorrah had Lot in there. Hey man, you know what? Y'all need to back up off of all of this. What y'all doing up in here, right? It ain't looking the way y'all doing this. It ain't looking good to God, right? He ain't feeling this. Now get out of here before we jump on you. Okay. They kept on. Lot, I talked to him. I tried. Okay. I'll take it from here. Send a crew down there. Excuse me. They knock on Lot's door. Excuse me. Or Lot's song. Excuse me. Are you from the crew? From God's crew? Yeah, we are. I said, hey, man, they try to cut a deal. Hey, there's babies, there's kids down here. Hey, if you can find anybody righteous other than yourself, we'll hold off, right? Well, it started with 50, 40, and then come back, no, come back, no, come back, no. If you can find anybody else other than yourself that's righteous down there, we won't do this. Nobody. Okay, check this out, homie. Take your family, you and your family, and roll out, right? They had seen enough, right? Especially when the people came knocking on his door. Hey, Lot, yeah. Hey, we saw them dudes you brought into the house. Yeah, so what? Bring them dudes out. We wanna get to know them. Not in a friendly way, right? We want to get to know them as in a romantic way. And I said, nah. You know, man, sometimes, man, you just don't know who you messing with. Sometimes you could mess with somebody, you don't even know who you messing with. Right? So Lot said, hey, these ain't the dudes you want to mess with. These ain't the dudes, right? No, them are the dudes. So yeah, we want them dudes. Not trying to tell them, no. I'm telling you, you don't want these dudes. I'm telling you. These are not the kind of dudes that's going to deal with that in a good way. I'm trying to help you, right? I went into a bar one time, man, right? So I was I work out here in the city of Los Angeles. So I went into this bar one time. I'm like, yeah, I'm here to check the equipment in the rear. Lady told me, it was like a honky-tonk bar. Lady told me, you need to get out of here right now. I said, why? What'd I do? I'm like, what did I do? I just walked in, right? And she like, you need to get out of here. The lady behind the bar, she said, you need to get out of here right now. You need to get out of here right now. Hey, man, let me tell you something. Lady, when somebody tells you something like that, leave. Don't stay there. At first I was like, well, what did I do, man? I got a uniform, everything. Well, nah. The lady's like, okay, I tried to tell you, right? I'm like, okay, no, I'm gone. I'm leaving. Your equipment, right? If it don't work, it don't work. It's on you. But my point is, hey, she tried to tell me. I listened. These dudes didn't listen, man. They was trying to put it on Lot to get to these dudes. But after them dudes saw all of that, man, they saw how bad it was for themselves. They said, okay, now this got to go. This got to go, man. They ain't even got enough respect to say, yeah, this is how we getting down, but this is God's men. We'll stand back. We'll stand off of this. When they saw the kind of respect they have for God, they said, nah. No, we gotta, because even if they got little kids there, they're gonna teach the little kids to have disrespect for God too, and they're gonna have a worse situation than this. Hello. So it happened, man. He got him. Said, you got to go, Lot. Get up out of here. But the wife, of course, had she had a little love in her heart for, Sodom and Gomorrah, right? God said, don't turn around. When you go, don't turn around. You keep going. You turn around, you're going to turn into a pillar of salt. He told him what the consequence was going to be. She had a little love for it. Family, we don't want no love for this wicked society, man. We have to relearn and re-educate ourselves and re-establish a new set of virtues and principles for ourselves, right? We have to reestablish that for ourselves. We are not going to be able to go into the new, these new years and be successful, right? With the old way. With the old way, we're going to be able, the only way we're going to be successful in the old way is pushing the old system, which is wickedness. The last thing I'm going to tell you, man, you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. You're going to stand out. People ain't going to understand you, man. They're not. You just not, you're going to be on an island most of the time, right? Because of your opinions and viewpoints, you're going to be on an island. But that's cool, right? If all the devilish people are together, you ain't trying to be among the devilish, you're going to get pushed out. You're going to get talked about. People going to say stuff about you. Man, look at Vaughn, man. He think he's something. Look at Clarence. He think he's something. Right? Look at Bolo. Look at Rico, man. They think they somebody. We do? We do? Do we? We just trying to pass on a good word. We just trying to give you the gospel, right? How we think we better than you? If you listen to us, we constantly, all of us telling you stories, man. We came from, man, the gutter. We came from being really not so good people all the time, right? Like Sister Annie said, man, we got walk-in closets over here. We ain't just got closets with skeletons in the car. We got walk-in closets over here, right? But we can show you, man, God can work for you. God can help you. If he helped us. I know if he helped a wretch like me, I was a wretch. A functioning wretch, but I was a wretch. Right? I was just crazy enough. At a certain point, I would stop because I knew I had to take care of my family. So I was a functioning wretch. That's no more, man. We can't do that no more. We can't allow ourselves to do that no more. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. I'm glad I walked away from that lifestyle. But it's just, now we got to start saying, okay, we got to show our people. Vaughn said, I wasn't done. I wasn't done either, Vaughn. I was really, God, man, had to send some people my way to really get me to see that he had a job for me. Right? And he didn't want to wait no more for me to get my head together, right? So he had to send some people my way. And shout out to those people, man. He had to send some brothers my way. But here we are. So some of us got to pay it back. So we got to pay it back. Those of y'all that's over here, I guess we got to pay it back. We can't just say, well, you saved me, Lord. I'm just going to just walk away. Thank you. I'm going to buy me a truck. I'm waiting for you the gold bars to fall out of the sky into my truck. It don't work that way. It don't work that way. And if that's what you're doing it for, If that's what you're doing it for, that's why so many of us make so many mistakes that we ain't doing stuff for the right reasons, right? But some of us as fathers, we say, oh, man, Mother's Day, they get everything, man. They get this. On Father's Day, I don't get nothing. You know, when you get a better stuff on Father's Day, but it's your perspective, how you look at it, right? You know what's a good, man, I'm going to tell you something. You know when it's better than Mother's Day? We get a gift as fathers when we go into that room, we go into that bedroom, and you do a head count. You do that head count, and you count, and all your children are in those beds. Your wife is in that bed. You secure your home. That's God saying, well done, Clarence. Good job. Good. Well done. Well done, Vaughn. Good job. You can do a head count, and everybody's safe, everybody's fed, everybody's warm, everybody has their own, everything is good. That's God saying to you, job well done. But see, you don't know that, right? Because this world don't teach you that. They teach you got to have something in your hand. See, the only time you getting something is when it's in your hands, right? How do you put a job well done in somebody's hand? That goes in your heart. That goes in your heart. But see, if your heart is closed because you always trying to hold on to stuff, and some stuff we don't need to hold on to. We need to learn to find a way to let it go. It's taking up too much space in our heart. And it's unusable. Trauma we've been through. Our mother fussed at us that time. We got that whooping that was way too long. We just holding on to all this stuff, man, and we just not getting rid of it. So it's closed. Well, our heart, we ain't got no. Why did they tell you my cup runneth over? Why does he say, hey, my cup runneth over? Why? It's not the cup. It's the person pouring. They just got more to pour. That's the issue there. That's the thing that he's trying to get you to understand. If you connect to this person, they never gonna run out of stuff to put in your cup. Never. That's the point. But we don't get that, right? We just stuck. We stuck. Family, Vaughn told me to put the link out. I didn't put the link out, man. But I'm gonna shut it down. I wanted to give you a good message for 2024. Those of y'all that don't get a chance to hear me on a regular basis, but you can hear me now, man, or you seeing this on a replay. Go out there, man, and your life is your life. You got options. You got the choice to make your life the way you want to make it. You don't have to be, I'm working at Vaughn's a Safeway. That's cool. But there's always a progression. You can always go from that to something else. I'm not saying those are bad jobs, but at a certain point in any job, you're going to be looking around saying, okay, I've done my best in this job. I think I'm prepared for the next moment, the next level up, right? Ain't nothing wrong working at McDonald's, nothing. But I'm just saying, at a certain point, you're going to say, okay, I've done fries, I've done burgers, I've done the fish, I've done the chicken, I've done the register, I've swept inside, I swept outside. I've pretty much done everything. I've been a crew chief, a shift leader, a manager. I done did everything. Now it's time to progress. Well, here we are. We in the middle of life, man. Most of us that's over here, we're in the middle of life. It's time to progress. It's time for us to learn how to do some things and progress ourselves. And the first thing we got to do is learn how. We're gonna be talking all this year about losing fear. We're gonna talk about losing fear. Fear is the trap that most of us are stuck in. Is fear. Fear of loss, fear of whatever, fear of consequences, fear of whatever. And this fear paralyzes us, man. Fear paralyzes us, and it pushes us into distractions that we don't need anymore. We don't need these distractions. The only distraction we need is God. Yeah, okay, so you want to watch a little effery. Okay, cool. Everybody's going to do that every now and then, but it needs to be controlled. You need to control it. So you need to give yourself a time period. Okay, 30 minutes. That's what I do. Okay. I've been doing lately, rather, I should say. Okay, 30 minutes for this, and then I got to move on, right? I can't sit here. I got to move on. I got to move forward because ain't nothing going to happen. I'm going to be sitting here a whole another year and nothing didn't happen, right? Family, we can't do that no more. Not at our age. We can't do that no more. We got to move forward, man. We got to make it happen, right? We got to teach these kids. That's why we're going back until we're going to go back and talk to the kids this year. This year coming up. We're going to talk to the kids this year. Hooking up with a sister that, she's going to put me on to these kids, man. We're going to talk to these kids, young men, try to get them to the understanding of that they have control of their lives. But it's going to be hard for us to show them that when we ain't got control of our lives. I don't mean we got to be driving, Audis and Benzos and all of that. I'm just saying we got control of how our money is spent, our investments, how our money is made, how we spend our time, right? How you spend your time, who you spend your time with. You are who you roll with, right? Beloved, I want you to have every success you want in 2024. I want you to have it and way more, right? And I hope I could be the little cat that's looking behind the door saying, go ahead, Vaughn. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Annie. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Patrice. I want to be one that's just behind the door saying, yeah, good for you. I got mine already. If y'all don't know, I got mine. Whether the money comes or not, that's another issue. If it do, it do. But I got the peace of knowing that the God of the universe is behind me and in me and through me. And every thought that I think that I want to do, I try to run it past him. Should I do this? Should I do this way? Sometimes you say, nah, don't do it that way. Not in English. I ain't going to get y'all spooky, man. God don't talk to me in English. He may talk to you in English, but to me in English, he don't talk to me. He just shows me a picture of that's not good. I get in my head, the vision that's not a good thing to do, right? God has never spoken to me in English. He's spoken to me spiritually. It's a spiritual language that you can't put it in English, some of the things that's to me, right? Or you, or whatever, right? So some of us, we get that, we talk, and you understand his spiritual voice, you can hear it and you can react to it, right? You can respond to that. Let's get closer to God, y'all, this year. Let's get closer to our families. Let's get closer to love, learn how to love better, and let's learn how to change for good. Change for good. Let's drop this fear, man. This fear is killing us, man. This fear is killing us. We got to start. We got to be, Vaughn said, I hear him in English. I definitely don't hear him in Korean. He speaks me in my own language. There you go, Vaughn. Vaughn said he hear him in English, right? I don't. Right? I don't hear God say, brother Clarence, this is what I want you to do. He don't say that to me. It's just I get a revelation in my head, and that it gets interpreted into English, right? That's what happens to me. But hey, Vaughn has his connection to God. I got mine. Annie has hers. Everybody has their own connection. So whatever happens, as long as we're moving in the right direction, we're trying to be positive, and whatever works for whoever, right? There's some people out here that hear his voice in Korean, right? We can discount them. We can't discount them because say God don't speak Korean, right? God speak whatever language he want, right? Vaughn said, I heard the letter say, don't do that. He speaks to me where I can't understand it. Yeah, man. He speaks to us where we can understand it. I'm just saying, we all have different ways of communicating, right? It's billions of people, and God is so vast, he can have billions of connections to billions of different people all at the same time. See, but as a human being, it's hard to fathom that. It's hard to understand that, right? It's hard to rationalize that a person could be connected to billions of people at the same time. That's difficult for us to think. But what, like they say, what is too hard for the Lord? What is too hard for the Lord? What is too hard for the Lord? With that being said, family, I will see you. When Vaughn says, if you think about Moses in the 10 Commandments, God spoke to him in a language that they understood. Yeah. I mean, you know, everybody, God's going to connect to everybody. And hey, the message got across, right? The message came through. However he talked to him, the message came through. But family, we're going to get out of here. Let me do the rundown real quick, and then we're going to get out of here. Shout out to the chat. The chat's where it's at. Very solid performance from the chat. As always, we got our resident sniper in the building, Risa Neal. Shout out to Risa, man. Always keeping that chat nice and clean. Thank you, Risa. We need you, and we love you. Appreciate you. Have a great New Year's and New Year's Eve, and we will see you on the other side of New Year's Eve. Who else was on the show today? But shout out to the chat. Very solid performance from the chat. Very solid, very strong. I'm gonna do everybody all together, man, because it's just so much. I done talked too long, man. 6 hours we done been on here. All right. We had Brother Vagoda, Sister Annie, Vaughn, Brother Trey, Sister Patrice, and Brother Terrence. Maiden voyage today. Everybody had a very solid performance, very strong. Everybody was very strong, man. Vagoda, man, came in, stayed on topic. Shout out to Vagoda, man. Stayed on topic, man. We had to stay on him, but you know, he stayed on topic, man. But what I like, one of the things I like about Vagoda is Vagoda brings another viewpoint into the situation. Because people would think, well, everybody all over the world, people, especially black people, we think everybody is like us. But no, here's Vagoda. I want him to tell you about how it is over in Israel, how things go over there, right? Who would have thought that we had a young Israeli cat coming on our platform? Who would have ever thought that, right? And he probably came up here to question us about some stuff, but now he feel like he at home, right? And he is, right? I just gotta, get it wrapped up, man. He wants to go into those long soliloquies sometimes, right? I have to, hey, go to, come on, you gotta shut down, man. It's only 5-hour show, right? But it's good, brother, man. Goda's good, brother. All of them, everybody on the panel was good people, man. I love everybody that came on the show. But Vaughn said, we love you. We love you. I love all of y'all too, man. Y'all know that, man. Y'all know that. That's why I bug y'all every morning. Try to get y'all to check in, man, just so we can, we can start our day off knowing, okay, everybody's good. Everybody checked in the morning. That's good, right? So that if somebody don't check in one day, the closest person to the next person could maybe check in on them a little closer and see what's going on with them, right? But we got to check on each other, man. The righteous for the righteous, right? The wicked for the wicked, but the righteous for the righteous. And when I say righteous, I mean not that we are righteous, we are striving to be righteous, right? Because when these people would say, you ain't righteous, Clarence, look at all the stuff you did. I know. I didn't say I was righteous. We trying to be right. We striving for righteousness. That's the direction we moving in, right? We gonna get there. We gonna get there. All right, family. Everybody did a great job today. Thank you guys for coming in, hanging in. Thank you, everybody who's watching this on the replay. Thank you, everybody. Everybody have a safe and happy New Year's. And we will see y'all on the other side, y'all. But get serious. Your life is very important. It's time to get serious with our lives, y'all. All right, y'all. Peace.